Hello.
Chandra, is it clear? Chandra, is it clear? Chandra, is it clear?
I'm audible, sir.
Is it clear?
Hello,
Yes, sir.
Chandrasekhar.
Yes, sir. Hi, sir. Good morning.
Shubhodayam.
Shubhodaya.
Just go here, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
Ah,
perfect. Choose.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
This click on. Cross it. Now, previously it was reverse, now mirror image. So, all the best.
Okay.
Sir. I
Thank
would
you.
mind, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm ready.
Maybe any case problem you can call me.
Yes. Okay.
So, Sandeep, sir.
Yes.
For now, I'm just turning off the video because this is live streaming now.
Right.
Once exactly at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, you can on it. No problem.
Yes.
আমি 104 একা কম্পিউটার সাথে বসে আছি টেস্ট হয়ে গেল লাইভ স্ট্রিম করছে স্টুডেন্টদের একটু বলে দেন বাড়িতে লিখে দিন কোনো অসুবিধা নেই একবার একটু লিখতে বলে দেন পাঠাচ্ছি না ও চন্দ্রশেখর আমায় বার করে দিয়েছে পাঠাচ্ছি আমি স্টুডেন্টদের পাঠিয়ে ওকে সময়
కొండకేనా comfort, sir. Taste and everything is there. Other rules are not comfort. Yes, please, sister.
కెమెరా వస్తుంది మనది ఆడియో ఉంటుంది. Hello.
Explain this background. Sorry. So,
Permission పెట్టండి. అక్కడే పెట్టు. Background లో default. Yes. Hello. Hello. Sandeep sir.
Yes.
We have people ready to join.
Can you hear me?
We have people. 8 people have joined the waiting room. Sir.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have 8 people in the waiting room. Tapan Kumar Sahu and Bhudev Chakravarti are like I'm admitting. Professor Anil Gupta has joined, sir.
Good morning, Professor Gupta.
Not yet, sir. He's in waiting room.
Oh, waiting room.
Yes.
So are they joining all together at a time in the platform, or I should call them and they will join?
They have joined. They are in the waiting room, sir. I will admit one by one. One after the other, I will admit. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Sandeep, be on. You enable your camera and mic.
I can't see myself, but I can hear.
But he has to be visible. No?
You can start the video also. 5 minutes more.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can go a little bit back. In backwards. Yes. Fine.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam.
Madam, you are on mute, ma'am.
Yeah. Very good morning. Hope all set.
Yes,
Yeah,
madam. We are
Ready
all
for the
ready.
show.
Yeah.
So all the very best.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Sir, our faculty are also joining. Rajan Prasad has joined.
Yeah, all the faculty to be there, no?
Yes, sir. I'm admitting all the faculty now.
Yeah.
And Professor Anil Gupta has joined the waiting room. I'm admitting the Bhudev sir also.
Good morning, Bhudev sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
विवेक तुम म्यूट है.
What Bengals think today, other people think tomorrow. That's why 3 Bengalis are on top.
Yeah, here is information.
Dr. Sandeep,
After the welcome from the DG Madam,
Yes.
opening remarks, we will have Professor Anil Gupta first.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, thereafter we will have DGM, AGM Nabad.
Yes, you have shifted this thing
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chandra?
Chandra,
Sir.
Professor Anil Gupta and Mr. TK Sahu, Tapan Kumar Sahu, both have joined. They are saying.
Yes, sir. They are joined. They are in the
They are
waiting
not
room.
visible.
They're not.
They are in the
visible.
waiting room.
Huh?
They are in the waiting room.
Yeah, they're in the waiting. Huh? So they close.
Yes, sir. Exactly at 10 o'clock. One more minute, I'll admit them.
Okay.
I
Okay.
will admit all.
Okay.
We'll start admitting all the.
10 बजे ये ऑन होगा ना तो Uday Babu, our Director General Madam is also there. You have not met with her. Welcome to. So say hello to her also.
Good morning, madam. Madam, you are mute.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good to see you.
Sir, Buddha, sir, can you please change your background?
Oh, sure. So, yeah, I am having nearly how much? 36 years of experience.
No, sir, not the Zoom background, sir. I'm talking about the Zoom video background.
Zoom video background.
Yes, sir.
So he doesn't have that background. So just you have to transfer.
No, sir. I have enabled it by default for everyone. When you go to the backgrounds and options in your Zoom settings,
Just
you can find the background.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute. Where is Zoom setting?
You have joined through app
Choose virtual background, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, right. In the third option, there will be a CONFEM background. The one with the white one.
Huh? I'm not seeing none is there, blur is there, and some other backgrounds are there.
Yes, sir. The other background, the third one.
Which
White
one?
Color. Third one, sir.
Third one. Third one is this.
No, you transfer, Chandra, you transfer that background to him on WhatsApp.
Okay, sir. The time is up, sir. I'm admitting everyone.
Yeah.
Vivek? Vivek?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Hello. So we
My
have.
background is all right?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes. We have Anil Gupta, sir, now.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, we have Tapan Kumar sir, and Anil Kumar sir, and Ravi Kumar sir.
Good morning, sir. Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Huh. Huh.
Good morning, Anil sir.
Good morning. Very good morning. After a long time.
Yes, sir. How are you doing, sir?
Good, good, good. We are in Sikkim just now, so I requested you.
Thank you very much, sir, for making it to
Your voice is
grace
getting
the
cut.
occasion.
Yes, no, I look forward to share and learn. Although I'll be only for an hour with you, but nevertheless.
So good morning, madam. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, good morning.
Dr. Sandeep, may I request you to start because all the people are already here. So very much, sir, also, Anil Gupta sir also needs to go early. So kindly start.
With permission of the Director General of National Institute of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise, Yusufgura, Hyderabad, and the Program Director of this conference, I welcome each and everybody, all participants, all dignitaries, all speakers, all our guests for this 2 days online conference on e-governance, farm, non-farm for the sustainable livelihood. A little bit I would like to say about the ni-msme, that as it is popularly known across the country, the National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise, which is headed by Dr. Gloria Sarupa. And she has joined here on March 2020, and this is the Diamond Jubilee year for the ni-msme. And ni-msme is organizing a multiple number of online and physical conferences to enlighten the people in the field of entrepreneurship and the other areas also. Even they have not hesitated to organize Green Energy Conference in this year, March, when the governor of the state of Telangana had come and graced the occasion. In these 2 days conference, we will look forward listening from the persons who have substantial and real knowledge in the field of e-governance, and they will share their wisdom to the participants to enlighten them, mostly the students and the scholars, whoever are there in today's platform. So it will be benefiting them to move forward with their future program. So first, I will request our Director General, Dr. S. Glory Sarupa, to start this occasion with her welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Namaskar. a very warm present over for this online conference, and the participants, the speakers, and all the MSMEs, ni-msme family. A very good morning to all of you, and greetings from National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. I'm very happy to share that we are organizing the CONFEM 2022. This is the third international conference on e-governance in promotion of farm and non-farm enterprises to achieve livelihood sustainability. So we are organizing this two-day conference, today 25th and tomorrow 26th, for the benefit of farm sector too. This is a great coincidence that when the country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, taking pride of the achievements made at national level and also making a strategy for next 25 years, that is up to 47. So we are also part of the this mission, and try to enlighten the stakeholders related to the advances and the technology and the information skills required for MSME sector. This I'm very happy that from Government of India and from banking sector, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, they are supporting us, and NABARD is supporting. National E-Governance Division is also supporting us. This conference is basically for promotion of entrepreneurship development and also instigate more innovations and how to manage these innovations and the skills required to take forward these innovations, and how do we help the startups, and ultimately how do we create more livelihood for others, and how this livelihood will be a sustainable and MSMEs become more profitable through these digital platforms or the digital innovations being made in India. It's a great honor for ni-msme, and we are very privileged to have who are the recipients of one of the highest civilian awards, Padma Shri awards. We have with us Padma Shri Professor Anil K. Gupta. Sir, on behalf of ni-msme family, we welcome you, and a warm welcome to you for this conference. We are looking forward. A great scholar. He was a professor from IIM Ahmedabad, but now he is largely working into grassroots innovations, and he's founder of Honeybee Network. Sir, a warm welcome to you. And in this conference, we have 7 themes. On each theme, we have a chairperson, and we have speakers, we have paper presenters, and we have also scholars to decide to discuss and to deliberate next year or in the coming years for the betterment of our community to take on to the digital platforms. So we are starting with agriculture, and we are also discussing about urban development, and we will be talking about human resource development, and MSMEs, they very importantly need the financial resources. So we are also going to discuss about the financial management and the sectoral developments in all the upcoming sectors like renewable energy and in the tourism sector, in the service sector, and in the manufacturing sector, the evergreen automotive sector, food processing sector. Also, we are going to discuss, and sir, which the very important and interesting innovation and incubation and startup also we are going to discuss, and entrepreneurship and skill, which is our domain, that also we are going to have very good inputs and presentations on about e-governance in these sectors also. And ultimately, so the social entrepreneurship to bring out the change and to make it a sustainable livelihood activity for all the for entire nation, that also we are going to discuss. I'm very happy to extend a warm welcome to Sri Ravi Kumar Naragaru. He is the national president and also the Padma Shri awardee of the organization called Dicky Dalit Industries Chamber of Commerce and Industry. and he has contributed very much community. We welcome you, sir. ni-msme is organizing several programs to support the SC/ST entrepreneurs. Our ministry is having a scheme called the National SC/ST Hub Scheme. Under the scheme, every year we are building who are skills to make them employed, self-employed. Yeah. Warm welcome to one more, nothing what
I lost your voice. I'm not able to hear. Are others able to hear, or I'm only missing it?
Dr. Chaudhary, may I welcome Professor Anil Gupta?
Go ahead. We are losing madam's voice.
Yeah, so should I wait or welcome Professor Anil Gupta?
they have extended a lot of technical and financial support to this organization to take forward the mission of this entrepreneurship and skill development. I think national level we have just want to share easy and quick transaction.
If you switch off your
And very popular
maybe
and very accessible digital platform for the common to anyone on UPI using their UPI ID or scanning their QR with the Beam app. Nowadays, we find the illiterate community of our section who are small vendors keeping a QR code and making the transactions, financial transactions without having a debit card or a credit card. So these transactions are happening. I'm very happy to share that so far 25 million people in our country are using transactions since 2022. But there is a lot of potential for all of us to take it to the next level. Mostly the micro entrepreneurs, if they have to make their business a sustainable and a profitable one, and to across the states and across the borders, if they have to business and to reach new markets, we definitely need more and more digital and e-governance platforms wherein we can also show to the world that India can do a better business under Atmanirbhar. During the onset of the COVID, our ministry has started a champions portal. So through this, our ministry has helped many of entrepreneurs who are doing very smoothly, who are suffering for the market access and who could not get their raw material transported and many issues they had. So our ministry, they have created to make a harmonious application of modern process for increase the output and national strength. So this is the meaning of champions. And basically for making smaller units big grievance for population in all the sectors. So let us discuss. So what are the other, what is the other progress made during after COVID, and how do we help all our stakeholders in the coming days so that they can make a very good employment generation activity for all the unemployed, and while spreading the entrepreneurship culture and taking our country into Atmanirbhar level. I also extend a warm welcome and all other participants, entrepreneurs who are viewing through YouTube and Zoom platform, other platforms. A very warm welcome to all the people, and my best wishes to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, not only for describing the policy and the activity of the ministry concerned, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. At the same time, your effort that you are leading the one premier institute, national institute of this country for the benefit of the unorganized sector people and also for the organized sector people in various ways. Now, I have the pleasure to welcome Professor Anil Gupta. Everybody knows him. Everybody means the people who are celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and the people who have the link with the rural innovation. They all know who is Professor Anil Gupta. Padma Shri is a small award. He is a great son of Mother India. Not only he did a PhD in management from Kurukshetra University, he also did before that MSc in biochemical genetics, and he is also a fellow, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He is member and fellow of n number of organizations. It seems the organizations are honored by giving their membership and fellowship to him. He had built up the honeybee network across the country, which is giving livelihood to some million of people. I do not waste my time talking much on him. His lecture and his deliberation will tell that how great Professor Anil Gupta is. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Dr. Gloria, and all the other organizers and participants and panelists today who are present in the inaugural session. I'm very optimistic about the outcome of this conference, and I want to begin with the ultimate purpose, which is sustainability. It's natural that when we want to achieve sustainability of livelihoods, we would also ask ourselves, so what are the imperatives for livelihoods to be sustainable, particularly in regions where need for them is highest. These are desert, drought zones, these are tribal regions, these are forest regions, regions where market forces are weak, and regions where even the state is sometimes not as strong as in other regions. So regions where market is weak, regions where state infrastructure is weak, we jobs, because today that is the priority number one, as the government has enunciated in its very unequivocal term that about 10 lakh jobs have to be generated in the next 2 years. That is the goal. How would we go about? And I will share a framework in which we can identify opportunities in almost any region where we are trying to work in. My first contention, 4 parameters for any livelihood situation, livelihood opportunity to be generated. First is access, second is assurance, third is ability, that is skill, and fourth is attitude. Now, access to resources, access to institutions, access to technology, and access to cultural platforms. All of these are facilitated a great deal by e-governance. It is possible, for example, now for people to connect across thousands of miles and across different sectors and across different spaces and across E-governance plays a very critical role, but we should not forget that access depends upon minimum tools of digitalization. During the COVID constraint, we realized that almost 50% children studying in could not benefit from the online education because their parents did not have a smartphone. So my first plea will be that we must try to ensure that every self-help group, every community which is sought to be engaged in this mission should have at least one common smartphone. I remember when I was involved at IMA to organize the first training of trainers conference for community service centers way back, decade ago, more than a decade ago. At that time, we were trying to bring this up that unless and until we have not only common service centers with common infrastructure, but also common digital access platform. And if many places CSCs are not active, we can make mobile phone as a CSC, a database loaded up with the mobile phone uploaded with database can become a very important tool for digital e-governance. How do we do that? So my suggestion would be that first we look at how can we improve the access. Then we look at how do we improve assurances. Now assurances are vertical and horizontal. If I make investment today, will I be able to get return tomorrow? How will I deal with climatic change variation? How will I deal with market fluctuation? How will I deal with disease and pest among my animals or in agriculture or in other? How will I deal with the non-farm sector variation, the demand which may fluctuate because of various extraneous reasons beyond my control? So assurances will require that you will be able to provide some kind of guarantee, some kind of insulation from the flux take place. We can never complete insularity, but to the extent possible. Are also horizontal. If I try to be sustainable in my extraction of natural resources, if I try to be sustainable in diversifying my enterprises, will others be? Many times what happens is that many communities end up doing the same thing over and over again. Everybody's margins get reduced. Nobody is able to make profit. And such mistakes will have to be avoided because in a small community, in a small proximal environment, overload of supply and therefore live with limited demand, the prices will come down and margins will go down. So we will have to ensure that there is enough diversification. Diversification also helps in dealing with fluctuations. So how do we increase diversification? And diversification will require assurances across various markets, various institutional. Then comes the ability, skill. And of course, ability to transform access into investment will require not only digital access, digital ability, require technological ability, and of course, cultural ability. How do we ensure that we know what quality control means? How do we know maintained so that if orders come, I'll be able to deliver them? It is not that if somebody places an order, I am online and I can say, I'll say, well, I'll supply after 3 weeks or I'll supply after a month because I have to make now. Now, this is a very serious problem in non-farm sector. Most people employed in this profession are not able to maintain inventories, either at individual level or collective level. So we will have to ensure that we create local warehouses, local stocking facilities, local creating such stocks which can then be deployed when the demand comes in. So there is a very interesting paradox here that on one hand, we complain that there are no demand. And second, when we have a demand, we're not able to supply. So this is something where e-governance can play a very important role because it can then ensure that we pool the inventories of large number of people digitally and ensure that if one person doesn't have, can another person supply it so that the consumer doesn't go back unserved. So there's a concept that I have developed called as network entrepreneurship. I'll talk about it in a few minutes later. But it is very important that we develop capabilities of cooperation among entrepreneurs. We have talked a great deal about competition, but that is where comes the attitude of cooperation, attitude of helping each other, attitude of saying that, look, if you're demanding something that I don't have, there's another self-help group which has. I will mark you to that group, or I will procure. Now, we all know that we have not had much horizontal trade or much horizontal exchange among groups, among FPOs. We are all trying to reach the consumer directly, but we're not cooperating among ourselves. And this is the challenge that we have to meet. So now there are 4 challenges that I've talked about, and all the 4 challenges will require us to create a platform wherein we will customize the support system for different communities according to the weaknesses that they have, according to the vulnerabilities they have, according to the infrastructural bottlenecks that they have. Because I'm at the moment in Sikkim, and I can tell you that network wouldn't work after 2 kilometers, and then suddenly it will work because it's a mountainous region. And in such regions, and in rainy season particularly, the network will go and come, power will go and come. Now, in such situations, we will have to find out alternative means of creating mesh networks so that digital network need not be always with the internet. Can communities be in touch so that even one person has, that person can broadcast the orders or the demand to everybody else through mesh networks. So we have to develop new concepts, new technologies, and these are available. I mean, it is not new in the sense that they don't have to be invented, but they are new in the sense that we have not yet deployed mesh networks in a large number of regions which have constrained access to internet. Because we need not wait for of internet to every place, but we can deploy mesh networks to overcome the digital gaps or digital blanks that exist in different parts of the remote areas of our country where need for job is highest. Now let me come to the next point. All livelihoods become sustainable when they are viable. How do we achieve viability? There are 4 dimensions again that I would like to emphasize. One is in situ value addition. I've been traveling to different communities for last few months. We have been there, and yesterday we went to some communities. There are a lot of plants, there are a lot of farm and non-farm resources which need to be valorized in situ. In situ means where they are found. Now, for that, we need to encourage communities to use partly their traditional knowledge, but partly the innovative tools, small tools. I mean, if a small device for vacuum sealing of herbs cost about 1,500 rupees. A better one will cost about roughly about 5,000 to 6,000 rupees. How many communities? And if you do vacuum sealing, you can increase the shelf life. If you increase the shelf life, you can operate in market better. Otherwise, you will have to remain contented with proximal kilometer or 2 or 5. Beyond that, you may not be able to go. And that will not provide sustainable livelihood. So we obviously have to deal with both proximal markets and distant markets. Distant markets will require not only value addition, but also making them available in packaging and making them available in the way that they can be delivered remotely. So supply chain. We also have to ensure that testing and certification of these products. Consumers would not, they're coming from remote areas. They're coming from poor people. All said and done, compassionate buying doesn't go too far. The transformation in Khadi sector has demonstrated that it is ultimately the efficiency and the quality that of consumer. So if we don't have to rely only on compassionate buying, we will have to ensure that customer gets satisfied. The digital platforms, e-governance platforms will have to ensure that quality and testing facilities are provided. We don't have to have in every community or every district or every block a testing facility, but we should have the capabilities through the state transport buses to sample from any village and take it to the lab, get it tested, deliver the certificate. That should be made possible. We have to use transport system, public transport system, to extend the physical reach, not just that, because digital reach will be useful to inform, but for action, you need to have physical reach. And there is a transport system. They have not yet integrated this digital transport system and link the two so that no community will unassured of the quality of their product so that consumer can be. Third is, of course, that we must communicate what we have. And that will require story writing. That will require narration. Gap. And I would like to mention to all my friends from the NIC and other BARD and other institutions that are present here, they have made an admirable contribution. I want to recognize it and I want to compliment. If you ask ourselves, how many multimedia exist of the products and innovative products that people have developed, we would not be able to find many. Why media? Because some illiterate people can't read. They may not be able to see the videos. And we know today, the society which has access to internet consumes videos like that. But videos of the product language, they want a person communicate with a person speaking Urdu, for that matter, Sikkimese, or for that matter, Gujarati or Marathi or whatever language. How will horizontal networking take place? How will communities interact with each other and build upon each other's strength? So multimedia, multi-language database will become a very important part of the digital e-governance. And I will suggest that National Institute of Micro and Small and Medium Enterprise should take initiative. And we've Honeybee Network and another in this. We created the first database of this kind in 98, 99 at the World Knowledge Conference and presented it as a viable tool for overcoming the three barriers: language, literacy, and localism. I need to be able to use resources, not just locally or distant. I need to be and I should be able to overcome the barriers of literacy. And all the three are possible through the databases. Now, let me come to the last part of my talk, which I will mention, how do we scale up? And I'm very happy that all the relevant stakeholders are present in this meeting, in this conference today, and also in the program. It's a very well-organized program, and almost every stakeholder is present. Let us ask ourselves, how do we give voice to the people for whom we want to generate sustainable livelihood? How can e-governance help in giving voice, visibility, and velocity? There are three goals that we have. Voice meaning they should be able, people should be able to articulate their entrepreneurial skill. People should be able to articulate their small manufacturing thing that they have done, craft activities, value-added products, organic produce from Sikkim, for example, or from Baramulla, local cheese or local goat cheese or other products that they are able to make, the weaving tradition that they have in Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, or in Ladakh for that matter. All of these things will require articulation. How do we articulate? And that's where we will have to ask ourselves that we should try to overcome the constraint of low bandwidth. When cities face the low bandwidth constraint, as we witnessed just now, imagine what will be the situation in rural areas. So I have an idea, and I would like to share with you. Imagine for a minute that public transport buses have a transponder which will uptake and download the messages from different shops or different communities on the way. And we could then provide at least twice or thrice in a daytime when the transport buses move, come in, upload and download of messages when the bus passes through those points. So it is possible that we should use physical mobile uptake and download of messages to provide digital connectivity, maybe not 24 hours, at least for a few hours morning, few hours now, noon, or once in the evening. So it doesn't matter, from delays of weeks and months, we can come to at least delay of a day or 15 or 10 hours or 8 hours. That would be a great achievement, I would say. So let us not make the best the enemy of better. So we should be able to help communities articulate their needs as well as their, what I call as sync and source function. Sync, which means they need to absorb the opportunities. Source means they should be able to provide what they can serve in the marketplace. So sync and source function need to be performed maybe 3 times a day, if not all the time. And this is till the infrastructure improves, till the fiber optic cable reaches everywhere, till the network improves everywhere, we should be able to find a midway in the process. We should also try and ensure that the potential of each partner is improved. I should articulate my need, but I should also articulate the unmet needs. What do I need from each other? Now, as I said earlier, we have hardly any trade among the self-help groups. There are millions of them in the country. Tens of thousands of crores they have saved. But how many products each group buys from another group? How do we create circulation of capital within the community and across the communities rather than only between rural and urban areas? This is another challenge. And therefore, the articulation of their need, articulation of their stocks, articulation of their choices, articulation of their unique skills is very important. That's first challenge. So that will give visibility. Second comes, that will give voice. Second comes the visibility. So our platform should be such where mediators, where NGOs, where civil society organizations, where a panchayat will create on their website. Every village should have a website and should articulate on the platform what are the products that they can offer. Government said one product, one district. I would say one village. Every village has something to offer. Gloria mentioned very rightly that there could be tourist site, there could be archaeological site, there could be historical sites. So there may be farm tourism, there is agricultural tourism. And communities may like people to come, and there are stay homes. As we all know, in hill areas, at least stay homes are picking up very well. In other regions also, they should pick up so that people can go to each other and visit and learn from them. So we need to create platforms which will facilitate the articulated needs to be met. We should also ensure that people don't remain confined to proximal markets. The distant markets are also covered, for which, of course, we will need mediators who will sometimes book orders for them, then get them delivered. Now comes the third point, velocity. How do we give speed? The country is waiting all over the world. This is an international conference, and I'm sure participants from various countries will also be concerned. How do we speed up the scope of development? How can e-governance so that we achieve and widen the scope of our livelihoods? All the three need to be obtained. How do we do that? So I would say, apart from horizontal exchange, we should also ask the same question to FPOs, farmer producers organization. How many of them communicate with each other? How can they complement the portfolio of enterprises? As I mentioned about network entrepreneurship, I would like each FPO to have a catalog of what other FPOs offer in their domain. Supposing they are livestock based, what are other products that other livestock based FPOs are giving? Same with SHGs, self-help groups. So we need to create catalogs, we need to create pooled resources, pooled offerings of these groups, so that the customer would not go unsatisfied. I'm coming to you, you don't have what I need, but you know someone who can meet my need. Point me to them or procure from them and give it to me. That will give velocity. We can unlock tremendous entrepreneurial energy if we can start promoting cooperation, partnership, networking among the small producers, because then, like the small fishes can even overpower sometimes the big fish through their collective effort, same thing will happen among the small entrepreneurs. We will have to provide packaging materials, circular packaging material. That means the ones which don't increase to the wastage. We will have to introduce reverse logistics. If you want to buy something, let's say, I recently ordered palm jaggery, and it was very nice. The boxes made of fallen coconut leaves were used by this group in Tamil Nadu to supply to me palm jaggery. Now this box is made of mat of fallen coconut leaves or harvested coconut leaves. Now this is very sustainable. This is very circular. That means there's zero waste in this packaging. Why can't we help this? I was very shocked when in the last Shodh Yatra we had in Rameshwaram, and we found that 6 by 3 feet sold for 25 rupees. Now imagine how many boxes can be made out of that mat, and how much more value can be given to them. We have not yet made it possible that all the FPOs will try to use sustainable packaging. All the self-help groups will try to use sustainable packaging based on the materials there. And lastly, I must say that we must move from microfinance to micro venture finance. I've been pleading with SIDBI, I've been pleading with NABARD that microfinance is for goods and services for which market exists. Micro venture finance is for goods and services for which market does not yet exist. We can't generate jobs by only multiplying what is already available in the market. We have to bring new innovative products and services. We have to provide them in a new packaging material. We have to provide them in new stories. We have to provide them with a new mechanism of delivery. And all of this will require a possibility of networking among the entrepreneurship and providing them risk capital. So I think we need to ensure that we make a transition from microfinance to micro venture finance so that more and more livelihoods will be generated. And it is possible, digitally it is possible. During COVID, we could support in the early phase of 2, the SIDBI of Micro Venture Innovation Fund. Communities across the country, Manipur, fiber made out of the lotus stem, or in Kashmir, or in Gorakhpur, or in Tamil Nadu, banana fiber products, or in Karnataka, where straws are made out of the fallen leaves. So there is a whole variety of sustainable products which are coming up. How many of them are being used by, let us say, myself and my institute, or your institute, and all of us? So we should also modify our consumption habits. We should all ask ourselves, what did I buy from these people who work with hands? And I would say there is an ethical imperative on the entire consumption market to change the purchasing behavior of urban consumers and elite consumers and professional consumers and all of us who have disposable income. So we need to work at both ends, the demand side and the supply side. And e-governance should also influence consumers and shape their purchasing behavior, so that we buy more and more products and services from people who work with hands, who work in small communities, who work in communities which conserve nature very well. So let me conclude by saying that the golden triangle that GYAN has been propagating from 97 onward, when it was set up, innovation, investment, and enterprise, this triangle needs to be forged globally and also across region. And e-governance makes it possible to innovate from one region, to source investment from another region, to support enterprise in third region. It is possible, and it is only possible, I would say, through e-governance. It is not possible otherwise. So e-governance makes it possible for us to make this triangle not just within the country, but globally. And in this international conference, I wish you all a great success and hope that we will use globalization, what I call a G2G model, from grassroots to global. So far, globalization meant large corporations selling things to small people. Now let us turn the table and say, we will like products from our communities to go to the whole world around, and reverse globalization will be the mantra of future to make not only country stable, self-reliant, as Prime Minister said, we should make in India for the world, and we will make for the world. Our communities will make for the world. Thank you so much, Gloria, and all other team members. I appreciate your inviting me for today, and I hope that these ideas will go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. I came here as a host of the ceremony, but I became your student, and I just gathered the knowledge that there are 5,97,483 inhabitant villages in India, and among them 82,149 villages have a population size of less than 200. Your initiative will definitely help them to be self-reliant. And I also would like to add that just during the third wave, our Director General Madam had instructed 3 faculties of ni-msme, Sharat Muthalaiya, Naveen Kumar, and Vijay Kumar, to roam around all the villages, districts of Telangana, to train the people of the rural area in the honeybee networks. I did not know anything about them because I was working on other things. Now I am interested to know about that. But ni-msme took the initiative in the month of January and February. I saw that they had worked in the districts in Telangana with the honeybee network program. So thank you very much. Sincere thanks. We definitely look forward to host you physically at ni-msme to become more motivated in this direction.
Thank you very much. And I hope that the Telangana was one of the first states in the country which used public procurement at district level. You know, I have not come across such examples from other parts of the country. So I compliment colleagues from Telangana, TSIC, and others that you have created a very good example where district collector can order procurement of a local product made by a local innovator at district level. And I think this is something, a message through ni-msme, which should go not only in different districts of the country, 700 odd districts, but also globally, that public procurement has to become a powerful driver of self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, and of course, livelihood sustainability. Thank you so much.
Yes, Professor. Our Director General has already established working relationship with the T-Hub, WeHub, and TSIC and REACH. So the venture capitalists, they are also showing interest to work with the ni-msme, and definitely your dream will be successful by this organization. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So our next guest is Mr. Tapan Kumar Shahu. Tapan Kumar Shahu is presently the AGM NABARD, National Agriculture Bank. So Tapan Kumar Shahu ji has done master's degree in agriculture from the Odisha University and agriculture in 2002. And then he joined the Punjab National Bank and as a probationary officer and worked there for 1.5 years. Subsequently, he left the job and joined Food Corporation of India in 2005 as manager technical and worked for 4 years in Odisha. After brief stint in FCI, he joined in NABARD at head office of Mumbai and worked in the development department. Then he was transferred to Odisha as district development manager to Balangir district in 2013 and worked there up to May 2019. So this is his brief profile, which is shared with me, but this does not indicate that what kind of person he is. He is a progressive man. He helps ni-msme in various ways. So I have seen when the ni-msme organized the digital marketing program in the month of March or end of February, Mr. Shahu came forward and helped ni-msme. When we approached to Mr. Shahu and NABARD for the support for the Green Energy Conference program, NABARD came forward and supported us. And this time also, NABARD came forward through Mr. Shahu, and he is helping us to organize this conference. So definitely he and his department, they have a thorough plan to encourage the entrepreneur, the micro entrepreneur, who will be a developer of the GDP and the economy of this country. Now it is, sir, over to you, to Mr. Tapan Kumar Shah.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the compliments. Is it audible? I'll first of all, good morning to everybody and all the participants, the speakers, the officials from National Institute of MSME, respected Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, founder Honeywell Network, Madam DG, Dr. Glory Swarupa, Padma Shri, PP Power, Executive Director, Model Village Program, and Padma Shri Ravi Kumar Nara from Tiki, and all other participants who are joining online in this virtual conference, international conference on e-governance in promotion of farm and non-farm enterprise to achieve livelihood sustainability. First of all, I will thank National Institute for MSME giving for an opportunity to share some of the thoughts which NABARD is working in this direction. My previous speaker has clearly spelled out the sustainability of this livelihood program. In his beautiful speech, he has covered in almost all parameters of this sustainable livelihood, how we can go from dependency to Atmanirbhar. So in this direction, NABARD, though a financial institution, developmental financial institution, but simultaneously we are into the developmental function parallel with our financial obligations mandated under the Act. Under this developmental financial sector, we broadly focus both farm as well as farm for non-farm. As all of you know, mostly 85% farmers are small and marginal farmers. For them, agriculture may not be a viable proposition. So through various funds, we are promoting these grassroots level institutions to promote livelihood. For example, initially we have promoted these farmers clubs. Then they have graduated into the farmer producer organizations. Now we are working in this direction, how to make these farmers producer organizations self-sustainable. And we are one of the partner in the central sector scheme for promotion of 10,000 FPOs, where we can make sustainable livelihood in the farm sector development or the farming sector. And besides that, we are providing the incubation support or the training support through our institute called Bankers Institute of Rural Development for these programs. Besides that, we have n number of development programs, whether it is watershed, tribal development, sustainable livelihood. And one of the parameters has mentioned, the climate change is a threat to this sustainable livelihood. And in this direction, we have also partnered with the government of India to implement a number of climate change projects, whether it is national framework or international framework. And all these programs have been digitized, and we put a better governance structure to effectively implement those programs, and the benefits should reach to the ultimate beneficiary. Coming to the off-farm or the non-farm sector, NABARD being a premier institution in promoting the self-help group since 1991, almost 30 years ago, we have promoted this self-help groups concept. Now it has become a revolution. And not only that to promote, but these self-help groups, how they will graduate to the micro-entrepreneurship. We have given them a lot of training under micro-entrepreneurship development program, or how their livelihood will be sustainable, to give a longer duration of training like livelihood internship development program. And to facilitate these SSC members their product to market, we're providing them opportunity to go to different marts, different hearts to support them for marketing of their product. Not only that, now the youth, if you see, now today's youth, they are not inclined to the agriculture. So to attract them to the agriculture, we have different programs for the rural youth to attract into the agriculture, or the skill development of the rural youth to promote different skills so that they can earn their livelihood. Besides this, under MSME also, we are one of the important partner in implementing Startup India scheme. And recently, we have into the agri startup programs. So we have supported agri startup hubs. We are promoting the incubation support to these agri startups, and these startups were connecting to the FPO or the rural entrepreneurs, so that they will get benefit from this agri startups. So these are some of the glimpses where NABARD is working for promotion of farm and non-farm enterprises, and with the support of all stakeholders, we can make their livelihood self-sustainable. So with this, I will again congratulate NIMS for conducting this international conference. I think the ideas and the thoughts generated from this conference will be shared among all the stakeholders. And as a NABARD being a premier institution, is a developmental financial institution, will take the action points forward to make this livelihood sustainable. Thanks, National Institute for MSME for giving this opportunity, and thank you and best wishes for this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahu, for your very brief but very informative deliberation. The problem is that except film, politics, and cricket, and accident, mainstream or visual media, they do not highlight the other activities in their page or in their main prime time. So the good work, whether NABARD or State Bank of India or any other government financial institutes they are doing for the people of India, for the rural people of India, that is not highlighted and that is not known to them. So definitely we will work together to spread this awareness amongst to the people who are really the stakeholder of this program. So thank you very much. Our next guest is Padma Shri Ravi Kumar Nara, National President, DICCI. A little brief of our distinguished guest is that he qualified with a postgraduate degree in law, besides acquiring PG diploma in journalism as well as public relations. He struggled hard to study in his childhood, but he never gave up. He worked as a partner with the Messrs. Aditya Birla in 1996. Through his vast networking and leadership skill, in short time, overtook his peers and subsequently formed Greater Hyderabad Builders Federation, which is an achievement. Then, at present, he is the managing director of Messrs. Apna Doorstep Services Private Limited, Messrs. Smart Green Infra and Logistic Management Private Limited, and also managing partner, Messrs. Aditya Communications. And most importantly, he did not forget his past. He had formed the country's first chairman of Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is striving to promote entrepreneurship among SC/ST communities. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, now it is. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, and my fellow speakers on the occasion of the inaugural ceremony, Mr. Tapan Kumar Sahuji, Popatrao Pawarji, Anil K. Gupta ji, and Diben Chaudhary ji. So I congratulate ni-msme for organizing this topic, which is scheduled for 2 days, which is the need of the hour, because we are very fortunate to see the transformation happening in the present scenario. We have seen those days where we have faced a lot of difficulties in getting the communication between the individuals, even if you want to communicate a letter, or even if you want to make a telephone call. So you have to book a trunk call and you have to wait for hours together to get corrected. So from those days, we have seen the communication, how it is being changed drastically. And now everybody can talk to each other at a stroke of a button. And through our conferences also, now the digitalized. So that is the change we could able to see. And I feel personally we are fortunate to see both the situations happening and the developments happening across the world. So now the world has become the global village. So now from here, we can do business with anybody. We can talk to anybody for any purposes. And there's a lot of advantages have become because of the digitalization. Of course, there are some negative aspects are also there, but those people who can use it for a positive way, and it has become the very great instrument in getting the development, particularly in the business. Because we have seen in those days, the businesses, how we used to do. Suppose if you want to participate in a tender, so at that tender time, The lots of gangs were there who will prevent somebody to filing the tender, and lots of mismanagement by the officials. So many things were happening. But because of the e-procurement and because of the e-tenders, now anybody can quote anything from anywhere throughout the globe. So that is the change. The digitalization has taken place, and now you have a e-procurement by all the institutions, which is very transparent. And the government of India, we should appreciate the whatever changes happening in the world. We are living up to that, and we have created the GEM portal, which is the unique in the world itself. The many developed countries even does not have the GEM portal kind of thing, but we have in India the GEM portal. So likewise, for this purpose, ni-msme, which has completed 60 years. So that is also a great journey in the in developing the SMEs in the country. Because Honorable the then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had inaugurated this institution. That means how the government has focused in developing the SMEs, and also the institute's contribution, because we have seen ni-msme since 2013. I am well connected with the institute, where we have organized a very big program with the institute, and we could able to develop more than 160 entrepreneurs who are trained in this institute. And one of the participant in this thing, one Mr. Kallam Anjaneyali is also here, one of the present conference. He also got trained in the ni-msme. So ni-msme, as per the changing times, it is updating itself to convert into the digitalization. And through digitalization, we are able to organize so many training programs for the people. And if you see the change in the cinema field, so those days we have seen in films where there will be a film role, and that a lot of that role has to travel from place to place. So if I want to see in my village the movie which was released 1 year back in Bombay, I in a village we used to see after 1 year of the movie's release. But today, because of the digitalization, any individual who are sitting any part of the world can watch the movie from their house and also from the theaters. So that is the great contribution has taken place in the film industry. So likewise, there is no activity, there is no sector which is not using the digitalization. You see, I have seen, being a entrepreneur, I'll be visiting the entire country at various industries, various sectors. So in every industry, let it be a dairy farm, let it be a poultry farm, let it be a fish farm. So in everywhere, the digitalization is being used for a positive results and the very effective results. So, and another thing, because of the using of technology, the quality of the production is increased, marketing opportunities have been increased, and also the delivery mechanism has improved. Because if you want to transport earlier, we don't know one particular item is stationed at which place. But now, because of the digitalization, we could able to trace the product which has been transported from my factory to reach my customer. At any point of time, I will be able to tell, yes, my product now is stationed at so and so place, and it will reach so and so place. So because of the digitalization, we could able to see the deliveries on time, and delivery process is seen, manufacturing process is seen. The conveyor belt system has helped to give the more production and the quality production we could able to get. So that is the change the digitalization has brought, and the e-governance. Because of the e-governance, it has facilitated the various governments, including the government of India and the state government. They could able to earlier we were not able to count the population. We are not able to have a voter list properly because the same person's name was printed in his village, in his city, and at many places. But because of the digitalization, we could able to trace the duplication of the voters list. We could able to produce the Aadhaar card. So we could able to calculate the number of population and various how many women are there, how many children, male people are there, and also the age wise also we are able to calculate, and by which we can design the developmental programs. So that is the advantage of the digitalization the governments are now using to prepare the developmental activities. And also, if you see, I represent organization that is Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the India's 25% population belonging to the scheduled caste community, and 25% out of 25% population, the most of the population is residing in the rural villages. So now we could able to see the change what is happening in these communities also, though financially not sound, and though they are residing very at remote areas, particularly scheduled tribe communities, even then they are able to connect with the world. Just having a smartphone. If you are holding a smartphone in your hand, that means you are you are holding a globe in your hand. That is that much of powerful weapon the smartphone has become, and because of the competition and because of the various service providers emerging in the country, that has become the most cheapest form of communication today. So even if you purchase a newspaper, it may take 5 rupees to purchase a newspaper. But if you have a smartphone in your hand, you can view all the newspapers at a very reasonable prices. So that is the contribution what the digitalization is taking place. And we need to know, we have to understand as a India, we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav. So that is we are completing 75 years of independence. India got the independence in 1947. But one successful example of digitalization, I can say, in 1945, the Japan was bombarded with the Hiroshima Nagasaki bomb, and the entire country was destroyed. And those people who got survived were having some or the other health issues because of the atomic bomb power. So in spite of that bomb blasting, and in spite of the frequent floodings and frequent earthquakes, that country has emerged as a very powerful nation in the world. And today, the care of address for the technology is Japan. So this is the story, success story one the world can learn. Because of the digitalization, their progress has multiplied. Suppose if they would not have adopted the technology, and so many technologies have been invented by them, and because of that, the country's progress is as faster. So those countries which are adopting the technology and those companies which are adopting the technology, they are able to prosper in their ventures. So the role one individual cannot ignore the changes happening in the digital world. And if you are not up to date, you are outdated in the world, either maybe in the business, maybe in a politics, maybe in employment, or maybe you institution, anywhere. any person without using the technology. Now we have a company. Now we are able to register the attendance of an individual from a remote place. Those days were there where we used to have a fingerprint and all that. I have a 2,000 employees, and all these 2,000 employees, they are working in the different fields, and from that field, they will put the attendance through the technology. That is the digitalization. I can know from which location is putting the attendance, and I can fence the spot of his activation of the attendance. So wherever the work spot is there, he will go and he'll put his attendance. And I'm also able to monitor what work he's doing and remotely. So that is the change happened because of the digitalization. So for that reason, now I congratulate the ni-msme for organizing this, and this needs to be sensitized, and the particularly SME sector, because of some financial constraints, everybody is unable to use the technology, but we have to see and guide the people to know, practice the to use the technology in their respective businesses and their respective administrations. So that is the change contribution that ni-msme can do, and all these days the ni-msme's contribution is very effective and the result oriented for the past 60 years, and in the over a period of more years to come, I'm confident that ni-msme is going to support the people in the digitalization and then the promoting the e-governance in their respective businesses. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I congratulate you for organizing this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So from your speech, thought-provoking speech, we have understood that the primary objective of e-governance is better service delivery to citizen, ushering in transparency and accountability, empowering people through information, improve efficiency within government, that is between center state or interstates, improving interface with business and industry. Thanks for encouraging us, our organization, and also describing the role of your organization. Definitely, as we are joining hand and working together, definitely we'll be having more and more program in future for the benefit of the all section of people in our country. Thank you, sir. So our next guest, I should not say speaker, guest, is Padma Shri Popat B. Power, Executive Director, Model Village Program. Thank you, sir, for being with us, and please allow me to go through some of your activities which we have got. So he is Padma Shri recipient, but how he became a Padma Shri recipient? I also want to become a Padma Shri recipient, but I cannot work hard like you. That is the difference. So what did you do? He is a farmer sarpanch of Hirware Bazar, a Gram Panchayat in Maharashtra, Ahmedgarh district. Postgraduate, millions of people are postgraduate in India, but that is not the case. He is Executive Director of Maharashtra State Government's Model Village Program. So he developed a village as a model village. He is credited to have transformed it from an improvised village into a model of development that the government of Maharashtra wishes to implement across the state. That is the difference between you and me. I dream, you implement it. Power led Hirware Bazar's transformation from a drought-prone village to a green and prosperous model village, thus successfully reproducing Anna Hazare's Ralegaon Siddhi model of village development. He featured in an India Today cover story as a person who demonstrated how rural water resources could be revived. I should not talk more because what I understood from this brief profile, that you are the ocean of the knowledge for rural development. Please share with us.
सभी को नमस्कार। आज हम यहाँ पर जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस होने जा रहे हैं, इसमें मैं मेरे खुद के पिछले 30 साल के अनुभव आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। जो ई गवर्नेंस इन प्रमोशन ऑफ फार्म एंड नॉन फार्म इंटरप्राइजेस टू अचीव लाइवलीहुड सस्टेनेबिलिटी, तो ये हमारा आज का टॉपिक है बात करने का। तो मैं ज्यादातर कुछ नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन जो प्रयास पिछले 30 साल से हम एक सूखा पीड़ित गांव में कर रहे हैं, हिवरे बाजार, उसके अनुभव से महाराष्ट्र के करीबन 100 गांव में, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक मॉडल गांव, वो ये प्रयास कर रहे। आमिर खान जी ने जो पानी फाउंडेशन की मूवमेंट महाराष्ट्र में चलाई, तो उसमें भी बेसिक जो था तो हमारा हिवरे बाजार मॉडल ही था। उसके साथ साथ में सोशल विलेज ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन मिशन जो कारपोरेट सपोर्ट से महाराष्ट्र में चली, उसके भी सीएम फेलोज का ट्रेनिंग और सब हिवरे बाजार में हुआ। तो एक मॉडल गांव बना है कि जिस गांव में आज पॉवर्टी लाइन खत्म है, माइग्रेशन बिल्कुल नहीं है, भूख नहीं है, और अर्बन टू रूरल रिवर्स माइग्रेशन शुरू हुआ। बिफोर 95 जो करीबन 98% फैमिलीज गांव छोड़ के शहर जाती थी टू सर्च फूड एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट, लेकिन आज के दिन साउथ अफ्रीका से माइग्रेटरी बर्ड्स हमारे तालाबों के ऊपर आ जाते हैं, और एक गांव एक आत्मनिर्भर गांव बना है। और इसका कारण ही एक है कि ये जो हमारी विलेज पंचायत है, ग्राम संसद लीडरशिप पंचायत की है, भागीदारी लोगों की है, और कन्वर्जेंस है। जो भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट, डिस्ट्रिक्ट पंचायत, सभी स्कीम जो है वह उसका कन्वर्जेंस है, और लीडरशिप पंचायत ने की। नेक्स्ट, आगे नेक्स्ट। हाँ, ये इंडिया में महाराष्ट्र में अहमदनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट उसका लोकेशन है। नेक्स्ट। हाँ, तो ये हालात थी गाँव। जो 89 में मैं पंचायत का सरपंच बन गया एक्सीडेंटली, क्योंकि 4th तक स्कूल गांव में था। 4th के बाद पढ़ाई के लिए बाहर जाना पड़ता था, और माइग्रेशन के कारण मड और स्टोन के मकान जो खंडर बन गए थे, दिसंबर एंड को ही वाटर लेवल 100 फीट नीचे जाती थी, और गांव की हालात इतनी खराब थी कि एक शराब की बोतल में एक लड़की की शादी बनती थी। लोकल लीकर प्रिपरेशन ड्रिंकिंग ये मेन इनकम सोर्स बन गया था, क्योंकि 1972 का ड्राउट, 77 का ड्राउट, 82 का ड्राउट, 10 साल में कम बारिश के कारण गांव की हालात इतनी खराब हो गई कि लोगों को गांव छोड़ के शहर जाना पड़ा। नेक्स्ट। तो 89 से 90 जो शुरुआत हो गई, तो मेरा एक अच्छा करियर था, M.Com तक पढ़ाई हो गई। क्रिकेट में नेशनल खेल चुका हूँ, जब ऑल इंडिया हो गए, जोन विनर होके ऑल इंडिया चेन्नई गए, रोहिंगटन बारिया ट्रॉफी। तो टेस्ट क्रिकेट नॉकिंग करने वाले क्रिकेटर ऑल इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट करने आते, पहले लीग, बाद में नॉकआउट में हम दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ हार गए थे। मैं पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था। तब मनोज प्रभाकर दिल्ली का कैप्टन था, चेतन शर्मा जो इंडिया की सिलेक्शन कमेटी चेयरमैन है, जो पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी से थे, मुझे उनके साथ खेलने का मौका मिला। बहुत बड़ी बड़ी हस्तियां जो बाद में इंडिया की टीम में चली गई। अब मैं सीधा गांव में आके पंचायत का सरपंच बन गया, जो एक कस्टम एयर इंडिया से जॉब भी हाथ में थे, लेकिन गांव के हालात और जो फोर्स आ गया गांव में, ज्यादातर वुमेन्स और स्टूडेंट्स, क्या आप कुछ तो भी करो, ये खत्म हो जाए, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट को अगर पनिशमेंट देनी है, चाहे टीचर हो, फॉरेस्ट गार्ड हो या पटवारी हो, उनकी ट्रांसफर गांव में की जाती है। खुद एक तो शराब पीने वाला चाहिए या पिलाने वाला चाहिए हालात। और ऐसी सिचुएशन में जो शुरुआत की, तो पहला प्रयास हमारा जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट से हुआ, क्योंकि उस वक्त कोई कारपोरेट फंड नहीं था, एनजीओ फंड्स नहीं था, और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल बजट प्लान में आएगा, ईयरली बजट में, तो ही उस गांव को फंड्स मिल सकते थे। तो हमने जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का प्रोग्राम पहला हाथ में लिया और शुरुआत हो गई। तो वहां श्रमदान, वॉलंटरी डोनेशन ऑफ लेबर, बैन ऑन ट्री कटिंग, बैन ऑन ओपन ग्रेजिंग, बैन ऑन अल्कोहल, फैमिली प्लानिंग, तो इस तरह से 5 सूत्रों के आधार पर हमने प्लानिंग शुरू किया। जहां ट्री प्लांटेशन है, पहला प्रयास किया टॉप पे जहां रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट, वहां ओपन ग्रेजिंग को बैन कर दिया और ट्री कटिंग को बैन कर दिया। और इसके साथ जो ट्रेंचिंग का काम हुआ, ग्राई डेवलप हुआ, प्लांटेशन हुआ, और रिचार्ज के बाद बिल्कुल परकोलेट वाटर तालाबों में आना शुरू हुआ। तो इस तरह से हमारा पहला प्रयास, और लोग इतने खुश हो गए, चलो गांव में रोजगार मिला, क्योंकि कौन सी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थी गांव में आके महाराष्ट्र स्टेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी स्कीम सपोर्ट से काम करने के लिए, क्योंकि गांव में शराब घर घर में थी। एक लीकर की बोतल में एक लड़की की शादी बनती थी। स्कूल के स्टूडेंट लोकल लीकर लेके आने के, टीचर और विलेजर स्कूल में बैठ के शराब पीने के, और एक क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड गांव का बन गया था। ब्लैक लिस्टेड गांव था डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस डायरी में, क्योंकि 1982 में एक मर्डर केस हुआ था, हाफ मर्डर के कई केसेस थे, छेड़छाड़ी के महिलाओं के कई केसेस थे। और ऐसे हालात में तो 89-90 से यह प्रयास शुरू हुआ। नेक्स्ट, हाँ, तो ये मेन चार्ट हमारा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। येलो कलर जो विलेज पंचायत है, ब्लू कलर ग्राम सभा है, और बाकी सपोर्टिंग सिस्टम है, श्रमदान, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप, डेयरी डेवलपमेंट, सोशल फोरम, गवर्नमेंट किया, और कोऑपरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर सोसाइटी। जो गांव में रहेगा वो उसको अगर पंचायत उन्हीं को ही सपोर्ट करती थी। गांव की जो डिसिप्लिन है, जो फॉलो करेंगे, उसको एबीसी सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा, सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ डोमिसाइल, कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेट, बर्थ एंड डेथ सर्टिफिकेट, ये तो गवर्नमेंट विलेज पंचायत प्रोवाइड करती। फिर भी ग्राम सभा के सपोर्ट से उसको टाइप किया हमने पंचायत के साथ, कि जो गांव में डिसिप्लिन रखेगा उसको प्रायोरिटी से ये सर्टिफिकेट दिए जाए। नेक्स्ट, तो ये हमारे सप्त सूत्री, जो पहले 5 सूत्र थे, और अनुभव से ओडीएफ विलेज होना चाहिए, ओपन डेफिकेशन फ्री विलेज। इसके साथ साथ ग्राउंड वाटर मैनेजमेंट का हो, फैमिली प्लानिंग हो, लीकर पे बैन हो, ओपन ग्रेजिंग पे बैन, ट्री कटिंग जो है उसके ऊपर बैन, और डोनेशन ऑफ लेबर। तो इस तरह से गांव की जो 7 सूत्रों के आधार पर जो डिसिप्लिन आ गया, और इसी के कारण हम सस्टेनेबल गोल की ओर चले गए। और जो जिनकी लैंड होल्डिंग है अच्छी, जो छोटे किसान हैं, उनके लिए भी काफी अच्छा प्रयास। और अभी खाली पहले 22 लैंडलेस फैमिलीज, अभी खाली 4 लैंडलेस, 4 में से 2 एसी कैटेगरी की है, 2 ओपन की, उनको भी हम सपोर्ट करते हैं बैंक। तो जिनके पास जमीन है लेकिन कुआं नहीं, उनको पंचायत ने कुआं दे दिया, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का कनेक्शन मिल गया, बैंक का सपोर्ट मिल गया, गाय या भैंस आ गई, और उसके कारण आमदनी बढ़ गई। और वो जो पॉवर्टी लाइन के नीचे थे, पॉवर्टी लाइन के ऊपर आ गए। इस तरह से 7 गोल है। सीक्रेट विपद जो है हमारे, ये 7 है, और इसके आधार पर जो डिसिप्लिन है, इसके कारण आज गांव आत्मनिर्भर बन गया। क्योंकि लोगों को सारे स्कीम की जरूरत चाहिए, सब्सिडी वाली, लेकिन शिवरे बाजार में जो सब्सिडी वाला है हमने बिल्कुल बंद कर दिया। गवर्नमेंट ने सबको, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप ने सबको पंगु बना दिया है सब्सिडी देके। कुछ करो मत, क्रिएटिविटी उनकी खत्म हो गई। तो हिवरे बाजार में पिछले 32 साल में हमने जो सब्सिडी वाला आइटम है उसको बाजू को रखा, चाहे वो इंदिरा आवास का मकान हो, बीपीएल वालों को वो खुद क्या कंट्रीब्यूट करेगा, वह श्रमदान से क्या करेगा, तो आपको इंदिरा आवास का मकान मिलेगा। तो ये सर जिसको बेनिफिट सरकारी स्कीम का चाहे वो खुद शराब पीने वाला नहीं चाहे, गांव के सारों श्रमदान और 7 सूत्रों को फॉलो करने वाला चाहिए, इस तरह से काम किया। नेक्स्ट। तो ये कुछ ग्राम सभा के इंपॉर्टेंट कुछ डिसीजन है। बोरवेल फॉर इरिगेशन पर्पस बैन कर दिया हमने, ओनली फॉर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, नॉट अलाउड फॉर इरिगेशन पर्पस। सेकंड, जो सेलिंग ऑफ लैंड टू आउटसाइडर्स, गांव की जमीन बाहर वालों को बेचना मना है, क्योंकि बाहर वाला लेता है, जो बेचने वाला है एक तो गरीब है, उसके परिवार में एजुकेशन की फीस की प्रॉब्लम है, या कोई बीमारी के प्रॉब्लम है, या हॉस्पिटलिटी के, या शादी की प्रॉब्लम है, तो वही बेचता है। तो हमने उनको सपोर्ट दिया बैंक का और हमारी कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी का, इसके कारण वो जमीन बेचना बंद हो गया। और तीसरा जो है फीलिंग ऑफ ओनरशिप, जो ये गांव मेरा है, देश मेरा, ये फीलिंग होना चाहिए, ये फॉरेस्ट हमारा है, फ्यूचर है, वाटर कंजर्वेशन हमारा पानी का भविष्य है। इस तरह से हमने किया और इसके कारण लोगों के ये काम सब हमारा है, गवर्नमेंट का नहीं, ये फीलिंग आ गया। और जो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस है उनको स्ट्रेंथन करने का प्रयास हमने किया। और साथ ही में जो मोर वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप्स है लाइक शुगर केन, बनाना, पोमोग्रेनेट, ग्रेप्स, जिसको बैन कर दिया। देयर इज ओनली हाफ ऑफ एकड़ एज अ ग्रीन पाउडर गाय या भैंस के लिए, क्योंकि आज गांव में डेयरी भी अच्छी डेवलप हो गई। तो इस तरह से जो एक कुछ हमारे विलेज लेवल ग्राम सभा के यानी कम्युनिटी के डिसिप्लिन है, इसके कारण आज की वाटर लेवल काफी अच्छी। नेक्स्ट। नेक्स्ट। तो ये है हमारी ग्राम सभा, जरूरत है तो हर महीने ग्राम सभा चलती। और इतना ही नहीं, जब स्वच्छता अभियान की मूवमेंट एक महाराष्ट्र में काफी अच्छी चली, तो रोजाना डेली ग्राम सभा चलती थी। अब महिलाओं का सपोर्ट बहुत बड़ा, 100%। और आज हमारे गांव में सबसे सुरक्षित कौन है, तो महिलाएं। आज हमारी घर की लड़की 10 बजे घर से स्कूल और स्कूल से घर तक सुरक्षित रहेगी नहीं, इसका डर है घर वालों को। लेकिन हिवरे बाजार में रात को 12 बजे कोई महिला और लड़की बाहर निकलती तो भी उसको डर नहीं। इतना सुरक्षित गांव बन गया, क्योंकि टॉयलेट 92 में बनवाए। महाराष्ट्र में पहला ग्राम विकास की मूवमेंट चली थी, उस वक्त के एक्स मिनिस्टर थे रंजीत बाबू देशमुख, तो ग्राम अभियान चलाए थे तभी से। लेकिन 80% लोगों ने टॉयलेट यूज नहीं किया। लेकिन जब 2016 में हमने, क्योंकि वाटर कंजर्वेशन, फॉरेस्टेशन ये हमारा बेसिक प्रोग्राम है, और उसको साथ साथ हमने स्वच्छता को भी जोड़ दिया। तो 92 में ओडीएफ बनाने का प्रयास हमने किया है, लेकिन साइकोलॉजी नहीं थी गांव की, घर में टॉयलेट गलत है। फिर जब आंगनवाड़ी से शुरुआत हो गई, स्कूल से शुरुआत हो गई, तो बच्चे टॉयलेट यूज करने लगे, स्कूल का टॉयलेट क्लीन करने लगे, तो स्कूल के बच्चों ने दादा दादी को टॉयलेट में बिठाया। तो अपने आप एक मच्छर दिखाओ 100 रुपए ले लो, ये नारा है हमारा। ड्रिंकिंग वाटर क्वालिटी इतनी अच्छी है कि बिस्लेरी से भी अच्छा पानी आज हमारा गांव का पीने का पानी। टॉयलेट क्लीन करने के लिए केमिकल कुछ हर्बल कुछ तो भी यूज करते हैं, और इसके कारण ग्राउंड वाटर क्वालिटी अच्छी है, गांव में बीमारी कोई समस्या नहीं है। और इतना ही नहीं, कोविड में हम देख रहे हैं पूरे भारतवर्ष में सारे स्कूल कॉलेजेस बंद थे, लेकिन देश का एकमात्र गांव था 15 जून को ओपन हुआ, वो कंटिन्यू अप्रैल तक ओपन था। ऑफलाइन स्कूल, कोविड के दोनों ही पेंडेमिक में ऑफलाइन स्कूल चला था गांव। आज 50% स्टूडेंट आउटसाइड से पढ़ाई के लिए हमारे गांव में आते। हेल्थ हो, एजुकेशन हो, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हो, या एनवायरमेंट हो, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट हो, यूथ मूवमेंट हो, नशा मुक्ति हो, बिफोर मैरिज HIV टेस्ट भी कंपलसरी होता है शादी में, ब्लड ग्रुप, नहीं तो एनीमिया और थैलीसीमिया, ये दो बहुत बड़ी समस्या महिलाओं में आ रही। तो ब्लड ग्रुप हर साल स्टूडेंट का भी और महिलाओं का भी हम 100% करते। 15 जुलाई को हर साल हेल्थ कैंप चलता है, महिला हो, यूथ हो, लड़के हो, लड़कियां हो, ज्येष्ठ नागरिक हो, तो इस तरह से हेल्थ के ओर भी हम काम करते हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, किचन फॉर हेल्थ पिछले 5 साल से हम काम कर रहे। कोविड में देखा हमारा डाइट प्लान ही खराब है, किचन फॉर टेस्ट है, अब इसके कारण हेल्थ के प्रॉब्लम शुरू हो गए। अभी हमारा प्रयास है 1 जनवरी 2023 के बाद 23 के बाद एक भी परिवार में कोई सिटीजन बीमार नहीं हो, लड़का हो, लड़की हो, महिला हो, ज्येष्ठ हो। हम अभी डाइट की ओर फोकस कर रहे हैं। हमारा किचन फॉर हेल्थ ये प्रयास अभी चल रहा है गाँव, नेचुरल हो या ऑर्गेनिक। आज भी हमारे देश में नेचुरल और ऑर्गेनिक की लड़ाई चल रही है। ऑर्गेनिक वाले कहते हैं नेचुरल गलत है, नेचुरल वाले कहते हैं ऑर्गेनिक गलत है। थोड़ी मात्रा में नेचुरल हो, ऑर्गेनिक हो, और थोड़ा केमिकल भी डोज जहां कमी है वहां एक रोल में 80% हम नेचुरल ऑर्गेनिक है, और 15 या 20% थोड़ा आउटसाइड से थोड़ा प्रयास करते हैं। और इसी कारण आज सॉइल हेल्थ इतनी अच्छी है, ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन लेवल हमारी काफी अच्छी है। हम देख रहे इसे अमृत महोत्सव अभी सेलिब्रेशन देश में चल रहा, क्या पाया क्या गवाया हम देखेंगे। तो अभी पंजाब की भूमि ने पूरे भारतवर्ष का पेट भर दिया। आज पंजाब की ड्रिंकिंग वाटर क्वालिटी और सॉइल हेल्थ इतनी खराब हो गई तो घर घर में कैंसर, डायबिटीज, ब्लड प्रेशर, हाइपरटेंशन। और एक हमेशा मुझे एक सोच में डूबा रहता हूं, डेवलपमेंट के बाद अगर इनकम बढ़ जाती है, आमदनी बढ़ती है, तो लोग नशा की ओर चले जाते। आज उड़ता पंजाब फिल्म पंजाब में आ गई। हमारे हिंदुस्तान में सबसे ज्यादा नशा आज पंजाब में चलती। चंडीगढ़ जाके कई बार मैंने खुद अनुभव किया, चंडीगढ़ रेल स्टेशन कैंसर ट्रेन का टिकट दे दो, बठिंडा जाने वाली ट्रेन को कैंसर ट्रेन के नाम के जाना जाता। इसका एक ही कारण है, देश की पहली बंद बोतल नोएडा, हरियाणा, पंजाब से बाहर निकली। हमारे भारतवर्ष में पानी ये पुण्य कर्म माना जाता है, और इसी कारण हर 4 साल के बाद सिंहस्थ कुंभ मेला लगता है। दुनिया भर के यूरोपियन कंट्रीज के लोग देखने आते हैं। यही था, रिसोर्सेस यही हमारा भगवान है, इनको प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, संभालेंगे तो हमको संभालेगा। अब पिछले 75 सालों में इतना केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर और पेस्टिसाइड पंजाब हरियाणा में यूज किया, तो आज जमीन कहती है ज्यादा पानी की जरूरत नहीं, मेरा पेट खराब हो गया, फर्टिलाइजर हो स्प्रे मत करो, मुझे डायबिटीज, ब्लड प्रेशर, हाइपरटेंशन हो गया। तो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर क्वालिटी और सॉइल हेल्थ यही हमारा फ्यूचर है। आज तो बहुत यात्रा निकल रही जगह दुनिया भर में, और दुनिया भर के सब साइंटिस्ट यही कहते हैं 2045-50 के बाद, यानी 25-30 साल के बाद दुनिया की 40% आबादी को खाने के लिए अनाज नहीं मिलेगा। और इसका रीजन सब दे रहे, सॉइल हेल्थ, वाटर होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी सॉइल की कम हो गई, उसका पीएच खराब हो गया, ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन लेवल एकदम डाउन हो गई। जैसा हम खाने के लिए जीते वैसे मिट्टी भी कुछ, उनको भी कुछ बैक्टीरिया है, उनका खाद है, लेकिन केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर के कारण ये खत्म हो गया। तो हिवरे बाजार एक ऐसा गांव है देश का जो 95 से वाटर बजट के आधार पर क्रॉप इम्पैक्ट करता है। 300 mm रेनफॉल है तो 100% खरीफ का क्रॉप, 70% रबी और 30% समर सीजन। हमारा जो देश का एग्रीकल्चर ढांचा है वो 27 नक्षत्रों के आधार पर चलता है। इसे 10,000 साल के बाद हमारी क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम डेवलप हो गई। पहले तो सब माइग्रेट होते थे, बर्ड्स, एनिमल्स, ह्यूमन माइग्रेशन था टू सर्च फूड। लेकिन आदमी को दिमाग है, उन्होंने फॉरेस्ट से कुछ स्पीशीज प्रोटेक्टिव इरिगेशन करके लाए। खरीफ की फसल छोड़ दी, फिर रबी का पैटर्न आ गया। 70% प्रोटेक्टिव इरिगेशन रबी को लगता है, 30% रेन डिपेंडेंट। अब थर्ड पैटर्न आ गया समर सीजन का क्रॉप, 100% प्रोटेक्टिव इरिगेशन। और इसका प्रेशर ये हो गया तो ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल हमारी खराब, ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हुआ। ट्यूबवेल की डेप्थ 500,000 फीट गई। आज पंजाब में 600 फीट जमीन के नीचे गए तो भी पानी नहीं मिलता। और जमीन मिट्टी को इतना पानी पिलाया, 8-8 दिन रिचार्ज नहीं होता, वाटर ड्रेन करना पड़ता है। अभी लास्ट वीक मैं हरियाणा में था, एक कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए गया था सोनीपत में। वहां जाके किसान के साथ बात की। उन्होंने कहा तो दादाजी के जमाने तो बहुत अच्छी उपजाऊ जमीन थी, आज पोता आ गया, खाने को रोटी नहीं मिलती, परेशान है सब। जब हम ये देख रहे कि 75 साल में पानी और मिट्टी की हालात कर दी हमने, और हमारा एक स्लोगन बन गया हमारे देश में, कुछ नुकसान हो गया तो गया पैसा मिट्टी में और गया पैसा पानी में। दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा रिसोर्सेस हमारे देश में। दादा नदी की रेती को हटा के झरना बना के पानी पीते थे और वही कुछ क्रॉप डेवलप करते थे। वो लड़का आ गया, उन्होंने नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाई, जंगल के बैल को लेके आया, फिर कुआं बनवाया, कुएं से पानी लिफ्ट करना शुरू कर दिया। एग्रीकल्चर, खेती किसानी, बागवानी शुरू की। फिर पोता ऐसा टेक्निक लेके आया, उन्होंने इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लाई, ऑयल इंजन लाया, प्लास्टिक का वाटर पॉन्ड लेके आया। और आज वो ऐसा टेक्निक लेने के प्रयास में क्लाउड सीधे आसमान से उसका पानी फॉर पॉन्ड यानी प्लास्टिक में डालने का प्रयास कर। 75 साल में जितना भी रिचार्ज हम कर रहे थे और हजारों सालों से जो स्टोर वाटर था, ग्राउंड वाटर, वो अभी ट्यूबवेल से, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से लिफ्ट करके जमीनी के ऊपर ये ऑपरेट करने के लिए। हिवरे बाजार में 95 से वाटर बजट के आधार पर प्रॉफिट बेटर किया। और नंबर 2, सॉइल लॉसेस के ऊपर 95 से हमने रिकॉर्ड रखा है। पूरे भारतवर्ष में आपको कहीं देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। सॉइल इरोजन कितना होता है इसका 95 से रिकॉर्ड रखा है। आज एक्शन की जरूरत है, खाली मूवमेंट और इसकी जरूरत नहीं, अभी एक्शन की जरूरत है। प्लानिंग तो बहुत अच्छा है हमारे देश में, बजट तो बहुत बढ़िया है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम जमीन के ऊपर जाने के बाद। अब हिवरे बाजार एक ऐसा मॉडल है जो कॉमन है, 100% कहीं रेप्लिकेट हो सकता है, क्योंकि स्पेशल फंडिंग नहीं, स्पेशल बजट नहीं, कारपोरेट बजट नहीं, जो भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स है बस उसका ही कन्वर्जेंस। हर देश में, हमारे हर गांव में पंचायत की लीडरशिप है, एनजीओ का सपोर्ट है, चाहे लाइन डिपार्टमेंट का सपोर्ट है, बैंक का सपोर्ट है। फिर अलग मॉडल क्या है, कुछ जरूरत नहीं। तो यहां अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि हिवरे बाजार में 99% सॉइल लॉसेस के ओर कंट्रोल किया। इसका कारण है फर्स्ट एफॉरेस्टेशन, टॉप जितना है, जहां पानी की बूंद पड़ती है वहां रिचार्ज होती, ग्रास डेवलपमेंट हो गया, ग्रास रूट इतने सॉइल बाइंडर है तो सॉइल इरोजन नहीं होने देते। और जो भी ओपन ग्रेजिंग चलता था उसके कारण ज्यादा सॉइल इरोजन होता था, तो कंट्रोल ग्रेजिंग आ गया, जहां प्लांटेशन है वहां ओपन ग्रेजिंग नहीं, और इसके कारण सॉइल लॉसेस एकदम रुक गए। और आज जो प्रयास में महाराष्ट्र की आदर्श गांव योजना का एग्जीक्यूटिव प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, 13 साल हो गए। मैं किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के ग्राउंड पे नहीं जाता हूँ, थोड़ा राजनीति से दूर है, सभी के साथ अच्छे संबंध रिलेशन है। तो जब मुझे एक सीएम थे महाराष्ट्र के 2008 में, विलासराव जी देशमुख साहब, उन्होंने ये योजना का प्रेसिडेंट बनवाई थी। मेरे पहले अन्ना हजारे जी थे, बाद में बदलाव आ गया स्टेट में, बीजेपी की सरकार आ गई, देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस साहब ने कहा कि अच्छा काम कर रहे, आगे लेके जाओ। फिर महाविकास आघाड़ी का सरकार आ गई 19 में, फिर उद्धव ठाकरे साहब ने कहा कि अच्छा काम कर रहे, आगे चलो। 13 साल वो स्टेट लेवल कमेटी का मैं एग्जीक्यूटिव प्रेसिडेंट, गवर्नमेंट का स्टेट से डायरेक्ट बजट गवर्नमेंट की टीम है ऑफिसर की। तो ये अनुभव 30 साल का था, अभी वो 2020 2 साल का मॉडल बन गया। महाराष्ट्र के कई अच्छे मॉडल गांव बने, जहां नक्सलाइट एरिया है गढ़चिरौली, वहां गुरनोली करके गांव है कुरखोड़ा ब्लॉक में, वहां रात को 1 बजे ग्राम सभा हमने की, वो मॉडल गांव बन गया महाराष्ट्र। नंबर 2 यवतमाळ डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जहां 68 फार्मर सुसाइड थी, वो गांव अडॉप्ट किया। सीएम साहब ने कहा कि यहाँ बहुत सारी फार्मर सुसाइड है, कुछ करो, तो हमने वो प्रयास किया, और वो प्रयास के कारण वो एक मॉडल गांव बन गया। पिछले 4 साल से एक भी फार्मर सुसाइड नहीं। कोठोड़ा नाम का गांव है यवतमाळ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, पांडरकवड़ा ब्लॉक में, और 100% ट्राइबल विलेज है, 100%। इसका कारण है ग्राम सभा का सपोर्ट, वुमेन सपोर्ट है। हर ये मेरा अनुभव अभी महाराष्ट्र में हम करें। अभी अभी हमारे पास यहाँ आदरणीय सुनील चौहान साहब, जो औरंगाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर है, डीएम है, वो डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी थे, तभी से इसके साथ जुड़े हैं। अब पिछले 30 साल से वो जब डेवलपमेंट ऑफिसर थे, तभी से होरे बाजार के साथ जुड़े हुए। आज यहाँ वो आ गए विजिट करने भी। नेक्स्ट, मेरा टाइम कितना है वो उतना बता दीजिए।
आप कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, आप कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं।
हाँ, तो फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ डेवलपमेंट जो है, तो 1 2 3 4 5 मेन हमारे बिंदु है, जिसके कारण ये बदलाव गांव में आ गया। नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट, और ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। 1 एजुकेटेड मैन कैन चेंज 1 होम, 1 educated home can change 1 village, and 1 educated village can change everything। ये हमारा अनुभव। 4th स्कूल था, 7th तक बन गया, फिर 10th तक है। अभी 50% स्टूडेंट आउटसाइड से पढ़ाई के लिए याद। हम खाली लिटरेट नहीं कर रहे उनको कल्चर्ड कर रहे। ये देश हमारा है, गांव हमारा है, रिसोर्स हमारा भविष्य है, इस तरह से प्रयास किया। नेक्स्ट, तो ये स्कूल है हमारा, पहले वाला स्कूल, अभी का स्कूल। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया 7.5 लाख रुपए देती है एक क्लासरूम को, 20x18 और 10 फीट हाइट की। और हिवरे बाजार में स्कूल बन गया 24x30 और 12 फीट हाइट का। हमारा गवर्नमेंट मॉडल है बकरी और मुर्गी बंद करने के लिए, और हिवरे बाजार का मॉडल है बिल्कुल वेंटिलेशन इतना अच्छा है, बड़ी बड़ी विंडोज, और इसके कारण खुशी से बच्चे स्कूल में बैठते। नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट, ये हेल्थ सब सेंटर है गांव, हेल्थ सब सेंटर टाइप प्लान गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का है, ग्राउंड फ्लोर का है, 8 लाख रुपीज का है। हमने वो 12 लाख रुपए का बनाया, जिसमें लोकल कंट्रीब्यूशन और जो अवार्ड मिल गया तो उसमें से G+ कर दिया। आज बे में डॉक्टर यहाँ निवासी है, हेल्थ सब सेंटर में कैल्शियम की चेकिंग होती है, शुगर की चेकिंग होती है, बीपी की, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट की सारी सिस्टम, जिनकी पेइंग कैपेसिटी नहीं उनके लिए, जिनके पास पैसा है उनके बच्चे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में नहीं जाते, वो प्राइवेट स्कूल में जाते। एनिमल केयर सेंटर प्राइवेट में जाते, गवर्नमेंट में नहीं, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम ही कोलैप्स है हमारा। तो हमने वही सिस्टम को स्ट्रॉन्ग किया। आंगनवाड़ी, गवर्नमेंट प्राइमरी स्कूल, सेकेंडरी स्कूल, हेल्थ सेंटर, सब सेंटर, एनिमल केयर सेंटर, ये सब इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग किया, और हमारा सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आगे के 100 इयर्स उसको मेंटेनेंस की जरूरत है। अभी जो हमारा पक्का रोड बन गया कंक्रीट का गांव में, 20 साल हो गए, और 20 साल वो खराब नहीं हुआ। 15 साल हो गए कारपेट के रोड भी हमारे खराब नहीं। गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है वो हम देखते नहीं, लेकिन सरकार अगर 1 लाख रुपए देती है, हम 1,25,000 रुपए का काम करते हैं। 25% कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन लोगों का होता है। जो अंग्रेजों ने 200 साल हो गए, आज भी उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मेंटेनेंस फ्री है। तो हिवरे बाजार आगे के 100 साल उसको मेंटेनेंस होगा, और लाइन और लेंथ में है पूरी बिल्डिंग। नेक्स्ट, ये एनिमल केयर सेंटर है। अभी 6,000 लीटर पर डे मिल्क कलेक्शन। 2000 में चाय में डालने के लिए दूध नहीं था, अभी 6,000 लीटर पर डे मिल्क कलेक्शन। नेक्स्ट, 5 मिनट। नेक्स्ट, ये हमारा डेयरी का सेंटर है और सारे फार्मर चलाते हैं। हर साल डिविडेंड देती है डेयरी, बोनस भी मिलता है। और ये किसानों की, हम आजकल देख रहे हैं डेयरी सेक्टर में, वो गाय और वो महिला जो काउडंग उठाती, वो दोनों प्रामाणिक है, बाकी कोई प्रामाणिक नहीं। उसमें हमने वो प्रयास किया है कि हर जो जिनके पास गाय और भैंस है उसका लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड भी अच्छा होना चाहिए। तो एक गांव की डेयरी है हमारी। अभी विलेज ब्रांड से हम मिल्क का मार्केटिंग का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हम नेक्स्ट प्लान किया हमारा। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये रोड्स देखो, ये जिम है, इंटरनल रोड है, प्लास्टिक फ्री है, मॉस्किटो फ्री गांव है। एक मच्छर दिखाओ 100 रुपए ले लो। नेक्स्ट वन। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये जिम है काफी अच्छी। नेक्स्ट, ये पीने के पास ड्रिंकिंग वाटर स्कीम है, और जिनके घर में ड्रिंकिंग वाटर कनेक्शन चाहिए वही महिला कमेटी के मेंबर बनती। और पिछले 10-12 साल से जो वुमेन ग्रुप है वो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर स्कीम चलाती। 100 रुपीज हर महीने 100 रुपए 100% पे करते हैं टैक्स ड्रिंकिंग वाटर। कोई समस्या नहीं। इसके कारण ओपन ड्रेनेज नहीं, कुछ नहीं, और काफी अच्छा क्लीन और अच्छा रोड और है। नेक्स्ट, और लास्ट 20 ईयर से 72,000 रुपीज खर्चा है मेंटेनेंस का ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का हमारा। यह ग्राम पंचायत और ग्राम सभा के डिस्कशन। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का, जैसा मोबाइल का हम रिचार्ज करते हैं कार्ड, वैसा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का सब स्टेशन है गांव के लिए। ट्रांसफार्मर है, हर ट्रांसफार्मर के ऊपर जितने कनेक्शन है वो उनकी कमेटी के मेंबर है, प्रेसिडेंट है, सेक्रेटरी है। हर साल वो साइकिल प्रेसिडेंट फिर मेंबर बनता है, सेक्रेटरी मेंबर बनता है, आगे चलता है ये साइकिल। और 100% जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का बिल है वो पे करते हैं, और इसके कारण फुल पावर से बिजली का सप्लाई मिलता है। चोरी बिल्कुल नहीं होती है गांव में। नेक्स्ट, ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का कंजम्पशन है। 14,000 यूनिट के गांव को जरूरत है, और एक अच्छा सपोर्ट यहाँ सुनील चौहान साहब यहाँ है। तो जब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बोर्ड के एमडी थे तभी उन्होंने काफी अच्छा सपोर्ट ट्रांसफार्मर के लिए हमने, क्योंकि मैं ये इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि हिवरे बाजार में था करके वो ऐसा नहीं, हमारा गांव था, और गांव के प्रामाणिक भाव को गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम ने प्रामाणिकता से सपोर्ट किया। और जो प्रयास प्रामाणिक भाव से हमने किया तो कुछ प्रामाणिक पॉलिटिशियन ने उनको सपोर्ट किया रोड बीट बनाने के लिए, और जो अच्छा मॉडल बन गया, जो चौथा स्तंभ है मीडिया, उन्होंने इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक हिवरे बाजार का जो केस स्टडीज 7 समंदर पार किया। तो ये हिवरे बाजार मॉडल। नेक्स्ट, 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 ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो कि मैंने देखा पिछले 30 साल में हर 10 साल में एक जनरेशन गांव में आता है काम करने के लिए। तो 3 जनरेशन देखे, जिन पहले 90 से 2000 तक जो जनरेशन था वो तो बहुत गरीबी देखी थी उन्होंने। माइग्रेट होता था 95%। तो अगर एक गलती हो गई तो मान लेते थे अरे सरपंच ने इतना काम किया है, एक गलती हो जाती, वो संभाल के चलते थे, समझ लेते थे। फिर दूसरा जनरेशन ऐसा आता है, आधा उधर है पुराने में, आधा नए में, और तीसरा जनरेशन ऐसा है उसको सब कुछ मिला है गाँव में। पंचायत है, बैंक है, स्कूल है, हेल्थ सुविधा है, एनिमल केयर सेंटर है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आ गई, सुरक्षितता है गांव में, सब कुछ मिल गया। और घर में पिताजी ने अच्छा मकान बनवा लिया, 4 व्हीलर आया, 2 व्हीलर आया, ट्रैक्टर आ गया, गरीबी खत्म हो गई। फिर वो गड़बड़ी करते हैं, फिर रोआ गए तो बच्चों का जो सेविंग है, पॉकेट मनी मिलता है स्कूल में आते हो तो बच्चे कुछ भी खा लेते, इसके कारण उनकी डेंटल हेल्थ बहुत खराब होती है। तो डेंटल हेल्थ खराब होने का कारण था पॉकेट मनी और जो स्वीट खाते हैं बच्चे। तो हमने किया कि स्वीट के जो पॉकेट मनी के 50% फंड दादा दादी या माता पिताजी के नाम अकाउंट जमा करेंगे स्कूल में। आज 15 लाख रुपीज का सेविंग फर्स्ट से लेके 10th तक के स्टूडेंट का नेशनलाइज बैंक में। आदत लग गई उनको सेविंग की। अब गलत कुछ भी स्वीट खाना नहीं है, इससे हेल्थ की प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है, ये भी समझ जाए। नेक्स्ट, ये ग्राम सभा और उसके डिश का। नेक्स्ट, ये कुछ एग्रीकल्चर के जो प्रोग्राम है उसमें लोगों की भागीदारी ये, और ये गैस का सपोर्ट महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने वो डिसीजन लिया था, जो जंगल संरक्षण करेगा उसको 100% एलपीजी गैस देंगे। पहले एससी और एसटी को मिलता था, तो हमने गांव में कभी नहीं लिया। तो प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी जब गांव में आ गए, अभी वो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कमीशन के डायरेक्टर है दिल्ली में, प्रवीण परदेश साहब, वो प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी थे। अभी लास्ट वीक में दिल्ली में ही था कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कमीशन, जो प्रधानमंत्री अवार्ड मिलता है IAS IPS IRS IFS को। तो अभी जो एक पैनल था 5 लोगों का, एक मेजर जनरल थे, 2 सेक्रेटरी से, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी, मैं भी वो पैनल का मेंबर था। जो इनोवेशन पूरे देश से आते, उसमें से शॉर्ट लिस्ट 30 किए थे, 30। फिर 15 मिनट उनका प्रेजेंटेशन हमारे पैनल के सामने, और बाद में फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड निकालना। तो काफी अच्छा अनुभव मुझे भी वो मिल गया। नेक्स्ट, तो ये है आज हमारे देश में सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम गांव में जो है विलेज लेवल पे, लैंड रिकॉर्ड और रोड से लेके। तो हिवरे बाजार में 2004 में शुरुआत की, क्योंकि पहले 2007 के पहले 15 साल हमने देखा सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम गांव में फार्म बाउंड्रीज के ऊपर आई थी, और इसके कारण गांव में गड़बड़ी होती थी। 100% लैंड रिकॉर्ड का रिन्यूएशन किया, रिसेटलमेंट किया, आगे के 100 नहीं 200 साल, क्योंकि अंग्रेजों ने जब 1929-30 को हमारा 7/12 लैंड रिकॉर्ड बना के रखा, तब उन्होंने कहा था हर 30 साल के बाद, 30 इयर्स के बाद रिसेटलमेंट करो। वो हुआ नहीं, और आज बहुत सारी समस्या है। नेक्स्ट 10 या 10 साल में ही हर घर में 50% विलेजर्स कोर्ट और पुलिस स्टेशन में देखने को मिले। हर घर में पुलिस वाला और एक वकील की जरूरत पड़ेगी, एडवोकेट की। तो हिवरे बाजार में कोई डिस्प्यूट्स लैंड रिकॉर्ड से लेके अभी नहीं हुआ। तो ये प्रयास किया था, इसके लिए डिविजनल कमिश्नर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट MD, सेक्रेटरी लैंड रिकॉर्ड, इन्होंने काफी अच्छी मदद की है। क्योंकि फ्यूचर में जो आमदनी कम होने वाली है, 50% लैंड जो है डिस्प्यूट के कारण बैरन होगी। नेक्स्ट, और ये बिफोर मैरिज HIV टेस्ट भी कंपलसरी होता है। तो ब्लड ग्रुप बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसके कारण महिला सक्षम हो गई। कैंसर के जो प्रॉब्लम महिलाओं में है, ब्लड ग्रुप से लेके है, थैलेसेमिया हो, एनीमिया हो, तो इसके लिए हमने ब्लड ग्रुप का प्रयास हर साल करते हैं। नेक्स्ट, और ये पानी का नर्सरी बनाते, जो मैंने बचपन में अनुभव किया, जो मेरी पहली प्रेरणा रही, मेरे बचपन के रिसोर्सेज, झरने का पानी पीना, आम के सीजन में आम खाने को मिलते थे, जामुन के जामुन खाने को मिलते थे, बेर खाने को मिलते थे, कस्टर्ड एप्पल, और बाद में ये सब खत्म हो गया। जो ग्रीन कवर था गांव में पहाड़ी में वो बैरन हो गए थे। तो मेरी पहली प्रेरणा ये रही कि मेरे बचपन में 76 में जो गांव देखा, जो रिसोर्सेज देखे, जो लिटरेट नहीं थे लेकिन कल्चर सिटीजन से, वो मैंने देखा। ये मेरी प्रेरणा है गांव में काम करने की। बस वही प्रेरणा का निर्माण करना, ये सपना मैंने देखा और आज वो अचीव किया। आज सभी प्रकार के फ्रूट्स जंगल से खाने को मिलते मार्केट से पाउडर में पकाए हुए नहीं। झरने का पानी पीते हैं। दिसंबर में पानी खत्म होता था गांव में, 100 फीट ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल जाती थी ट्यूबवेल के लेवल पे। आज 31 मई को 35 या 40 फीट ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल, और लास्ट 27 मई को करीबन 10 कंट्रीज का एक डेलीगेशन था। नॉर्वे हो, नेपाल हो, ईरान हो, अच्छा 10 कंट्रीज के उनके मिनिस्टर थे, पॉलिसी मेकर्स थे। उन्होंने खाली हैंडपंप देके 35 में, तो वो एकदम ये होगा कि कैसा हो सकता है ऐसे। फिर डगवेज देखे कुएं 35 फीट वाटर लेवल, क्योंकि ट्यूबवेल बैन है। ट्यूबवेल तो 200 फीट जाती है, डगवेल खाली 40 या 60 फीट पे तक जाती, तो वाटर लेवल अच्छा है। तो ये नर्सरी बना स्कूल में, आउट ऑफ सिलेबस हमारे को वाटर बजटिंग, स्वच्छता, नशा मुक्ति, नर्सरी, ये हम स्कूल में सिखाते। आज जो हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, खाली कोचिंग क्लासेस, पैकेज और ब्रेन ड्रेन, विदेश चले जाते। तो यूरे बाजार में हमने हमारा भविष्य कैसा निर्माण हो वो सिलेबस तैयार किया। कंपलसरी एनएसएस, एनसीसी हमारे देश में कंपलसरी होना चाहिए। गांव में एनसीसी है, स्कूल में हमारा नेशनल सोशल स्कीम है, और इसके कारण फीलिंग होता है, डिसिप्लिन आता है। तो कंपलसरी ये बात 2 रास्ते कम हो गए तो भी चलेगा, लेकिन आज हमारे देश में कमी है वो डिसिप्लिन और फीलिंग ऑफ ओनरशिप। नेक्स्ट ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, ग्राम सुरक्षा यंत्रणा। जो हमारा फॉरेस्ट लैंड है, तो यहाँ उस वक्त अखिलेश कुमार से आईपीएस है, बिहार कैडर से, उत्तर प्रदेश कैडर से, वो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी थे वाटर रिसोर्स मिनिस्ट्री, और मैं भी वो IWMP कमेटी का मेंबर। जब आ गए थे 10 साल, मुझे लगता है 2016 में ग्राम सुरक्षा यंत्रणा लॉन्च की थी। वो क्या है कि जंगल में आग लगती थी, आग लग गई तो फॉरेस्ट वाले आने तक जंगल खत्म हो जाता था। तो हमने उस वक्त SMS 1 का नेटवर्क किया था। एक मैसेज मोबाइल पे जाता था तो लोग जंगल कंट्रोल करने, लेकिन वक्त लगता था। तो हमारा करीबन 700 मोबाइल कनेक्ट, 30 सेकंड का कॉल है। मैं पोपटराव पवार बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं पंचायत में बैठा हूँ, हमारे जंगल में आग लगी है, वहां आग कंट्रोल करने की जरूरत है। विद इन 30 सेकंड 800 मोबाइल पे मैसेज जाता है, और 10 मिनट के अंदर 100 यूथ और विलेजर्स जंगल की आग कंट्रोल करते। लास्ट ईयर 3 टाइम आग लग गई थी, कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ। 1 हेक्टेयर तक जंगल खराब हुआ, बाकी 200 हेक्टेयर कंट्रोल किया। और आज इसका फायदा लियोपर्ड भी आ रहा, वाइल्ड लाइफ काफी बढ़ गया। खाली टाइगर नहीं है, टाइगर छोड़ के पूरा वाइल्ड लाइफ डेवलप हो गया। तो अभी हम मैसेज देते, यहाँ लियोपर्ड देखने को मिला है, वो एरिया के लोग सुरक्षित, तो उस एरिया के 100 फैमिलीज को मैसेज गया तो सुरक्षित हो जाता। इसके कारण कोई डैमेज नहीं तो लोग जंगल को आग लगाते हैं, इसका कारण वाइल्ड लाइफ, पीग है, साथ साथ हिरण है, वो क्रॉप को खराब करते हैं, या लियोपर्ड अटैक करता है। तो हमारे गांव में पिछले 10 साल से लियोपर्ड सब है, लेकिन कुछ परेशानी नहीं। नेक्स्ट, और ये भी कुछ अलग, ये कोविड का मैंने बोला ऑफलाइन स्कूल, जो कोविड पैंडेमिक में ऑफलाइन स्कूल चालू था, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी इसका जिक्र किया। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये कोविड के जो अलग अलग आइए, सब इंटरनेशनल मीडिया तक गया था। नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट, ये देखो, ये फोटो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, ये 90 के पहले वाली फोटो। देखो, क्रॉप एंड पैटर्न था, स्वीट, सरगम, ऑलसीड और पल्सेस के सिवा कोच रही थी, ज्वार और बाजरा, मड और स्टोन के मकान, बैरन हिलोक्स, गिनी चुनी बबूल के पेड़ देखने को मिलते थे। बाकी ये एरिया जो बैरन दिख रहे हैं अभी 100% इरिगेटेड होता है। और ये टॉप की फोटो थी 4th नंबर की, ये देखो ब्लैक स्टोन था, अभी आपको एक भी स्टोन देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, बिल्कुल ग्रीन कवर हो गया। नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट, ये देखो, ये ऐसा हो गया। और ये टॉप टू बॉटम ट्रेंचिंग का, टॉप बॉटम ये इस तरह से। नंबर 1 की फोटोग्राफ देखो और लास्ट की फोटोग्राफ, सेम जगह की फोटोग्राफ। नेक्स्ट, और ये ड्रेनेज लाइन ट्रीटमेंट, हिवरे बाजार का क्या, अफॉरेस्टेशन, ग्रास डेवलपमेंट, एरिया ट्रीटमेंट यानी कि सॉइल कंजर्वेशन, और थर्ड में वाटर कंजर्वेशन, ड्रेनेज लाइन ट्रीटमेंट और सपोर्टिंग एनिमल हस्बेंड। ये 5 बिंदु इंपॉर्टेंट है। खाली वाटर कंजर्वेशन एक पार्ट है, लेकिन आफ्टर कंजर्वेशन ये सबसे बड़ी बात है। कंजर्वेशन तो सब करते, जब पानी कुएं में चला जाता है या वाटर पॉइंट में, तब वो किसान तय करता है क्रॉप एंड पैटर्न क्या करता है। और मार्केट ड्रिवन क्रॉप एंड पैटर्न या हमारी एग्रीकल्चर और वाटर की, पानी की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है। तो हमने वो मोर वाटर इंटेंसिव क्रॉप को बंद किया। वैसा ही महाराष्ट्र में 97% पानी शुगर केन के लिए यूज किया जाता है। और आज महाराष्ट्र की शुगर केन इंडस्ट्री, ये बैकबोन था महाराष्ट्र का, आज शुगर केन यानी शुगर बाय प्रोडक्ट बन गया। अब मेन प्रोडक्ट लीकर है। आज लीकर इंडस्ट्री चलेगी तो शुगर इंडस्ट्री बचेगी। देखो, दुर्भाग्य हमारा पंजाब में यही हालत देखी। नशा आमदनी आ गई तो नशा कंट्रोल करना, क्योंकि मेरे गांव के अनुभव के कारण बोलता हूँ, पूरा गांव बर्बाद हुआ था नशे के कारण। राम राज्य में भी नशा थी, देव देवता पे कारण भी राक्षसगण शराब पीते थे, लेकिन वहां संस्कारों की बात भी थी। आज संस्कार ही खत्म हो गए हमारे। पॉलिटिकल और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की जो कनेक्टिविटी है जनता के साथ, उसमें गैप आ गया। तो हिवरे बाजार में आध्यात्मिक बेस है, संस्कार है, और इसके कारण, संस्कार के कारण नशा कम हो गई। और ये सीक्वेंस, फर्स्ट की पिक्चर और लास्ट की पिक्चर, कुआ देखो वाटर टेबल। क्योंकि वाटर कंजर्वेशन हमने कम नहीं है, हमारे देश में बहुत जोर से 1968 से वेस्टलैंड डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड काम कर रही थी। 2008 में रघुवंश प्रताप सिंह जी जब मंत्री जी थे, तो पहले मीटिंग में मनरेगा की भी मीटिंग में मैं था, मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, तभी मैंने कहा था नो नीड ऑफ मनरेगा। तो रघुवंश प्रताप सिंह जी ने कहा ऐसा कैसा हो सकता है। मैंने कहा कि महाराष्ट्र की एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी स्कीम हमने अफॉरेस्टेशन, ग्रास डेवलपमेंट, हॉर्टिकल्चर और सॉइल कंजर्वेशन एंगल से डिजाइन की और इम्प्लीमेंट की। रेन वही रुक गई, वाटर टेबल बढ़ गया, बैंक जोड़ दी, डेली डेवलप हो गई। आज हम एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करके प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे गांव में आउटसाइड से करीबन 600-700 मजदूर 10 महीने के लिए 10 मंथ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट आउटसाइडर को आज हम दे रहे हैं। आज मनरेगा की जरूरत नहीं, कोई डिमांड करने नहीं आता बीपीएल का कार्ड दो मुझे। इसका कारण ये, तो रघुवंश प्रताप सिंह जी ने कहा इंडिया का जॉब कार्ड का लॉन्चिंग हम हिवरे बाजार से करेंगे। वो खुद हिवरे बाजार आए थे और इंडिया की पहली वाटर कंजर्वेशन की गाइडलाइन बन गई 94 में, जब हनुमंत राय कमेटी बनवाई थी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने, जो साइंटिस्ट थे हैदराबाद से, उनकी कमेटी आ गई थी। गन्हेरीवाल उसमें थे, हनुमंत राव जी थे, और वो हिवरे बाजार पूरे एक दिन थी। तब हमारा फॉरेस्टेशन का काम हुआ था। कि भागीदारी कैसे, हमने एक्सपोजर कैसे निकाले, लोगों ने जंगल को प्रोटेक्ट कैसा किया, तभी से लेके हिवरे बाजार का रोल उसमें। नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट। और ये प्रयास हमने अच्छा किया। अभी सीएम ऑफिस के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी साहब है, वो थे, और डायरेक्टर जीआईडी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में 81.50 मैसिव बसाल्ट है, और बसाल्ट में 1.5 या 0.7% वाटर रिचार्ज कैपेसिटी, ये वाटर बर्न था। अगर कभी तो 10 साल में एक बार मोर देन 400 mm रेनफॉल होता है, एवरेज 200-300 mm, 12-14 इंचेस, तो 500 mm बारिश हो गई तो बर्न में पानी, तो भी हैंडपंप कुएं में उतना ही पानी मिलने का, जितना 50 mm तक नीचे आ गए, तभी 100 mm आ गए थे, तो ये ऑपरेट होता था। तो लोकल नॉलेज हमारा था और टेक्निकल नॉलेज जीआईडी का लिया, और हमारे लोकल नॉलेज के कारण हमने सरफेस वाटर को ग्राउंड वाटर में कन्वर्ट किया, आर्टिफिशियल एक्यूपर क्रिएट की, 20 फीट, 30 फीट, 40 फीट, 500 मीटर वो हमने ब्लास्ट किया, टॉप से लेकर डाउन स्ट्रीम के ड्रेनेज तक। और इसका फायदा ये हुआ कि सरफेस वाटर ग्राउंड वाटर में कन्वर्ट हुआ, और अभी हैंडपंप अगर 200 mm रेनफॉल है तो ये हैंडपंप ऑटोमेटिकली फ्लो होता है, पंप करने की जरूरत नहीं। और ये प्रयास हमने काफी अच्छा किया। नेक्स्ट। और ये प्लान है डिटेल, तो सिर्फ हमारे पास लोकल नॉलेज है, हमारे लोकल नॉलेज के अनुभव से टेक्निकल नॉलेज के साथ हमने शेयर किया कि ये हो सकता है, क्योंकि यही हमारा ढांचा है डेमोक्रेसी का, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप, उनका लोकल नॉलेज, चाहे पंचायत प्रेसिडेंट हो, सरपंच हो, प्रधान हो, चाहे लेजिस्लेटिव कमिटी मेंबर हो, या सांसद हो, या मंत्री जी हो, उनका लोकल नॉलेज और हमारे आईएएस, आईपीएस, आईआरएस, आईएफएस या स्टेट डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड हो, उनका एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव नॉलेज, ये दोनों मिलके चलेगा तो अपने आप बदलाव आ सकता है। नेक्स्ट। और ये सोलर, मैंने कहा ना, वाटर बजटिंग 5th से लेकर 10th तक के स्टूडेंट करते हैं गाँव में, इसके कारण वो घर वालों को बताते इस साल में रेनफॉल इतना है, रिचार्ज इतना हुआ, इतना बजट है, यही क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न करना है। बस 2 अक्टूबर को हमारा पहला बजट आता है रब्बी के लिए, फिर नवरात्रि उत्सव में दूसरा बजट आता है समर सीजन, और इसके कारण अपने आप पानी कितना है घर में चर्चा होती है। ये स्कूल के बच्चे इवनिंग मॉर्निंग रेनफॉल कितना हुआ, 3 वाटर शेड में 3 रेन गेज, पहला सर्कल लेवल पे 1 था, आज भी हमारे देश में दुर्भाग्यता से सर्कल लेवल पे रेन गेज, ये गांव में 3-4 टाइप का रेनफॉल होता है। फिर 95 में 1 रेन गेज गांव में था, कैलकुलेशन गलत आने का। फिर 2004 में फिर हमारे 3 वाटर शेड में 3 रेन गेज आ गए। 2004 से आज हमारा परफेक्ट वाटर बजट निकलता है, वाटर बजट एकदम परफेक्ट है। देखो आप नेक्स्ट, ये बजटिंग कैसा करना है, क्रॉप प्लानिंग कैसा करना है, रोल ऑफ चिल्ड्रन एंड वुमेन। नेक्स्ट। और ये वाटर बजट 21-22 अगर रब्बी रिटर्न मानसून कम आ गया तो रब्बी के क्रॉप कंट्रोल हो जाते, और समर सीजन को फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी टू ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, सेकंड प्रायोरिटी टू हॉर्टिकल्चर, थर्ड प्रायोरिटी टू ग्रीन पाउडर, फर्स्ट ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, ग्रीन पाउडर, और थर्ड में हॉर्टिकल्चर। और हॉर्टिकल्चर कस्टर्ड एप्पल ज्यादा है, जिस क्रॉप को हॉर्टिकल्चर को कम पानी की लागत है वो क्रॉप उगाते हैं। नेक्स्ट। और ये हमारा 100 mm है तो एश्योर्ड क्या क्या है, 200 है तो क्या है, 300 है, ये हमारा लास्ट 25 years का आउटकम है। अभी किसी को गांव के अनलिटरेट सिटीजन भी कितना पानी मिलने वाला है तय करते, क्योंकि नवरात्रि उत्सव में एक घड़ा होता है पानी का, और गांव में जो भी क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम है उसका सीड है, ब्लैक सॉइल में डालते हैं और 7 दिन 7 फूलों की मालाएं चलती है, चढ़ाई जाती है, और वो घड़ा पानी से भरा, उसका जर्मिनेशन का हिस्सा है वो तय होता है। सीड गारंटेड है या नहीं, ये हमारी ऋषि मुनियों की संस्कृति ने हमें अटैच किया था। लेकिन अभी सेलिब्रेशन है, खाली शादी सेलिब्रेशन है, सन और उत्सव सेलिब्रेशन बन गए, उनका साइंस छोड़ दिया। तो नवरात्रि में थर्ड डे होता है, उस वक्त हमारा रबी का क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न और वाटर बजट डिक्लेयर होता है समर सीजन में का। नेक्स्ट ये क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न है, बस ओनियन नंबर, ओनियन, पोटैटो, फ्लोरिकल्चर है, ऑल टाइप ऑफ फ्लोरिकल्चर, फ्लावर, गोभी, बस शुगर केन हाफ ऑफ एकड़ एज अ ग्रेन पाउडर। नेक्स्ट ये रिवर्स माइग्रेट फैमिली, ये पहले एक तो गांव के आफ्टर 1 ईयर उनको रेशन कार्ड मिलता है, और आफ्टर 1 ईयर उनको वोटिंग लिस्ट में नाम आता है। टॉयलेट बनाना चाहिए, वो यूज करना चाहिए, गांव के जो साफ सुथरा है वो फॉलो करना चाहिए, फिर वो गांव के सिटीजन बन जाते। नेक्स्ट ये लैंडलेस था, अभी परवा एक टीचर बन गया, ट्रैक्टर है 5 लाख का बनवाए, लास्ट वाला ट्राइबल वुमेन थी, अभी 30 लाख एक कंप्यूटर इंजीनियर आ गया घर। क्योंकि हमारी जो आमदनी है वो एक तो क्रॉप मेन सोर्स है, डेयरी सेकंड है, और 79% फैमिली में एक तो गवर्नमेंट जॉब में, 68 आर्मी में से, 45 टीचर्स है, 5 प्रोफेसर है, बीफार्म, सिविल, मैकेनिकल, केमिकल इंजीनियर, स्टैच्यू फ्री विलेज है, और कैंटीन फी और फ्री, और पान का ठेला नहीं। जहां यूथ का ट्रैक बिगड़ता है वो हमने बंद कर दिया। हम जीते हैं हमारे सारे संत मुनि और हमारे आदर्शों को, खाली जयंती पुण्यतिथि और सेलिब्रेशन नहीं। नेक्स्ट ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो काउडंग खा गए, बायोगैस घर घर में आ गए, और बायोगैस की स्लरी बाहर आ गई तो अच्छा खाद मिल गया, नेचुरल ऑर्गेनिक, वर्मिकल्चर भी, और इसके कारण पेस्टिसाइड और केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर एकदम कंट्रोल में आ गया। तो ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट साइकिल है। ग्रास 100 रुपीज पर सीजन, रोजाना 1 हेड लोड ग्रास कट करके लेके जाना है, अंदर ग्रेजिंग मना है। नेक्स्ट ये इस तरह से ये बदलाव आ है 35-60 फीट। नेक्स्ट, और बैंक लोन जो भी लेते हैं लोग डेयरी के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर, हॉर्टिकल्चर, 100% बैंक लोन रिपेमेंट किया जाता है, लायबिलिटी जीरो है। नहीं तो हमारी आदत है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का बिल नहीं भरना, बैंक का नहीं लेना, इलेक्शन आ गए तो एजेंडे के ऊपर आता है हम बिजली का बिल माफ करेंगे, हम किसानों को सब्सिडी देंगे। आज के हालात तिजोरी की ऐसी नहीं है, तो लोगों को आत्मनिर्भर बनाए। शिवरे बाजार में 100% बैंक लोन पे करते, और फायदा ये होता है कि जो लोग थक जाते हैं उनको मिलता है तो हमें भी फायदा मिलता है। नेक्स्ट, ड्रिप और स्प्रिंकलर यूज करते हैं। नेक्स्ट इस तरह से। नेक्स्ट ये इकोनॉमिक का स्टेटस इस तरह से बढ़ा है। 800 रुपए से अभी 30,000 से आके नहीं, अभी पर फैमिली पर एन्यूम 8 लाख रुपीज हमारा। अभी गोखले इंस्टीट्यूट जो पुणे के, उन्होंने सैंपल सर्वे नहीं किया, 100% फैमिली सर्वे किया, और जो मॉडल गांव है 25 उनका भी किया, काफी अच्छा आउटकम उसमें से आ गया। नेक्स्ट, खाली वो रिपोर्ट अभी डिक्लेयर होना बाकी है। नेक्स्ट, और ये सब 30 साल के प्रयास से ये देश का पहला सरपंच है जिसे पद्मश्री अवार्ड की अनाउंसमेंट। बाद में पता चला मेरा नॉमिनेशन 2003 से चलता था, 16 के बाद बंद कर दिया, लेकिन डीजी नई दिल्ली से मेरा नॉमिनेशन हुआ तो मुझे पता नहीं था। वाटर रिसोर्स मिनिस्ट्री से, तो ये सब पद्मश्री, तो एक गांव और सबका सम्मान। नेक्स्ट, अरे अलग 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 जो अवार्ड, फर्स्ट नेशनल जो वाटर अवार्ड है होरे बाजार, नेशनल प्रोडक्टिव अवार्ड। नेक्स्ट, फास्ट, जरा फास्ट है। और 100 से ज्यादा कंट्री से लोग अभी तक आके गए। नेक्स्ट, अभी इसकी जरूरत नहीं ज्यादा, थोड़ा विजिटर्स थोड़ा फास्ट ले लो, 1-2 स्लाइड मुझे लगता है। सब ये तीनों भी गवर्नर होरे बाजार, आप पीछे वाला ले लो थोड़ा, लास्ट इसके पहले वाला, ये विद्यासागर राव सर जो गवर्नर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र थे, उनके एल्डर ब्रदर CH हनुमंतराव जो अभी अबो 95, तो 93 में होरे बाजार आए थे। हमें पता नहीं था जब गवर्नर सर होरे बाजार आए, और ये हैंडपंप टॉप पे खूब पानी पी ले, इतना क्वालिटी का। इरिगेशन मिनिस्टर पंप कर रहे, अपोजिशन मिनिस्टर ऑब्जर्व कर रहे, और गवर्नर साहब हैंडपंप का पानी पी रहे। गवर्नर प्रोटोकॉल इतना सब होता है, लेकिन ये तब उन्होंने कहा, आपको पता है, तब मैंने कहा कि 24 साल पहले उनके एल्डर ब्रदर होरे बाजार आके गए थे। नेक्स्ट, फिर ये गवर्नर अभी के जो करंट गवर्नर है वो होरे बाजार आए थे, ग्रास कटिंग की शुरुआत। उन्होंने कमेंट किया था, होरे बाजार आने के बाद मुझे मेरा बचपन याद आ गया हिमाचल का, कि जब हम छोटे थे तो पहाड़ी जाके घास काट के लेके आते थे, तो ग्रास कटिंग की शुरुआत उनके हाथों से हो गई थी। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये अलग अलग ये CH हनुमंतराव जो देखो आप 93 में वो उनका अभिप्राय अप्रिसिएशन बुक में, वो 93 में वो मेरी फोटो है। जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की गाइडलाइन बन रही थी तब वो 61 ग्रुप होरे बाजार में था। नेक्स्ट, और ये रघुवंश प्रताप सिंह जी जो पहला जॉब कार्ड लॉन्च इंडिया का होरे बाजार से किया था। नेक्स्ट, ये नेशनल डिफेंस कॉलेज सेंट्रल में जो लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल है सिंह साहब, करीबन इंटरनेशनल एक डेलीगेशन था, करीबन 32 कर्नल ब्रिगेडियर होरे बाजार आए थे। बॉर्डर विलेजेस में पंचायत और लोकल कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी कैसी। नेक्स्ट, ये थोड़ा अलग अलग IAS IPS ऑफिसर आ जाते हैं वो भी। नेक्स्ट, ये अभी का जम्मू कश्मीर का जो 10 साल से उनका पंचायत राज का डिजाइन ही होरे बाजार बेच, तो आर्मी ऑफिसर वहां के प्रेसिडेंट सरपंच को लेके ही होरे बाजार आते थे। नेक्स्ट, ये अलग अलग। नेक्स्ट, 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 ये आदर्श गांव का मेरे अनुभव से अपलिफ्टिंग फास्ट। अभी 1-2। नेक्स्ट, मैंने जो बोला कि 7 सूत्र है जो है अभी वो महाराष्ट्र में आदर्श ग्राम में चल रहे। नेक्स्ट, 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 ये सिलेक्शन ऑफ गांव के लोग फ्री लेबर सिस्टम के 7 प्रिंसिपल्स। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये हर ग्राम सभा में इतने लोग आ जाते हैं। जब मैं जाता हूँ किसी गांव में, जो प्रपोजल आ गया तो हम क्रॉस चेकिंग के लिए गांव में जाते हैं। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट, ये भी एक वेस्ट ऐप का अमिताभ बच्चन जी है, आनंद महिंद्रा जी, एक CM थे देवेंद्र जी, रतन टाटा, बगल में मैं बैठा, जो होरे बाजार अनुभव से 1000 विलेजेस में 12 ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ये मूवमेंट चली थी। तो 11 लोगों का एक काउंसिल है जिसमें अमिताभ जी, आमिर खान जी है, सचिन तेंदुलकर और रतन टाटा जी, कुमार मंगलम बिरला, नीता अंबानी जी, और मैं भी वो कमेटी का मेंबर। उनके सारे CM फेलोज का ट्रेनिंग होरे बाजार में हुआ था 4 दिन का। नेक्स्ट, 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 ये आमिर जी होरे बाजार आए थे, सचिन तेंदुलकर जी वाइफ, सचिन तेंदुलकर की वाइफ होरे बाजार आके गई थी मैम, और वो आने वाले थे लेकिन कोविड में बंद। तो ये अभी आमिर जी खुद आए थे होरे बाजार, क्योंकि उनके 20,000 विलेजेस में महाराष्ट्र में जो मूवमेंट चली, और स्पॉस्परस विलेज सीड से लेके मार्केटिंग तक उनके सारे ट्रेनिंग होरे बाजार में। और अभी जो उनका लाल सिंह चड्ढा रिलीज हुआ, उसका पहला प्रीमियम उनके घर पे 1 महीने पहले उन्होंने घर बुलाया था, तभी दिखाया था। उसमें काफी एक आर्मी बैकग्राउंड और पंजाब का ही बेसिक था, और दूसरा था एक 10 रुपए के लिए एक घर वाली की पिटाई अपना हस्बैंड कैसा करता, नशे कारण वो दिखाया। और तीसरा उनकी माताजी और वाइफ की डेथ ही कैंसर से हुई, सॉइल हेल्थ, बहुत अच्छा उसने ये किया। नेक्स्ट ये अलग है, एशियन कंट्रीज का एक कॉन्फ्रेंस था, 2 ही टॉक थे, एक था ऑस्ट्रेलियन लीड पॉलिसी मेकर अर्बन कम्युनिटी एंड वाटर मैनेजमेंट, और दिन भर डिस्कशन। सेकंड डे को रूरल कम्युनिटी एंड वाटर, ये मेरा टॉक था, और दिन भर 2 ही टॉक थे। तो उसमें एशियन कंट्रीज के इरिगेशन मिनिस्टर, वर्ल्ड बैंक, यूनिसेफ के पॉलिसी मेकर से। नेक्स्ट शायद लास्ट होगा। नेक्स्ट, और ये हमेशा जाता हूँ जी, हमारी IAS अकादमी मसूरी के लाल बहादुर शास्त्री अकादमी 95 में पहला टॉक किया था। अभी रिसेंटली 96 जो बैच है उनके लिए पहले दिन 20 मिनट का 4 ग्रुप का था, बाद में डायरेक्टर साहब ने कहा कि कल सभी ग्रुप के, फिर 860 स्टूडेंट है अभी 96 बैच, IAS, IPS, IRS, IFS। तो काफी अच्छा अनुभव, मैंने इतना ही बताया, मोहर लग गई अमृत महोत्सवी। लेकिन 100 साल आजादी को हो जाएंगे तो ये समाज पूछेगा देश के लिए क्या किया, रिसोर्सेज के लिए क्या दिया। आपका तो पारिवारिक सपना पूरा हुआ, इसलिए हमारा जो ढांचा है, पॉलिटिकल हो, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हो और लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नेंस हो, इनकी जो कनेक्टिविटी है यही बदलाव ला सकती है। नेक्स्ट, और ये अलग, अभी 5 जून को मध्य प्रदेश के आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ने काफी अच्छा एक एनवायरमेंट डे का प्रोग्राम, तो ऑफलाइन उनके भवन में था, CM संसद भवन में, उनके विधानमंडल में, और ऑनलाइन पूरा स्टेट कनेक्ट था। वो खुद रोज एक पेड़ लगवाते, चाहे दिल्ली में हो, विदेश में हो या गांव में हो, एक पेड़ रोज लगाते, और 6 महीने की उन्होंने नर्मदा जी की परिक्रमा की, और नर्मदा नदी के किनारे जो भी गांव है वहां ग्राम सभा की, और सारे कम्युनिटी का साथ लेके अभी हम मूवमेंट चला रहे। तो उन्होंने उनके टॉक में यही कहा था, अभी हम मध्य प्रदेश के हर गांव में पोपट पावर तैयार करेंगे, उनके क्लोन बनाएंगे। नेक्स्ट, और मैं तेलंगाना भी आया था, आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री KCR सर से भी 2 मुलाकात हो गई थी। अभी प्रकाश राव जी जो अभी वाटर मिशन के चेयरमैन है तेलंगाना, कई बार मैं आया, मैं इक्रिसेट, मैनेज या क्रीड़ा की भी एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी का मेंबर था, और कई बार अभी सैटेलाइट कुछ इमेजेस देखने के लिए इसरो आ रहा हूं मैं नेक्स्ट मंथ। तो यही है कि काफी अच्छे प्रयास सब जगह पे, अभी तेलंगाना गवर्नमेंट भी वाटर रिसोर्सेस के लिए बहुत अच्छे प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो वो भी मुझे लगता है सबके अपने अपने प्रयास जो है, सब अच्छे प्रयास एक साथ आके अच्छा कॉम्पिटेबल एक बुक बन जाएगा, तो मुझे लगता है मॉडल बन सकता है। नेक्स्ट, ये मन की बात में पहली टॉक में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ह्योरे बाजार वाटर मैनेजमेंट और क्रॉप मैनेजमेंट, सॉइल लॉसेस और वाटर बजट के ऊपर टॉक किया था। नेक्स्ट, अभी ठीक है, खत्म कर देंगे।
हाँ
बिल्कुल, लास्ट क्या है, समाप्त लास्ट।
हेलो,
हाँ नेक्स्ट, ये अभी लास्ट है, ये ह्योरे बाजार एक नेशनल लेवल की ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट बन रहे, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग कंसेप्ट है, 50% स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है, 50% सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, और अभी वाटर रिसोर्स मिनिस्ट्री ने 8000 सरपंचों का सिलेक्शन किया है 15 स्टेट में से, जहां ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हुआ, क्रिटिकल में वाटर छेड़ गया, तो उनके 3-3 दिन के ट्रेनिंग वाटर रिसोर्स मिनिस्ट्री ह्योरे बाजार करने जा रही है। तो यह अभी काफी अच्छे प्रयास ट्रेनिंग के, वाटर बजट, एनवायरमेंट, वाटर कंजर्वेशन, नशा मुक्ति, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट और लोगों की भागीदारी, ई गवर्नेंस, इसके ऊपर होता है। थैंक यू।
पोपटराव जी,
हाँ,
मैं सिर्फ एक ही बात बोलना चाहता हूँ कि एक पिक्चर में अमिताभ बच्चन ने कहा था, सच कल्पना से भी विचित्र है ये सच। आपके जीवन ऐसा ही है। स्वदेश पिक्चर में शाहरुख खान ने सिर्फ रूरल इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन पर काम किया था। आपने लाइफ में ऐसे कोई रास्ता नहीं छोड़ा जिसपे आपने काम नहीं किए। एक ना एक दिन तो आपका बायोपिक बनेगा ही बनेगा। वो रोल मैं करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि असल लाइफ में मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा जो आपने किया, मैं बायोपिक में आपका किरदार करना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू पोपट राव जी। घर घर में पोपट राव जन्मे, यही हम लोग कामना कर सकते हैं। नमस्ते।
नमस्ते।
So our inaugural session is going to be concluded. Our program director, Dr. Dibyendu Chaudhary, is ready. Dr. Dibyendu Chaudhary has been working at the National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise for last 10 odd years. He has worked for many other government universities and multinational as well as he worked in USA. He has written some books. He has interest in literature and history and music. He is a regular practitioner of yoga. That's why he can release and discharge his duty with a very smiling face. So I am sure with a very smiling face, now he will offer the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Basically, when I was going through this entire deliberation, one poem of Rumi came in my mind, that is, silence is an ocean, speech is a river. When the ocean is searching for you, don't walk into the river, listen to the ocean. So today we have actually gone through the knowledge of oceans and we have listened to them. And it had been really a personal benefit when I was listening to everybody. And my thanks goes to first the Padma Shri Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, who discussed about the satellite connected devices, community development, implication of e-governance. And at the end, he talked about the articulation and speed into e-governance and microfinance to micro venture finance. Sir, we cordially extend our thanks to you for coming in this kind of online e-governance seminar and giving us your knowledge, ocean of knowledge, and most probably we are very happy to host you, and thank you very much, sir. Next is Mr. Tapan Kumar Sahu, AGM NABARD. Sir, first of all, we are indebted to you for sanctioning us your sponsorship to this particular initiative. And when you discussed about the 85% small and marginal farmers, our entire goal and objective of this entire deliberation has made with that, and we really are thankful to you, sir, for your kind presence in this particular conference. Our thanks goes to Ravi Kumar sir. Ravi Kumar sir is one of the patron who always visited our campus and has enhanced our knowledge. We are personally indebted to him because when he discussed about 160 entrepreneurs being developed by ni-msme in the Dicky program and through the Ignite initiative, one of our faculty is also available over here. He is Vivek Kumar, who was also actively involved in that entire training program, and that is one of our success story actually we have built. Thank you, sir, for your presentation, and we are indebted to you, and we want to work with you as well as your organization and all your initiatives. Thank you very much, sir. Last but not the least, we have been spellbound by the speech of Padma Shri Popat Rao ji, and sir, आपको हमारा प्रणाम. You are actually हमको जो एरिया दिखाए वो पैराडाइज रिगेन, हम भी हमारा बचपन का याद में चला गया आपका बातें सुनते सुनते कि एक विलेज अगर आदर्श विलेज हो तो और वो सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग हो तो नथिंग लाइक इट, देन देयर इज अ चांस ऑफ रिवर्स माइग्रेशन. एंड आप इसका सपना जो है बेसिकली आपने पूरा किया, एंड हम होप करते हैं कि इंडिया में हर एक गांव ऐसा एक सेल्फ रिलायंट विलेज हो, आत्मनिर्भर ग्राम हो. So thank you very much, sir. आपका जो 7 sutras है, that should be the 7th thread of our Janu or the Gyan. And thank you very much for your presence. The major slogan which I took from your entire speech, that is, एक मच्छर दिखाओ और 100 रुपया ले लो. ये मच्छर is the biggest issue in India, and malaria we still are not get rid of. So अगर बहुत सारे developed nation they are already got rid of मच्छर and all for long time back. तो इंडिया में ये बहुत बड़ा issue है और आपका जो दिखाया हुआ रास्ता है अगर इसमें चले तो आगे definitely we will get success. Thank you very much for your presence over here and the presentation. Our Director General, Dr. S. Glory Sarupa, who had been always been the source of our inspiration. Thank you, madam, for being over here and always inspiring us to get into the nitty-gritty and delivering this conference to the extreme level. And we have given all our best efforts in that, and that is because of all your support and inspiration. Thank you very much, madam, for your welcome speech. I also want to give my thanks to my co-convener, Dr. Shrikant Sharma, because without his help, most probably this conference wouldn't have been gone into this level particularly. My thanks to Dr. Sandeep Chattopadhyay, the comparator of this entire compendium and as well as the conference, because sir, the way you have deliberated and handled this, all this Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan guest of honors and chief guest, it had been really great. Thank you very much, and you made us very proud by giving such a comparison. My thanks to Dr. Bhudet Chakraborty, who is the inspiration for actually hosting this particular kind of conference, because e-governance is such a vast subject where we are connecting both the side of like livelihood as well as sustainability into farm and non-farm sector. So the entire canvas is so big to bring it under one roof. It had been a quite challenge for us because we are not having that kind of core skill. So sir, we are thankful to you for your all the guidance and all the assistance. My team in this conference who are working in front of you as well as at the back end, I want to convey my thanks, because without all your help, most probably today we wouldn't be here. All the people of the print media, digital media, all the friends from there. My thanks goes to the sponsors like DETI, Digital India and MIT, especially the Ministry of Electronics and NABARD. Because of your help, we are here. All our students, all the stakeholders watching this particular YouTube channel, because this entire conference has been broadcasting live into YouTube channel, and there are right now I was looking at there are more than 500 people who are watching this conference live. So all the thanks going to them, entire ni-msme family, all the faculties who are online over here or YouTube, staffs and employees. I am thankful to you, and we are concluding this first part, which is inaugural session. Thank you very much to all of you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. With the spirit of yoga, you have very smoothly discharged your duty by giving the vote of thanks. Now we are entering into the technical session. This technical session will be chaired by Professor Mani. Professor Mani M. Mani is Director General of National Institute of NIC, Informatics, National Informatics Center, and Professor Emeritus and Chairman, Center for Agriculture Informatics and E-Governance Research Studies. At present, he is also associated with that capacity with the Shovit Deemed University, Meerut. We welcome Professor M. Mani. And I also would like to add that as I think Padma Shri Naraji was telling that our institute ni-msme, ni-msme, that was inaugurated by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Government of India has always takes very bold step and very visionary step. As we, the government of India, we, the nation, got the world's first Ministry of Environment. So at the same time, the Department of Electronics was established in 1970. And the major step toward e-governance in India was taken in that time. National Informatics Center established in 1977. I think that is correct information, sir. launched the District Information System program to computerize all districts offices in the country. India is a vast nation, and we have so many villages, so many districts, more than almost some thousands of districts. They were connected in 1977 through National Informatics Center. So I will request very sincerely to Professor Mani to chair this session and also invite our Telangana State NIC, this Deputy Director General was supposed to come, but he could not come. So we have Mr. N. Suresh Kumar. He is also there on behalf of the National Information Center, Informatics Center, Telangana State. And we have, is Dr. Tilak Raj there, Chandrasekhar? Is Dr. Tilak Raj there? Okay, so we start the session with the speech of our chairperson, Professor M. Mani. Then it will be taken over by the Telangana NIC representative, Mr. K. Suresh Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And for your, number of districts is not more than 1,000. It's around something like 750 districts in the country. And I'm very happy that you are able to bring in a lot of experts, eminent persons for a very important conference, international conference on e-governance in promotion of farm and non-farm enterprises to achieve livelihood sustainability. And this session is on e-governance for agri enterprises, rural livelihood and food processing. It's supposed to have 4 people. One is represented, it's Mr. Suresh Kumar. And what about the other 3 people? Are they participating or?
Mr. Bhupesh Kumar, sir, he has some medical emergency, so he could not come. So, and other 2 speakers, I think, will be joining. Other 2 speakers will be joining.
So, if otherwise it will be like a solo that, being a former Director General NIC, yes, and they, of course, NIC, Telangana State Unit, they have done a wonderful job, and I'm very happy about it. Doesn't matter that, there's a message has to go very clearly. This talk is for about, this session is for about 2 hours. And then what I can do is that I will initiate and I will request Mr. Suresh Kumar to talk that what NIC State Center is doing in the area of agriculture and the theme related to the session. And after that, let me also give a national perspective, and that will be maybe appropriate. So that I'm very happy that I thank the Director General, Dr. S. Glory Swarpa, Director General of ni-msme, and also other, these conference coordinators, secretary, organizing secretary, and other team members for arranging such an international conference on a very important topic. Why it is a very important topic is that India is an agrarian economy, and in the way in which India is now spearheading its movement with the digitalization, Digital India programs, and as a person who was associated in this process from 1978, NIC was formed in 1977, and I joined NIC in 1978 and declared its Director General in 2013. I was also involved in almost all activities, starting from District Information System program in 1987. It is the first seat for an e-governance program with 28 sectoral database development program in 512 districts at that time. And then 95, I was instrumental in bringing out an IT blueprint for agriculture for the whole country, 15 informatics network. That made me to get this into an agricultural informatics discipline. After my retirement, Soviet Institute of Engineering Technology deemed to be university invited me to establish 5 centers of excellence: Center for Agricultural Informatics and E-Governance Research Studies, Center for Agribusiness and Disaster Management Studies, Center for Informatics, Development Solutions and Applications, and Center for Industry 4.0 Technology Studies and Application, and Center for Health Informatics and Computing. It's necessary for rural India to be digitalized, and rural India can contribute $1.9 trillion to the existing, Indian GDP, as told by the former chairman Hindustan Unilever Limited in 2012. So we need a lot of rural managers, apart from the social entrepreneurs. So this is where India is an agrarian economy, and every institution has to take agriculture as a use case. Be it IIT, be it NIT, be it Central University, be it 4,500 engineering colleges and 18,000 non-engineering colleges, they have to take agriculture as a use case. And that this country needs at least one agri-tech startup in every Gram Panchayat. That's also very important. So with this introduction, I would like to request Mr. Suresh Kumar. I know him since his joining day with the National Informatics Center. He worked with me along the journey which I initiated in National Informatics Center. And I would like to hear from you, Mr. Suresh Kumar. And for the last 10 years, I retired in 2013. And even though I have been, having a lot of input, but I would like to hear from you that what we have done for the state of Telangana. Dr. Mr. Suresh Kumar.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you for your introduction, and thanks for giving this opportunity to Moni sir and our DDG and SO Sri Rajshekhar sir and other respected participants. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So I am Suresh Kumar, Technical Director and HOD for Agriculture Informatics Division, Telangana State. I have initiated agriculture informatics under the guidance of Sri Moni sir. In the year 2011, when I was transferred from Visakhapatnam to Hyderabad, immediately I was given to coordinate NIDRS project, that is National Animal Disease Reporting System, initiated by Moni sir at the national level, for implementing a disease reporting system for around 7,000 locations, out of which 1,200 locations are from Andhra Pradesh, United AP. So I have coordinated almost, we made it successful under the guidance of Moni sir. And after that, being a HOD for Agriculture Informatics Division, I have initiated so many projects for the state government. So some of the projects I will, sir, can I share the PPT, sir?
Yeah, please.
Host disabled participants.
Yes, sir. We are enabling, sir.
We please enable, sir.
Sir, you can share now, sir.
Okay, sir. From 2011 onwards, I am looking after agriculture sector initiatives, sir. So basically, I am looking after this agriculture sector, animal husbandry, fisheries, dairy, and some other projects related to health also I am looking after. And now I am concentrating on only for agriculture. So under which these are all the various projects related to agriculture, animal husbandry, and fisheries at a glance. I will go one by one, sir. So, because all the participants have heard about the Raitu Bandhu, it's an initiative of the government of Telangana. wherein the government is giving an amount of rupees 4,000 rupees per acre to the farmers in the state of Telangana to purchase inputs like seed, fertilizer, pesticide, and attend to meet the expenditure towards labor charges. The government is giving an amount of rupees 4,000 rupees from 2018 onwards, and later it was increased to 5,000 rupees, sir. So that amount is being we have taken the data from the land records database, and with the land records database we have included other details like bank account details of the farmers in the state, all the farmers, irrespective of their financial economic status, irrespective of every person in the state who is holding a land, the amount of rupees 5,000 rupees is given per season. In Kharif 5,000 rupees, Rabi 5,000 rupees. If the farmer is having 10 acres, he will get 50,000 in one season, and the second season he will get 50,000. Like that, the scheme is being implemented for the last 4 years, and we have successfully implemented. We have developed this application, and successfully we have done it for the last 5 years. And these are all the statistics, sir. Left side. Last year, around 60 lakh farmers, 58.94 farmers were covered in the state. We have a large database of entire farmers in the state of Telangana. Every season, an amount of rupees 7,300, around 15,000 crores of rupees is being spent by the government of Telangana. So we are proud to be a part of this project to support the government of Telangana. And this has been, we have received Scotch Award and CSA e-Governance Award for appreciation during this 2019, sir. This is one project. And then after taking the data from the land records database, and we incremented that data by adding value added to by giving that details of the bank account details and other details we have captured. And also recent commissioner has initiated for from 2020 onwards crop booking data also we have collected. For that, on each farmer, what is the area sown, which crop in that particular area is land holding, what is the crop sown, that information also we have collected, and the around 70 lakh farmers data collected to process this data. This data is being used for by various projects like for executing this agri-MSP, minimum support price, to identify the genuine farmers. This data being used, and also we are sharing this to Civil Supplies Corporation for procurement of rice, and also for cotton procurement also we are using this data, sir. These are all the statistics, sir. And also the government of Telangana has initiated farmers license rent scheme, sir. Here the farmers above age of 18 years to 59 years, they are covered under the scheme, sir. An amount of rupees 5 lakh insurance has been provided by LIC of India. The premium is being paid by the government of Telangana. Initially, they paid an amount of rupees 2,200 rupees, 2,071 rupees per year. And after that, based on that, again the LIC has requested to increase that amount, and now they are around 3,400 rupees they are paying to each beneficiary as a premium to the LIC of India. So on death of any farmer, the government is paying, the LIC is paying an amount of rupees 5 lakhs within a period of 15 days. Sir. Mostly they are getting the amount within 7 days also. So only thing is we had given a web application which covers the entire, it's a workflow application. After the death of the farmer, the local agriculture officer, he will collect the data from the farmer relatives and dependents, and he will online, he will enter into that, and it will be, the documents also will be uploaded by the agriculture officer. And then it will go to the next level. It's a workflow application. It will go to the district officer. He will scrutinize this data, and he will be forwarded to the LIC. Immediately LIC, they will take all the district documents. They will take it. They will download the document, and they will process the claim. And within a week to 15 days, this amount will be disbursed to the kin of the deceased, sir. So this is the statistics for 2020. around 7,000 claims were settled. Around 35,335 lakhs. Farmers were 36.83 lakhs are covered, sir. Because most, but the LIC is giving insurance up to the age of 60 years only. So we are last enrollment date is it is 59, sir. And then and also we have initiated the government of Telangana has given crop loan waiver also for the farmers after formation of Telangana in 2014. Those the people who availed the loans from 2014 to 2018, the farmers were whatever that amount taken, out of which around 1 lakh rupees will be waived off in a phased manner. Initially, in the first phase, around 25,000 up to 25,000 were covered, and the second phase up to 50,000 were covered, sir. And this is also a continuous process till this election, this to 2024. After that, by the time the 1 lakh will be all the farmers who took the agriculture loans. For the amount will be waived off by government of Telangana. So for this also we had given a web application, and a lot of exercise has been done on this, sir. We took the data from the bankers, and the data is not a purified data. And then we had given to the agriculture officers login, and they have corrected the data. And some multiple claims, and one person will take loans from different banks, and one family within in one family there are 4-5 members are there. All the people will take the loan. Most of the 3 people, more than 1 or 2 people will take the loan. We are consolidated all the loans, and we as if we took the family as a unit. We took the data from the civil supplies ration card data and processed it, and also some data we collected from who don't have ration card, other ration card data. We collected from field verification. The agriculture officers collected the data, and we have identified the families. After the identify the families, each family will get the earlier. Each family will get 1 lakh rupees. Earlier, what happened without a system, in manual system, they used to take if the person took loan from different banks, they got multiple benefits. So this time we avoided that. And the great achievement in this application is that the bankers had given an estimation of rupees. 1 minute, sir. Estimation of rupees 1,100 crores for up to the 25,000. So when we process the data by eliminating the duplicates and everything, that amount has come to 400 lakhs, 400 crores. So 700 crores at a stage the government has saved that amount. So this is a achievement, great achievement by using our software, sir. And we had developed one web-based application for distribution of seeds, sir. Under this online, this allotment of the stock to the districts and sale points, and receiving started at the sale point, and permits are being generated with the system. It's a completely online system. Earlier there was a long queues for while distributing the seed, and we have avoided maximum. We have avoided the sale points. At one system, they will the permit will be generated, and then stock will be delivered at the second location. So this was also a very useful application for the government of Telangana of Agriculture Department, sir. So this is Agri-MSP, sir, minimum support price. The market will procure various crops, particularly maize, jawar, green corn, red corn, different crops they will procure, sir, based on the MS price. And the data that we are received from the land records, land records and then Raitu Bandhu data. That data we are using this to identify the genuine farmers while giving this MSP, sir. So with this application, the entire workflow is online, and for collecting the procurement commodity at the procurement center, Takpati generation, lot number generation, and trip ID, and then that transportation to go down, acknowledgement, amount calculation as per MSP, and then payment will by the district managers to the farmer's account through DBT. Entire process has been completed. And then this data, some of the commodities were procured by NAFED, also central pool. As a central pool, NAFED will procure through agriculture market, sir. So that also we have automated, sir. In the similar system, we have received a request from the agriculture marketing department to develop a system for cotton procurement. And this also we have kept the software has been we have completed, sir. We have designed the software and we have integrated Weybridge integration also. It is there. And also the Cotton Corporation of India is fixing the MSP for cotton by various states. Fortunately, what happened this year after developing the system, the market rate is far better than MSP, sir. Because of that, they have not procured this year, sir. And then from next year onwards, this is ready for implementation. We had given demonstration to various other states also for implementation of this application. So some of the states have shown interest in implementing this application, sir. This is also completely workflow application, sir. And the digital sign is integrated, SMS is integrated, and then capturing the photograph of and the fingerprints for capturing, everything is integrated in this application. And also we developed one online license management system for agriculture manufacturers for issue of various licenses. We initiated with the fertilizers. And already pesticides and seed also earlier some old system is there that they are implementing now. And then once the fertilizer is completed, this similar system will be adapted for pesticides and seed also, sir. QC labs also, quality control is like a laboratory. The samples will be collected, sir. Collected samples will be and then decoded, and that will be the result will be published on the web application. This also we are implementing for. We designed for agriculture department, and also the drug control administration is also using for their drugs samples collection and testing this. We have developed some and also some of the applications have been web applications, mobile applications also developed, and some are under developing stage, sir. So basically, we are planning to do this farmer pertaining to the uses of multiple web and mobile systems, sir. It is an integrated mobile application covering these are all the models will be covered in this weather application already developed by some other team that we are integrated in our mobile app. And what is the package of practices, and then market prices, mandi prices also we are planning to integrate, and soil health, seed, what is the seed rate, availability of seed and substandard and substandard seed dealers data. So most of the data related to agriculture, we are pushing this mobile app, sir. Fertilizers rates, availability of fertilizers, substandard fertilizer dealers, agro advisories, crop insurance, reservoir levels. FAQs also we collected, and that also we are putting in this thing. Then ask an expert, radio and TV program schedules, drought monitoring report, pesticides, contact details of officers and scientists. And these most of these may have been developed, sir, and they have to upload the data now. So since we are collecting the data from the Raitu Bandhu scheme, the same data we are by putting some conditions and validations, we are sharing the data, because for PM Kisan there are some filtering conditions are there, like the government employees are not eligible and taxpayers are not eligible for PM Kisan. This type of validations are there, and family is a unit. And whereas in Raitu Bandhu we don't have any restrictions on that. Every farmer is eligible. Any farmer who cultivates land is eligible for Raitu Bandhu. But whereas PM Kisan, some filters have been put on that, like eliminating that some of the employees and taxpayers. By eliminating the data, by removing the duplicate data, we are sharing the data to the PM Kisan portal, sir. Soil health management, this is the Government of India initiative. And then sir, Moni sir, he has initiated this application. And we are giving continuously, we are giving support to the department for collection of samples. They will collect the samples and they will test it and publish the result online. The nutrient details and other details will be published on the web portal, sir. This is being used by the state government very well. And then the AgMarkNet portal, this is a very long, maybe around from last 20 years, we are implementing this application, the entire United AP and Telangana, and all mandis, AMCs, agriculture market committees data is being uploaded to the server every day on some particular products. So those rates are available for entire country. Those who can get the benefit, they can this we are giving continuous support to the AgMarkNet portal, sir. So this is ELAB is a beneficiary management system designed and developed for the welfare of dairy farmers, dairy farmers and fishermen for sanctioned release of subsidy under various schemes to deliver services in highly objective and transparent manner, sir. So we initiated our earlier secretary, sir, Mr. Suresh Chandra, he has initiated this application, sir. Under this scheme, sheep pairing scheme, the government of Telangana is giving an amount of rupees around 80,000 or 85,000 as subsidy, and beneficiary contribution is around 25,000. By taking this amount, this is concentrated on shepherds, only shepherd community by government of Telangana. So around 5,000 to 2 lakh applications have been received, and 3.7 applications have been received, sir. This is a completely a workflow application, and it is being implemented by all the agriculture officers, animal husbandry veterinary officers in the state, sir. And we have developed an application for veterinary hospital management system. We have a super specialty hospital at Hyderabad. There we have implemented in there, and then we extended to 10 other veterinary hospitals in the state, sir. We have received several requests from other states also to implement this, particularly Pondicherry. We received a request to implement this application, sir. Again, there is under process, sir. And then here is OP registration is there, cases treated and drugs utilized, drug inventory, diagnostics, billing, MIS reporting, management for effective supervision of our hospitals. All these models have been covered, sir. And also the public can view what are the medicines available. We have given an application for in such a way that what are the medicines received by that particular hospital. They will update in the system, and the issues will also be done online. Based on that, we had given a public interface to know whether that particular medicine is available in the hospital or not. Sometimes what will happen, the doctors will say, this particular medicine is not available, you go and purchase outside the market, they will select that. And then the farmer, the owner of the animal, they can cross verify whether this medicine is available in the hospital or not. That also we had given, and also we had given some reports such a way that peak hours hospital hourly basis, what is the patients attending. This report we had given. Based on this report, they can the pet owners or the animal owners, they can plan their visit during non-peak hours. The particularly 10 to 2 o'clock, that will be peak hours, and so many patients will come. By giving this report, people can they can visit a site, and they can see this is a live site. They can see and whether the patients are very huge patients are there, very non-peak hours. By that, with that, they can plan to visit there. And also we had given a drug management system for integration. We had integrated this drug management system with VHMS. Under this, in this drug management system, every season, every quarterly, the department procures the medicines. So they are taking the intent from the veterinary clinics, and we are consolidating at the district level and also at the state level. And technical sanction is being given, and then administrative sanction will be given. That complete process has been completed. They are using this application, sir. And also VHMS has been extended to TSV University Hospital at Telangana State. In addition to district hospitals, we had given to University Veterinary University Hospital is there. There also we are implementing this application. So in the similar lens, fisherman community will have the ELAB similar to ELAB. We had given a TMS. It's a web-based benefit management system for the welfare of the fishermen for sanctioned grounding of subsidy rates under the various schemes. Components in a highly objective and transparent manner. schemes covered are, if, there are some individual group schemes are there, group schemes are there, society schemes are there, and district federation groups are there. Under IFDS integrated fishery development scheme. So blue revelation scheme, those also covered, sir. This also we received CSA appreciation award, sir. And there are 1.1 lakh fishermen groups were registered, and components are 1.9 lakh registered, and the total water bodies are 23,607 water bodies are there in the state. So indented stock, seed stock, that also we are supporting the departments. So there are some of the components which for giving the schemes, sir: vending units, mopeds, crops and nets, plastic fish carrots, portable fish vending kiosks, mobile fish outlets, construction of fish ponds. So many schemes are there. All these are covered, sir. Ornamental fish units, construction of retail fish markets. All these schemes, the applicant will apply online, and that will be received by the FD, Fisheries Development Officer, and they will process it, and they will be forwarded to the district level officer, district state level officer, and they will sanction and they will ground the scheme, sir. So similarly, there is another scheme for milk animal distribution. One more, the government of Telangana has given 4 rupees per liter with a ceiling of 1,000 liters per month to the milk pourers in the state, sir. Who pour to that some particular 3-4 dairies are there, 4 dairies are there. The milk pourers will get 4 rupees incentive in addition to their regular payment. For this also we have given one application, and those milk pourers were given in one milk animal also given at subsidized prices. That also we have developed application for the Telangana dairies. So mobile apps also we developed for various applications like Raitu Bandhu, Raitu Bima, crop bookings, animal distribution, animal ELAB for animal husband department. TMS also we have given one for capturing the photographs of the unit photographs, and integrated mobile apps for agriculture department, drug management system, and veterinary hospital management system. We had given several, wherever it is required, we have provided mobile applications, mobile apps also to support that. So some of the websites we had given is for agriculture, animal husbandry, and then fisheries, agriculture. These are all the we have awards received. We received the CS award for fisheries teamers, and online subsidy distribution CS award we received, and Raitu Bandhu we got Scotch award, and Digital India Digital Transformation award also we received, sir. And Scotch award for Raitu Bima, CSA award for Raitu Bandhu, sir. So thank you, sir. So these are all the applications, in addition to some more applications for other departments also from agriculture HOD. As a HOD, we are developing, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you come out from out of the presentation mode, Mr. Suresh Kumar?
Yes, sir. I'm coming out, sir.
So it is a very nice presentation. The title of this panel discussion is on e-governance for agri enterprises, rural livelihood and food processing.
Yes, sir.
And you have brought out the complete work which the National Informatics Center, Hyderabad, is working with the government of Telangana to bring out a lot of areas. It's very important, impressive, and I also watched since the days of involvement and the cooperation from the government of Telangana and the previous United Andhra Pradesh state is enormous for implementing various programs. But the time has come that everything is flow from top down. But now today conference is the theme is e-governance for agri enterprises and rural livelihood and food processing. Now the time has come that we have initiated a lot of databases. A lot of databases are available, but how to see from the bottom up? That agri enterprises is every farm is an agri enterprise. Every cattle is an agri enterprise. Every water body is an fisheries enterprise. So how to see from that, the farm assets and how to convert them as an agri enterprise with respect to farm and non-farm, and then how it facilitates rural livelihood, and also that how it bring it out, formalization of micro enterprise, food enterprises. So now the time has come that what all the things which is available computerized under the Digital India programs and Digital Telangana government programs, but with the database available, now we have to see the bottom of the pyramid as to how to see the top-down approach, bottom-up approach. That is more important. Databases available, how to bring in. This is where that the operationalization of the doubling for recommendations of the doubling farmers income committee report, is very important. And do we have other members join the?
Sir, actually, another two speakers we had. Ibrahim is from Nigeria, and this Dr. Tilak Raj, both are having some technical issues, as our webmaster has said. So I request you to continue for another some minutes to enlighten the audience, because there are many boys and girls from many colleges.
There's no problem. That
Yes,
the
sir.
thing is that I can complete up to the time allotted up to 2:45. There's no
Okay,
issue.
sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so now let me make my presentation, and if I thought that if other speakers are there, I will also hear from them. And then, as the chairman of the panel discussion, that how we can go about it, what is really needed from my vast experience, what I'm doing it, I would like to present it.
Yeah, please, sir, please.
Let me share that, can you allow my screen to be shared?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, already given you the right.
Okay. And now let me.
Hello?
Is it visible?
How is it?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. So,
You might
Start
click
even
on the
with-
share screen and yes, sir, it has started.
It started
Yes,
now.
sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, good.
Sir, you can go to the full screen, sir.
And okay then. Full release is not coming.
No, sir. I'm just able to see the PPTs.
Yeah, but how?
Maybe you can click on the slideshow option here, sir, below. Below.
Okay.
Yes, right.
Okay, so coming now.
Yes, sir, it is coming.
Chandrika entered the waiting room. Admit. Okay. So thank you very much, and Mr. Suresh Kumar, you made a very nice presentation, and let me also see that other two speakers also join, so that I feel I'll be very happy about it. But let me complete. Let me talk about with respect to the present theme. The panel discussion number one is on e-governance for agri enterprises and rural livelihood and food processing. And just to okay, that I would like to talk about digitalization of agriculture in India, pathway for agricultural innovation and smart farming, because this will bring in the necessary e-governance for agri enterprises and rural livelihood and food processing. Because India is an agrarian economy, and 14.5 crore operational holders, 85% of them are small and marginal farmers, and then you have livestock economy and fisheries economy and so on and so forth. So now with digitalization of Indian economy is now sharpening, with the BharatNet is getting into every village, every gram panchayat, and farmers having smartphone, rural youth having smartphone, so that this gives a pathway for agricultural innovation and smart farming. And what is it for us, digitalization of agriculture and India? So the 7-panel discussion also, I felt so happy. It is very nicely designed. And it is talking about e-governance for agri enterprises, rural livelihood and food processing, e-governance in enterprise marketing, human resources and financial management, e-governance for non-farm enterprises and urban development, sectoral development, skill development, innovation, startups, social entrepreneurship and sustainable livelihood development. Why I felt very happy was that I am involved in this digitalization from bottom-up process from 1987 onwards, when I was in charge of District Information System Program, 28 sectoral database, and one village comprehensive village level information system. When that was introduced, and that time it was 512 districts in the country. Now today it's about something like 769 districts. And if and that time it made a revolution. It was present to 512 districts collectors conference, which were held at that time at Bhopal, Hyderabad, Jaipur, Imphal, and Coimbatore. I was there to present to all the district collectors that about the importance of district information system. And that time we didn't have technology. Today we talk about artificial intelligence, big data analytics, blockchain technology, GIS technology, remote sensing, imagery analysis, and so on and so forth. We had only D-based technology or Fox-based technology. We are in a position to revolutionize at that time. And if we are even come out with the concrete, comprehensive information system, if every district would have operationalized the 28 sectoral database development program, which included district information system on agriculture, district information system on animal husbandry, district information system on fisheries, today we would have got lot of data for applying artificial intelligence and big data and the blockchain technology to bring in effective e-governance in the system. But unfortunately, apart from the vertical computerization, the government department relied on statistics. Today, what is necessary is that we don't have a comprehensive database on village resources. We don't have a comprehensive database on agricultural resources information system, and we also don't have a national database on comprehensive database on farmer. What is having it? So what is needed to bring in e-governance for agri enterprises and rural livelihood and food processing, because India is an agrarian economy. Every higher education institution, be it engineering, non-engineering, agriculture science, and so on and so forth, they have to have agriculture as a use case. And this is very important. Acharya Vinoba Bhave said India is largely an agrarian country, agricultural country, Krishi Pradhan Desh, a country of villages having more than 6.25 lakhs villages. It employs more than 50% of the India's workforce. It is the only sector which provides large scale employment opportunity. And it supports 16% of the world population in the land area of about 2.5% of the world. And it is reported that 50% of the total geographical area is threatened by various types of land degradation, such as soil erosion, gully and ravine formation, and salinity, waterlogging, shifting cultivation, and so on and so forth. According to FAO report, almost 25 billion tons of topsoil is lost worldwide everywhere. India alone is losing 5.3 billion tons every year. Save soil is very important, as Satguru has now started. So this is very important, and we have 6.25 lakhs villages. And we have to bring in self-sufficient villages, Atmanirbhar village, which can be formed only through that agricultural economy, which includes agri enterprises, rural livelihood, and the food processing. What is being produced in the village, it has to go as a branded product. It cannot go as a raw material. It cannot go beyond block level or mandal level, as a raw material. If a dairy means, it cannot go as a milk. It has to go as a dairy product beyond mandal, beyond that when it crosses block level boundary or mandal level boundary. And I would like to quote is very important. Rural India is a powerhouse with the potential to add 1.8 trillion or the equivalent of the current GDP to the country's economy. He said it to the shareholders at the Hindustan Unilever Limited in an annual general body meeting in 2012. This is still important and relevant. I do not know who is giving importance. This potential can be realized only if Bharat and India merge. And today I'm very happy that your 7 sessions of this very important conference, if they look into this aspect alone, I think I feel that this conference has done its achievement. We in India, unfortunately, we see everything on a vertical situation. Interoperability is not there. India needs rural managers and not students from social welfare discipline. And World Economic Forum policies predicts that India will spend an estimated additional 1.6 trillion by 2030 by aspirational and healthier food. So it means that food processing is very important. We have to have a micro food enterprises. Lot of food startups are necessary, and so on and so forth. That's why I said it that we need minimum 2.25 lakh agri-tech startups to help 14.5 crores operational holders in the country. You see what we have it. We have the visionary recommendation of Ashok Dalwai Committee on doubling farmers' income by 2022 report. Unfortunately, the block level agriculture officers do not even know what the committee talks about it. Now it is submitted to the government in 2018, and now it is 2022. It talks about, I was closely associated with the doubling farmers' income committee formulation in volume 12, volume 12B, and volume 11. Volume 12B talks about that digital technology in agriculture. And volume 11 talks about agricultural extension and ICT. We need to have a farm extension 4.0. And this is that 7 mission mode programs. In order for e-governance, I do not know whether the national e-governance division of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology have, even those recommendations are now available with the Minister of Agriculture. But what steps they have taken under the national e-governance in agricultural programs, these 7 mission mode programs are important. This has come out. I was able to recommend, and the committee has accepted, chapter 10 of the volume 12B, 7 mission mode programs, digitalized agriculture. We need to have a digital technology and innovation in agriculture, bottom up. Every farm has to be considered as a digital asset. Synergization of Digital India, Make in India, Skill India, and Startup India program for transformational reforms in agricultural sector. And it is very much essential. Through smart irrigated agri systems, smart rainfed agri systems, and smart tribal agri systems. When I introduced smart tribal agri systems, people said that why that we heard about only irrigated and rainfed. I told them that smart tribal agri system is sustainable. And it's very important to bring in the tribal agriculture system to the main systems. Today you can see COVID-19 has taught a big lesson. Now everybody is looking into millets. And it is a sustainable agriculture systems. And even though we have a tribal sub-plan traditionally, but the boys and girls from the tribal area, they have not been technologically enabled. Second one is digitalized agromet advisories and agricultural risk management solutions. We need to have an open insurance ecosystem for the agricultural systems. When a farmer buys scooter, he insure. But when he sells his product, it gets insured. But when thing on the production stage, and agricultural insurance is not there on the ground. So we need to have an open insurance ecosystem. Is very important, which is artificial intelligence and various other technology enabled. Unfortunately, we don't have a comprehensive agricultural resources information system. What is available below the ground, what is available above the ground, what is coming from the sky. And micro level planning, village level information system is very important, which we have proposed, which was there from 87 with the parameters, and we didn't have it to make village as an asset for asset, investment, financial investment. This is essential for achieving smart village and smart farming. India is a country which has got 365 days of sunshine, 127 agroclimatic zone, more than 400 agricultural commodities. Each commodity has to have an agricultural value chain to build 14.5 crore operational holders. It is very essential. Canada has got about 9 value chain, global value chain. They are ruling the whole world. And we need to have a digitalized access to inputs, technology, knowledge, skill, and agricultural finance, credit, marketing, and agricultural management to the farmers. Everything should be delivered at the doorsteps. Farmer need not run from pillar to post. He is supposed to adopt good agricultural practices, science and technology-based farming, and he should produce what the customer wants. Digitalized integrated land and water management system. This is agronomy plus artificial intelligence that's leading to precision agriculture. It's very important. What is to grow where? And soil health is very important. And the last one is digitalized farm health management system, plant health, animal health, soil health, water health, and fish health. It is $1 trillion data economy. Everything is vertical. COVID-19 has taught a big lesson. Human health, farmer health, plant health, animal health, soil health. We got about more than 16 crore soil health cards. Water health and fish health and environmental health. If it is seen on a village through a GIS technology, and we need not to go for a lockdown hereafter, but the thing is that this is $1 trillion economy, which made me to have a health informatics network value chain very effectively. So the pathways for agricultural innovation and smart farming is necessary in the country through the rural youths and all educational institutions, irrespective of what their vertical which they are teaching, because agriculture is an Indian, India is an agrarian economy. So this means it will ultimately facilitate establishing about 2.25 lakh agri-tech startups, scale-ups, one in each Gram Panchayat in the country. Startups has to move from IITs, IIMs, and urban area to the Gram Panchayat level. This is more important. And also we have a self-reliant India program, Atmanirbhar Bharat, climate change and pathways. We have 5 pillars of self-reliant India. Is a quantum jump, not incremental change in economy, and infrastructure, one that represents modern India, and system technology driven, and vibrant demography, and demand for full utilization of the power of demand and supply chain. And this is a bold reforms, need of our supply chain reforms for agriculture, supply chain, 450 commodity supply chain. And this is very important, which is necessary. And this is an ecosystem. We have, according to 2010-11 agriculture census, it is, 13.835 crore farming, operational holders. Now it has crossed about 14.5. About 67% are marginal and scale farmers. Marginal scale farmers, 18% are small scale farmers, 10% are semi and medium scale farmers, 4.3% are medium scale farmers, and 0.7 only are large scale farmers. These farmers have to become an agri-entrepreneur, agri-enterprise owners. And we have to take a leverage on mixing of emerging technology, existing technology for effective and inexpensive ICT penetration for the productivity and in the farming sector, input systems, production systems, output systems, and non-farm rural development. This is where I have been propagating for the last 20 years. And now with the support of the Soviet Institute of Engineering Technology, the country needs about 1 lakh professionals in agricultural informatics. We need to have an MTech in agricultural informatics, BTech in agricultural informatics, PG diploma in agricultural informatics, diploma in agricultural informatics, and MBA in agribusiness management for every crop. It's very important. We have 450 agricultural commodities. We have to have so many digitalized agribusiness value chain. So we have to have an agriculture 4.0. India has to give to the whole world. Industry 4.0 has come from German. Society 5.0 has come from Japan. We have Digital India, Make in India, Skill India, Startup India, Stand Up India, Atmanirbhar Bharat 2020, Mission 2022, doubling farmers' income by 2022. When will it reach farmer and farm in the country? That's why during the COVID situation, I thought that being a farmer director general NIS and a man who brought ICT in a big manner in the country, 87 district information system, 95 National Conference on Informatics for Sustainable Agriculture Development, which gave IT blueprint for agriculture, 15 informatics network, AgmarkNet, Mr. Suresh Kumar talked about it, and so on and so forth. That made me to get into agricultural informatics discipline. And this is the university which is set up as Center for Agricultural Informatics and E-Governance Research Studies and Center for Agribusiness and Disaster Management Studies to train rural youth, agriculture graduates, engineering students, and postgraduate students to get into agricultural informatics, to have agriculture as a preferred option. So I thought that during the COVID situation, rather than sitting at home, we have an internet connectivity network. I thought, let me propagate the volume 12B recommendation of the doubling farmers' income by 2022. And I started a webinar series on every Thursday. I completed 80 editions by 25th of June 2022 on Thursday, and the 80 topics which are relevant. It is 80 topics is included to 80 PhDs, 80 startups, and so on and so forth. NRIs and experts from India and abroad, they have been talking 2 hours talk, and everybody can get into that and use it. And then this is available in the website and the Soviet University under the URL soviet-university-webinar-doubling-farmer-income.php. Another one is that government has announced Atmanirbhar Bharat and how to promote open source digital technology for various sectors of economy. And Saturday, I started international webinar series on open source digital technology towards self-reliance in India. By today, I had 80 editions completed. Today, I had the talk for, even though it starts normally 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. because of this plenary session, I did it from 10:45 to 12:30. It's on coffee value chain. How to convert smallholder farmers, coffee farmers, into as a business partner. 80% of the coffee producer are small and marginal farmers, and they don't get the benefits sharing of the net profit. And this is necessary. And Indian coffee is being tasted throughout the world. And why can't a coffee producer, smallholder farmers of Karnataka, Kerala, Telangana, Andhra, and Orissa can West Coast and East Coast can get the benefit. And this also is 80 editions and very important for the startups and government departments to see these videos and also documents to see to that how farm and farmer can be made as digital assets. Very important. These are all some of the webinar posters which you can see that. And then after completing the 54 edition, 54 plus 54, 108 is a very important figure. The government and the Soviet University of Engineering, where I am associated as a professor emeritus and chairman of the 5 Centers of Excellence, we had a national conference on strengthening the vision of Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat, with focus on agriculture and digital technology, how a higher educational institution should contribute for strengthening the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister in the area of agriculture and digital technology. Dear participants, I would like to tell you this is the only public private university, or even only university in the whole world to have agriculture as a use case, engineering university to have an agriculture as a use case with the centers of excellence working on this national mission. And I would like to quote some of the very important problems which we are talking, which is relevant for today's topic, which I picked it up. This is Dr. Krish Sautrapolis from Australia talked about artificial intelligence data analytics to ensure optimal nutrition in the soil, harvested food that minimizes human disease. Very important. Every village has to have this project operationalized. Use of artificial intelligence and data analytics to ensure optimal nutrition in the soil, harvested food, and minimizes human disease. Understanding market dynamics for increasing farm income for the farmers. Role of technologies in mitigating crop risk from the industry perspective. A person who, and then this expert who is a biotechnologist and a man who is, is working in the global communication, he talked about how soil health, harvested food, and human consumer, what are the things we should look into it. Soil health will give nutritional assessment, biological assessment, impact of supplementation, and also we can look into the climatic study. Harvested food nutritional assessment, genetic assessment, epigenetic assessment, processing, biodiversity, logistic, and so on and so forth. Minerals of the soil controls the metabolism of cells of human being, animals, and plants. So soil health, if the soil is not healthy, plant cannot be healthy, animal cannot be healthy, and plant cannot be healthy. Why it is not moving? Hello? Okay. And then potential role of minor fruits in achieving nutritional livelihood securities, which can bring in lot of minor fruits if it is get into the value chain. This is addressed by Dr. N. Kumar, former Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. A man who is working in the Northeast on mushroom cultivation, he is an Ashoka Fellow. He talked on a way towards self-reliance from agricultural waste and providing nutritional food security to the nation. Agriculture sector produced $19 billion agriculture waste. It is not being converted as a wealth. And he is doing wonders. Mushroom cultivation from agriculture waste, providing nutritional food security, every village can have it. And Dr. that Mahadu from the Karnataka Animal Husbandry Veterinary Universities, he talked about Vision 2025, agriculture and allied sector. He talked about when we want to sell chappal, we need a showroom, but when we like to have a nutritional food, how it is being, sold. And this has to change. And this, this is, agri enterprises in the fishery enterprises to come that our fish has to be sold in like, how the chappals are being sold through the, this, showroom. It moved me very, emotionally. And then is another gentleman who moved from embroidery textile to neem based one. And he is creating a biopesticide from neem and export. Throughout India, we grow neem tree and we don't collect the neem seed. And neem tree, he talked about sustainable solution to livelihood, chemical-free nutritious food and global warming. It's a big opportunity, biopesticide market, and why can't we do it? And then now we have a one district, one product, commodity. On 23rd June, Mr. Gaurav Srivastava, he talked about the country needs OD-OP informatics network value chain, the key to unlock India's potential of agricultural exports. We don't have it. Digital technology in agriculture. And then he talked about some of the things that Jaggery, two districts, Ayodhya and Muzaffarnagar in Uttar Pradesh, and Pulses, Balrampur and Gonta, and Asafatida Hink in Hathras, and Siddharth Nagar, Kala Namak rice, Gausampi, banana, Auria, Deshigi, and Pratapkar. I have taken a lot of interest because I come from a Kanyakumari district, Tamil Nadu. I settled in Delhi for the last 42 years. The district alone produces 25 varieties of banana. So I initiated a program, Banana Agro Processing Technology Center. To that, everything which comes from the banana, it has to be created as a wealth. Banana alone, we have got about 263 crore plant in the country. After cutting the fruits, it can give 50 rupees, 263 crore banana plant into 50 rupees, it is 13,000 crores per annum. And we can make villages a self-reliant economy, but we are not utilizing the agricultural banana waste. This is very important. Then another one is on 2nd June, I had a fantastic discussion and the national webinar series on doubling farmers' income. That is on untapped potential for growth. We have to create co-create solutions to realize gains for farms, households, and communities. Today's topic is e-governance for agri-enterprises, rural livelihood, and food processing. That's why I thought that this has to put it. He worked in NGO for the last 33 decades, worked with the teenager. It works very well to co-create solutions to realize gains for farms and households and communities. And now he is working with IACOT. It is a first integrated digital platform strengthening traditional business and agriculture value chain with finance, technology, and service. As a 360-degree solutions, IACOT addresses the needs of producers, farmers collective, manufacturers, processors, distributors, retailers, and consumer. A one-stop platform, digital marketplace, finance, bringing neighborhood stores online, digital, complete workflow, and comprehensive view of trends and insights. This is what is needed in the country. And now some of the things which we should understand, small and marginal farmers in India, which I talked about it. And this is Mr. Sanjay Vidyarthi. After working in multinational IT companies, now he is established an agriculture NGO in Rajasthan, works on agriculture value chain. Mr. Subhas Bakshi is working on bioenergy supply chain, a business opportunity for rural enterprises and farmer produce organization, an online marketplace for biomass, biofuels, and biofertilizer. Mr. K. Mishra, Krishna Chandra Mishra, is a former CGM, NABARD, and Ashoka Fellow. He is working on how to democratize the future of farming. He established eQutur as an agribusiness value chain. As a global experience, he talked about this is what by digitalization of Indian agriculture, we can democratize the future of farming. So from basic farming to productive farming, we can achieve agricultural efficiency with respect to production efficiency, labor efficiency, capital efficiency, and farm efficiency. We have moved from 1948 from information theory and to 1999 Internet of Things. And I'm very happy that I was closely associated with this value chain. Government of India through National Informatics Center introduced district information system on agricultural systems, and animal husbandry fisheries in 1987, prepared an IT blueprint for agriculture sector through a national conference on informatics for sustainable agriculture development in May 1995. And in 2005, Government of India National E-Governance Program in Agriculture has come out. And unfortunately, the 12 clusters of identified under the National E-Governance in Agriculture, it is still waiting for its operationalization at the grassroots level. The future is agriculture innovation can come through adoption of green technology. We had previously green technology, GREE and technology, but the present technology will be green, GRIN, genomics, robotics, informatics, and nanotechnology. This needs agricultural informatics professional. That's why my mission is through the agricultural informatics program, which I launched in the university. So with university, MTech in agricultural informatics, we need professionals, multidisciplinary professionals to work on agricultural system. This is what the National Education Policy 2020 talks about. Genomics, robotics, informatics, and nanotechnology. Smart farming, smart agriculture is the future of agriculture. The second one is adoption of technology for natural resource management for farming. It is very important for both rural livelihood and for agriculture. 15 agroclimatic region, 127 agroclimatic zone, and it has it has a different farming practices evolved over centuries with the changes in weather and climatic condition, technology, innovation, and socio-cultural practices. 6 river resource region, 35 basins, 112 catchments, 550 subcatchments, 3,237 watersheds, and these are all, and mini watersheds and micro watersheds. And this is important to have an digitalized governance on watershed based is very important. And integrated farming, rainfed farming, and tribal farming. It's very important, and operationalization of overreaching vision of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana is to ensure access to some means of protective irrigation to all agricultural farms in the country to produce per drop more crop. Today morning, I had a talk on coffee value chain. The smallholder farmers in coffee farm, they don't get water. They face a problem on water. And they have to spend for fertilizer and water more than 35,000 rupees per annum per acre. It's very important that we brought technology. This is a time is that to unlock the sustainable potential of land resources in the country. Why I initiated the land, National Conference on Sustainable, Informatics on Sustainable Development in 91, I was quite influenced by the recommendation of Agenda 21 of Goals of Sustainable Development, Chapter 10 of Rio Earth Summit 1992. And this is very important. Land provides an environment for agricultural production, and its potential evolution help people make better decisions. Therefore, it is required to unlock the sustainable potential of land resources as they are being degraded at an alarming pace. I do not know whether our rural development offices and agricultural offices and fisheries offices and animal husbandry offices are listening. And agriculture data is very important. Every farmer, every farm generates data. And both farm and farm generate a lot of data. This has to be, digitalized, big data. Then only we can apply artificial intelligence. And poor data means poor AI. Government of India has come out with a national strategy for artificial intelligence. If you don't have a farm-wise data, say season-wise data, for the last 20 years, what can we do on artificial intelligence? We can have in all the top layer area. And then farmer who generates data needs to agree upon data use and sharing with other shareholders in the era of intellectual property rights. Somebody else making money out of his farmer's data. That's why in his talk in Digital Agri-Tech, Dr. Sangeeta Davar in the National Webinar Series, she talked about digital agri-tech and industry perspective. Indian farm sector has an unique opportunity to develop an integrated digital platform comprising pre and post-harvest marketplace. It needs a MTech in geospatial course on agricultural resources, very important. 145 million operational holders. Technologies like edge artificial intelligence, cloud, fog, edge computing, language computing are deepening their impacts progressively in efficiency gains of farming sector, having potential impact on agricultural resources management, agricultural value system. Weather technology tools in agriculture, this is very important. It is farmers today in many countries utilize weather prediction tools to advise them precisely when to plant, spray insecticides, apply fertilizer, and harvest using accurate forecasts that are hyper-located to each farm. This can generate, weather data alone can generate so many agri-tech startups in the country. Every non-engineering colleges who have computer science, teaching computer science, more than 18,000 can get into this weather technology tool for agriculture. And weather technology tools for agriculture, and you can see one study report I would like to quote, NCR report 2010, impact assessment and economic benefits of weather and marine services, it talks about the economic profit estimates can vary between 50,000 crores, where 24% receive weather information, to 2,11,000 crores if all farmers receive weather information with respect to his farm. And the thing is that use every part of a crop and use every part of an animal shall be strategized for making additional profit for farm produce. This has to be a slogan. Use every part of a crop, use every part of an animal for agri enterprises, rural livelihood, and food processing. On-farm, off-farm, and non-farm, activities are and agriculture development and rural development are interdependent at a grassroots level. That's why in one conference which I was chairing in the National Institute of Rural Development in 2012, I said that we have got about 6,500 blocks, 6,500 agriculture officers, for example, and 6,000 rural development officers. These 13,000 people have to be trained on sustainable agricultural rural development and the digital technologies. However, during the last 3 decades, the gap between them are widening. We have to have a farm business as a part of larger value chain. COVID-19 lockdown crisis provided India both opportunities and challenges, and has provided an opportunity to agri-tech companies in digital space like advisory, e-commerce, and etc. Farmer needs timely location specific and personalized information for effective control on their production risk, and then market their produce to identified market opportunities. I voiced in 2011 itself that how well do we know our farmers? My article on e-governance online net. There have been a lot of emphasis on marketing innovation in agriculture. Input supply chain for cost reduction and output supply chain for increase in profitability. Agriculture extension system 4.0 for increase in farm productivity. Convergence of agriculture technologies and digital technologies. Rural processing enterprises and processing technologies, including technologies for generating wealth from agriculture waste. Our Indian farmers need not be a poor farmer. They need not even ask for waiving of loan. They can be the wealthiest people if every institution, every government department walk down to village. Village should be their central focus point. That requires a robust national database on farmers with their assets and prevailing agrarian distress at the grassroots level. We need a farm-wise database, and farmer-wise database should be considered as a two basic assets on which the digital technology shall operate. My note on that need for the national database of farmers with comprehensive database is available with the Ministry of Agriculture and farmers welfare. I would like to quote how many schemes are available, but this has to be brought under the village level. It has to be categorized, synergized, and with the farm level and farmers level. And then only we can see that how much investment the government making for an on-farm level and off-farm level. It's very important. I would like to quote what Prime Minister said on 29 November 2020 in the Man Ki Baat program. He said, and I quote, our farm sector and villages are the foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Do we have comprehensive database on farmer, on farm level, on village level? We have everything else in the country. I have been voicing for the last 35 years, working on it. Smart village scheme, I brought it in 2002. I wanted to have it for one farm smart village, one in every state. I was not allowed to operationalize it. But when the Prime Minister announced a smart city, that program, I launched it and included in the Doubling Farmers Income Committee report as one of the main recommendations. Every village has to become a smart village, so that farmer and farm sector will become the shareholders, and it will become a foundation of Atmanirbhar, that is village Atmanirbhar Bharat is very important. And today it is a digital world is a rising platform economy. You can see that, and the next slide, that how our small and marginal farmers using technology. we have technology, and smart agriculture system has got three factors have to be rendered together. Technology to collect and process data, algorithms to convert the obtained data into decisions, and big data analytics to uncover hidden patterns, unknown correlations, market trends, customer preference, and other useful information that can help organizations make more informed businesses and decision making. That is very important. And smart farming, smart farmer, and smart village are expected to emerge. And agricultural activities are largely undertaken in village, and one can envisage digital technology for sustainable development of village. We have Sansad Aadhar Gram Yojana, District Plan Project 2002 to establish smart village to facilitate appropriate digital technology in agriculture. There are all the efforts in the right direction. We have sensors, we have software, we have connectivity, location, robotics, data analytics. But what the NABARD Financial Inclusion Survey says, that the pathetic technique adoption by Indian farmers, only 5 farmers only have tractors, 1.2% only uses drip irrigation, 0.8% only using sprinkler irrigation. Only 8% farmer have received any kind of farming skill development training. 92% have not done any training whatsoever. Our farming practices are archaic in nature. 70% farmers borrow money from non-institutional lenders. This is very important. And we can have either doubling farmers or 10x if we fix these problems. This is where digital technology in agriculture is very important through the 7 mission board programs. Health informatics network value chain, I talked about, it is a $1 trillion economy. Human health, plant health, animal health, water health, soil health, leading to one health ecosystem. I talked in the National Animal Agriculture Science Congress in 2011, which was held in Lucknow, that it needs this digitalized farm health is very important. And this is necessary to bring in, this can generate, $1 trillion. It is a sunrise economy. We can use remote sensing technology, these vertical data collections, and then, we need not to have a lockdown condition hereafter, but we can lock the concerned individual who has a health problem. And this is very important. And the way forward is India records about 1 lakh agriculture graduates. And agri-tech startups are transforming agriculture, developing innovative digital solutions. We need to have disciplines like MTech, BTech, PG diploma, and so on and so forth, as available from Soviet Institute of Engineering Technology. And we have to bring in farmers network, centralized, decentralized, and distributed. And this is what I projected in the doubling farmers income. Today, only KVK and Atma centers are available. And that is the technology which is produced from the ICAR. But we have to have 12 boxes as a startup to provide various kinds of services to the farmers, advisories, be it agroclimatic advisory, good agriculture practices, capacity building, finance, insurance inclusion, agri-marketing, non-farm activities, farm planning, agro-warehousing, cold storage, and input dealers, linkages, irrigation extension, research extension, and other extensions in livestock, and so on and so forth. Digital technology, which is the rise of platform economy. This all the technologies can be adopted in agriculture. Agriculture is an unstructured problem, semi-structured problem. Be database technology, big data technology, web technology, IoT, GIS technology, artificial intelligence, language computing, remote sensing, 3D printing. Agricultural machinery can have a big thing at the 3D printing at the grassroots level. Blockchain technology, social media, cloud computing, TV white space technology, and mobile technology to bring in e-governance and informatics in agriculture sector through genomics, robotics, informatics, and nanotechnology. The time has come that from product to smart connected product to production system to systems of systems. Whether it is a weather data systems or seed optimization systems or irrigation systems or farm equipment systems, or like that, we have to bring in for artificial intelligence design pathways in farm management systems at the Gram Panchayat level to help 14.5 crores operational holders. What to do that? Agriculture startups, scale-ups, we need to have all primary agricultural cooperative societies, 1 lakh primary agricultural cooperative societies have to be converted as an agriculture value chain and in association with an deep tech agri startup. We have to digitalize primary fisher cooperative societies 22,000 with agri tech startup, fishery tech startup and value chain. We have about 1.5 lakh dairy cooperative societies, only 33%. Amul pattern, 66% are an unorganized sector that can brought under dairy farmers produce organization has to come out. In addition to that, we have to have an agricultural polytechnic, agricultural ITA at the block level to bring in digital transformation at the grassroots level. Atmanirbhar Abhiyan in agriculture recommended through the way, that webinar series, digital infrastructure, predictive analytics, automated labeling, wearable technology, blockchain-based traceability, AI-based analysis, IoT-based sensors, and so on and so forth. These are all some of the points, about 23 points, which can generate the data from pre-farm gate to post-farm gate. Fisheries produce value system. It is a perishable commodity. We had a value chain for dairy. Dr. Kurian brought it, but we have not adopted that perishable commodity value chain as we adopted for dairy. We not for all the other perishable commodity in the agriculture and fisheries sector. And the data is new raw material for digital economy, and we have to have a strong raw data generation in the agriculture sector. And emerging and rising digital platform is it's a GIS and image processing software, and it is very important that the government has now deregulated, and this can generate $5 billion economy, and agriculture is a spatial technology adopter. And this needs to have a large dose of agricultural resources information system on GIS technology. You see that big IT companies are using agriculture as a use case, cutting edge technologies, quantum computing for device of new type of fertilizer that can mimic the bacterial process and reduce the amount of methane gas and energy required to produce fertilizer. Big data analytics, we need to have a nationwide crop planning, 10 times bigger than other application. We need IoT ML for precision smart farming. Doubling Farmers Income Committee report recommends an IoT grid from village level, like electricity grid for agriculture. It also recommends IoT grid for agriculture. AI for yield prediction, 5G for centralized large-scale precision and smart farming. And untapped potential for growth, co-create solutions to realize gains for farming, household, and communities. We have farm level problems, micro and macro. We have to have a matchmaking co-creation with aggregate levels and create conducive ecosystems, value addition, technology, and farming, at base as a business, and integration of whole value chain, global value chain, national value chain, and produce what the customer wants, and appropriate infrastructure. And another very important, startup, it talks about, it is called, some Unati, an open agro network to unlock $1 trillion plus potential of Indian agriculture with the smallholder farmers. Do you have a plan? That's why I always have to have a national agriculture policy, should have a national smallholder policy, national medium farmer policy, and national large-scale farmer policy. We can't mix them together. According to Mr. Anil Kumar, is one of the successful, a banker got into the agriculture value chain, and he is talking about there existed $1 billion plus potential. We can work with the smallholder farmer, and they can bring money like anything. He says that access to finance, linkage, access to, talks about risk mitigation tools and market linkages and customized financial solutions and access to finance, total solution. And the former additional chief secretary to the government of India, Dr. Sudhir Goyal, he talked in one of my webinar series, Doubling farmers' income can be achieved through integrated agri value chain. It has to start from, village level and needs a digital platform where successful startups, SMEs, social entrepreneurs could approach to get a value chain integrated facilitator. There are a lot of successful, startups. When most of the agri-tech startups, he says, are struggling to sell their services. Products which touch only very small part of the value chain. SMEs and startups, which are mostly SMEs, engaged in entire value chain connecting farmer to consumer, have all ingredients to scale up their initially successful operation. So the agenda for creation of a localized and sustainable value chain of say 1,000 farmers on average would require 100,000 enterprises to cover 100 million farmers. Is experience. This is what I'm saying, that through this today's seminar, if we would like to have an appropriate e-governance for agri enterprises, rural livelihood, and food processing, you create at least 2.25 lakh agri-tech startups to help that 14.5 crore operational holders. And in view of this, during this webinar series, we are trying to work out one digitally enabled agricultural value chain for one crop every district through signing MOU with agri startups and NGOs, one agri-tech, crop value chain, digitalized value chain, for every district. And in the process, we have signed MOUs with the startups and NGOs in many states to realize the following value chain based on the problems. Fisheries informatic network value chain concentrating inland fisheries, which can bring more foreign exchange to India. Health informatics network value chain to get $1 trillion economy benefit to India. Integrated farm health management. Jackfruit informatic network value chain. Tripura #1 in production. Assam #1 in number 2. West Bengal #3. Orissa #4. Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. And it is a very nutritious one. It can put more money in the farmer. One district, one product informatics network value chain. Spices informatic network value chain, very important. Coffee, cocoa, spices, rice are all traded commodity after petroleum. And dairy informatics network value chain, breadfruit informatic network value chain, it can bring in lot of nutrient things to our, India for nutrition security. This can even be made available in the midday meal scheme. Coconut informatics network value chain. Every item from coconut has to be converted into more than 100 products. Today, coconut farmers are trading coconut as a tender coconut. And banana informatics network value chain, coffee informatics network value chain, millet informatics network value chain. Next is lantana camera informatics network value chain. It is a toxic weed which the Britishers brought it for landscaping and ornamental flower. But it's killing animals, killing agricultural plants, but it has got also, every part of lantana camera, it grows even if you cut it, but it can be used to bring in, non-edible furnitures and edible, medical values. Huge things. Based on my webinar series, one NGO is discussing with the Hosur forest. They are getting 200 hectares of land to redevelop this lantana camera affected forest area. Neem products informatic network value chain, mushroom informatics network value chain, jaggery, sugarcane jaggery, coconut jaggery, kalmara jaggery, then give a very good medicinal value for diabetics people, and smallholder farmers can get benefit. When this much opportunities are available, why can't the government infrastructures working in agricultural field walk down through this network value chain, digitalized informatic network value chain, as an individual worked in the government? When I can do this much with one university, we got 4,500 engineering colleges, 1,500 universities, so many IITs, so many IIMs, so many NITs, so many central universities, so many state universities. We can do wonders for Indian agricultural economy, digitalized economy, value chain. And this is the journey which myself, as a former Director General NIC, through the Center for Agricultural Informatics and Value Chain, E-Governance Research Study, Center for Agribusiness Informatics and Disaster Management Studies, Center for Informatics Development Solutions and Application, Center for Industry 4.0. We have 63 million SMEs in the country. If we would like to occupy the space of China, which is left it after COVID-19, we have to train the 63 million CEOs of SMEs to adopt Industry 4.0. That's why I brought this Informatics 4.0 Technology Center. So this is my value point, and innovation can impact every corner of agriculture. Rerouting value chain, crop efficiency, biochemicals, food technology, artificial meat, plant-based meat, contained and vertical farming. There's a major AI application and use case areas in the agriculture, which the NASCOM has brought out. And AI in agriculture in 3 major areas. This is what, in industry and startup overview, supply chain efficiencies, predictive agricultural analytics, and crop and soil monitoring. This is an ICRISAT, AI enabled sowing application, which helps farmers increase. And agronomy and AI equal to precision farming. And it is a very important startup which is gaining a lot of importance. And this is a mathematical formula, agronomy plus artificial intelligence is precision farming. This needs to be done in all the farm-wise, farm and farmer-wise. And then this is one startup, I liked it very much. Husband and wife, microbiologist, wife is a microbiologist. And the husband is that, communication expert. They are from the agriculture family. When they had a pesticides insect problem, and they started working on pest management solutions, today, they have come out with an, non-toxic, artificially intelligence, physical pest management solutions, and based on insect communication system. They studied the pattern of insect communication. And through this one, they brought out that effective solutions, and which has got a large scale applications. And National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence, we had to adopt this infrastructure very effectively. And the Department of Telecom has come out with that Indian AI stack. Standards Committee has brought out in September 2021. We have to adopt it. And Government of Andhra Pradesh has come out with, in association with Artificial Intelligence for Agricultural Innovation, Artificial Intelligence for Agricultural Innovation. It's very important. Initially, I was close, I was an associated, and this type of things has to spread at the farm level. I also would like to quote that PwC and FICCI report 2020, which talks about ushering in a new growth wave from artificial intelligence and for agricultural intelligence, redefining agriculture through artificial intelligence, predicting the unpredictable. They are given that agriculture input where AI can give AI-driven solutions, farming practices, harvest and aggregation, storage and marketing trading. My request will be every educational institution can look into this report and start up and center for developing necessary solutions for the local farmers. Industry 4.0 supply chain, we should adopt it. Traceable agri-food supply chain. And of course, Government of India has come out with an Indian stack, consent layer, cashless layer, paperless layer, presence-less layer will be the background. And this is where I thought that I should, and after working for more than 40 years, I should get on to the grassroots level problems, launched MTech in Agricultural Informatics. And I would like to seek the support of the National Institute of MSME to bring in MSMEs and the agriculture sector, even the National E-Governance Division, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, to look into these programs to train a lot of agricultural informatics, the rural youths to get into agricultural informatics professional. And this is very important. And after the UGC visit to the university, they said the Center for Agricultural Informatics E-Governance have a lot of, it's a potential for excellence. This is very important. And BTech Agricultural Informatics, MBA in Agribusiness Management. and courses are defined, and MTech in informatics and e-governance on standards based. It is necessary. This also I have launched e-governance in agriculture sector, e-governance in livestock sector, e-governance in fisheries sector, e-governance in tribal sector, e-governance in cooperative sector, e-governance in grassroots development, e-governance in retail marketing sector, e-governance in education sector, industry sector, and the insurance sector and banking sector. Why can't we people join with me to bring in? As an one individual with one university can come out with this much activities, if all the 4,000 engineering colleges and all the state governments, 763 agricultural departments, district, and 6,500 block level offices into 4, we can do wonders at the grassroots level. And last week, on 16th, I was asked to deliver a talk in University of Agriculture Science, Dharwad. They wanted to develop future research strategies and recommendations based on available knowledge to address the emerging matrix of agricultural problem in a holistic manner, with a potential to promote eco-friendly, sustainable agriculture and a changing climate scenario. My suggestion to them was, you please establish a Center for Agricultural Informatics and e-governance research. This can be done in every higher education institution, and start an MTech level course on agricultural informatics and BTech level course on agricultural informatics to motivate the rural youth to undertake agricultural transformation of Indian agricultural system through agricultural innovation and smart farming technology and adoption of Farm Extension 4.0. And this is what I gave it. And now let me come back. Hope I have not bored the people. I thought let me give the perception with us to today's program. And when in 2013, there was a strong recommendation that the government of India, Minister of Agriculture, should establish a national center for IT in agriculture. And this didn't come out. Then I thought that let me initiate a Center for Agricultural Informatics and e-governance research studies in the Soviet Institute of Engineering and Technology. The journey is on. This is an agenda which is there unless we look into this problem. Any amount of digitalization is not going to help our small holder farmers. Agriculture enterprises, we have to connect the dots. 3 dots: agri entrepreneurs, rural innovators, and agri startups. It's very important. And we cannot depend upon only 400 agriculture colleges and 75 agricultural universities and 100 ICR institutions. Agriculture is an Indian agriculture economy. Every government department, rather than looking into their verticals, look at village as an one entity. That is more important. And synergize all the government schemes to a village level. See from bottom up. And also that is necessary to make a district self-reliant, not looking for government budget every year, a block self-reliant and village self-reliant. Thank you very much. And I stop it. And if other members of the this panel discussion joined, I would like to invite them over to the session coordinator. I'm not hearing. Please unmute.
Sir, please unmute.
Sir, first of all, sincere thanks on behalf of ni-msme for appreciating our program structure. This program structure has been designed by the program director, Dr. Dibyendu Chaudhary, Dr. Srikant Sharma, Dr. Vivek Kumar. And I also like to add that ni-msme almost in every month organizing agri-oriented educational research and business program for the stakeholders at the ni-msme campus in physical mode by involving the youth of all over India. I have seen that the people, boys and girls, even the girls, they are coming from Jharkhand and they are staying here for a month and taking training from the faculties of ni-msme. I am sure our Director General, Madam, will definitely interact with you, and it will be the matter will be taken forward to organize various academic research and business program with your esteemed university for the development of the whole agricultural sector. The second thing which I'd like to add, that when in Mahabharata, there was only one Dronacharya. When I met Dr. Kalam, I felt in modern India, I met one Dronacharya. When I met Professor M.S. Swaminathan, I felt that I met the second Dronacharya. When I met P.K. Banerjee, the football coach and player, I met the third Dronacharya. And today I met the fourth Dronacharya of India. You are really Dronacharya who had integrated, synergized the agriculture sector with the modern emerging technology. This will definitely give India a livelihood for another 100 years. And you will be remembered till the time India exists. Thank you, sir. Since the other two paper presenters could not come due to technical sort out, I will request Chandra, if the clap can be paid for the sir, and then we express our sincere thanks to him for his outstanding presentation, and we move forward to the second session. Webmaster, can you please play the clap?
So thank you very much, Dr. Raju Das. Dr. Raju Das?
I am Dr. Sandeep Chattopadhyay.
Achha, so the name is coming as Dr. Raju Das.
No, maybe
Dr. Sajay, I'll be very happy to get both Sobit Institute of Engineering Technology with these 5 centers of excellence and ni-msme. If we can work together collectively,
yes,
with the various action plan and the various courses, we can do wonders as a joint collaborative things for the agriculture sector. And I'm available, and I also would like to have it every Thursday and Saturday at 11, Thursday and 11 o'clock and Saturday 11:30, that national and international webinar series on these programs, agriculture and digital technologies on, and I'll be very happy to spread this one through your social media network. And I always used to say that when Modi is working, why can't Modi work? That is, I work under that one, that Modi works and Modi also works. Thank you very much for making me in the club of Dronacharya club. I don't know whether I fit into this or not, but the thing is that many people used to say that, Professor Modi, you are a mathematics student and computer science person. How you are got into agriculture with so passionate that when you address many agriculture scientists, they listen to that. And what is that? I told him that, gentlemen, I was born and brought up in rural area, and agriculture is my DNA. And when an opportunity was given to me in 1987 by my Director General to visualize district information system, I was given only 6-letter word, DISNIC. And this is, I was able to give its soul and heart and mind. I thought that an opportunity has been given to an ex-IITian. I did my MTech Computer Science from IIT Chennai, 76-78 batch. I thought that I should bring technology to the rural area, and that the journey started from that day onwards. And then 95 didn't stop. It is with a 5 national, national conference with 15 informatics network. And then, after retirement, the university came and talked, asked me to join as a professor emeritus and the chairman 5 centers of excellence. I thought that rural India should shine, should smile, and should roar. And that is where, and the rural boys and girls should not come to the urban area. Urban should move to the rural. That is what is very important. Thank you very much. And somebody is saying that please share your PowerPoint. I will send it to the coordinator, session coordinator, and they will be in a position to circulate it to all the participants. Yes. Otherwise, also I will tell my email is moni, MONI, at shobituniversity.ac.in, SHOBHIT university at ac.in. thank you very much. And I thank my, Mr. Suresh Kumar to participate in the
Yes.
program. And also that other three members are very important. If the time comes, I will request you to organize a webinar for an interactive session with the other three people, because I also would like to interact that what is the Rich is doing it. Can we integrate with them? I have gone through their website. I thought that he will join today, but unfortunately he has a medical emergency. So he's not able to participate. But I will request ni-msme to have another program, maybe 1 hour, to interact with the three people and myself. That will be very nice. Thank you very much. And I
Thank you, sir, for
what?
great session, because as the session was progressing, we thought that it is basically at the ending, it looks like RRR, Triple R movie, Rise, Road and Rebel. So you have talked about that, and the rebel starts from the village, and that is what is agriculture. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I leave.
Now, yes, the clap was given. Thank you very much. Now we move to the second session, our second technical session, and our second technical session chair, Shri Bala Pedigari, the principal consultant and growth and transformation leader for high-tech unit at Tata Consultancy Services, Hyderabad, is already here. So I welcome Mr. Bala Pedigari first. And also we have one speaker, Dr. Raju Das, even though under my photo, the name is showing, but I am not Dr. Raju Das. Maybe it is not properly placed. So I request Mr. Bala Pedigiri and Dr. Raju Das to appear on screen. Mr. Bala Pedigiri has already appeared. And I request Dr. Raju Das to appear on the screen. Both have appeared. The title of this session is E-Governance in Enterprise Marketing, HR and Financial Management. This session will be chaired by Mr. Bala Pedigiri, whom I met in dream. I never come to know how I got his visiting card in my bag, because we never met before. I got his visiting card. Maybe the visiting card was dropped in my bag because of for this conference only. I don't know when, but it had happened like that. So I contacted him and he agreed. He was so kind enough to agree to be one of the speakers at this conference. And apart from that, he came and attended another session at the ni-msme in a prize distribution ceremony as a guest of honor. So we are very much thankful to him. A small bio catch, allow me to narrate. He is working with Tata Consultancy Services Limited for over 23.5 years as a principal consultant and growth and transformation innovation leader for high-tech unit. He is responsible for driving purpose-driven transformation program with technology enablers, research and innovation functions. He is a technology thought leader and practitioner in building high-performing product development teams and technology practices such as artificial intelligence, enterprise architecture, cloud solution, design thinking, development ops, business analytics, modern workplace, performance engineering, and security. None of anything I understand because I am from a different background. So I think I should not take much more time. I should allow him to start his presentation. And about Dr. Raju Das, it is not shared with me, your bio sketch. When you start to speak, please tell about yourself. It is my request to you. And now hand over the session to the chair, Mr. Bala Prasad Pedigiri. Thank you.
Sir, please unmute.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and thank you, Professor Moni, who has done a very good panel on the e-governance in the agri-enterprises. Really, the need of the hour, because I strongly have a belief that e-governance will play a very, very dominant role in the citizen services globally. And coming to this particular panel session, we are going to touch upon the e-governance in enterprise marketing, human resources, and financial management. The three important core areas when you're trying to look from either the government services or through any kind of a commercial enterprise services. These three will play a very integral part of the success of that framework, what we really intend to look at. So I'll just take the first 10 minutes for setting the context in these three areas. Then I'll hand it over to Rajudas for presenting his paper. Then finally, we'll take up the questions appropriately. So if you see the kind of information explosion happened in the last few years, the confluence of this electronics, telecommunications has really bridged the gap, and it has exponentially ensured that the information has been easily shared and reached everywhere. So for people to make the decisions, and even for the public administrators or corporates to make any kind of a decisions, it was very, very essential for them to have the meaningful information at their need. So with this kind of a changes and transformation which triggered is the e-governance is becoming a very, very important initiative, and it is becoming an integral part of every nation. And that says that the initiatives will be spanned across and it will affect the citizens globally. Now, e-governance has been, over the years, we have seen that e-governance has been moved over the government department. It has been transforming the way governments are working and reinvent all the people's participations in the democratic process. E-governance is a kind of a platform you want to create, which will really drive to integrate the solutions and services between government to citizen services, government to business services, government to government services, which truly empowers both the government and citizens like never before. One of the report, when I was trying to study within the McKinsey, we found that an average Indian mobile data user currently consumes more than 8 gigabytes of data per month, which exceeds the average in more digitally the advanced countries such as China or South Korea. What does it mean to us? You can see that there is an increased number of internet users, and by 2023, you can see that the increased availability and decreased cost of high-speed connectivity. Now, once the 5G rolls out, the changes will also significantly impact the way we are trying to consume the story. So it is a kind of economic value. What you try to create is quite large. It could go up to $1 trillion from the digital economy in 2025, from what we are trying to get it from $200 billion right now. Now, the fundamental thing in any kind of a good governance is that how you try to design or architect your information and communication technology in a progressive manner, so that it becomes an essential tool for promoting the accountability, convenience, and transparent governance. Remember, accountability, convenience, and transparent governance. So governments and the corporations are really struggling to put down the governance structure which is driving such things, so that is a common consensus can be obtained. Moving on, just wanted to touch upon the role of e-governance in the enterprise marketing. So when you really look into the enterprise marketing, it generally the kind of a customer-wide customer relationship management, what you try to do to drive the lead generation through any kind of a multi-channel marketing campaigns, or through any kind of by targeting the different enterprises, which is really needed for your business to function. Now, when you are trying to do that, you are trying to see that how your revenue growth happens. So there are a lot of initiatives and strategies which are formulated by the corporates and the governments also in promoting their initiatives. In fact, I would like to draw your attention that today, government has rolled out Open Network for Digital Commerce Initiative, ONDC, what we call. That itself is a kind of an initiative to bridge the gap between the buyer and the seller, and trying to promote the culture where the goods can be sold to the consumer at a very smaller cost without involving any third-party commission charges. So defining such kind of enterprise marketing and put down certain governance structure by defining the right level of policies for the various marketing tools or market management activities will significantly change the entire landscape of thinking. So first of all, we need to understand that there are different types of marketing exist today. And we need to see that how each of this marketing is driving the communication and promoting the products, but not misusing the privacy aspects of the end user, not misusing and breaching any of the security areas, which are also equally important when you're trying to bring governance into the context. Because governance is all about, I would say that it's all about people, process, and technology, how you try to combine them together to deliver the solutions. Now, working with such kind of a larger team, it requires a lot of decision-making capabilities to be provided, and you need to also segment it and also drive and manage the campaigns. Now, the governance, when you're trying to talk in the enterprise marketing, need to take care of some of the key aspects of the customer relationship management, what kind of the selection of market automation you try to do, how you drive the email marketing, how do you, because of the advent of the artificial intelligence kind of a context which is coming in, today many enterprises are going toward the chatbot software to communicate to the end consumer rather than having a person to communicate. So doing so, how you ensure that your information is not disclosed beyond what is expected to be disclosed, and that accountability need to be there. The project management tools, the social media management tools, they all fall into the category of the enterprise marketing to take a look at. And it is very important to understand the kind of a scale and diversity this enterprise marketing takes today, and how significantly e-governance can play a role to control the communication of the information by leveraging the right tools and technologies. Moving forward, one of the important segment everyone need to start focusing and understanding is about the human resources. Any organizations, means we talk about, it's all about human resources. How do you well manage? In this context, when you try to look at, you can say that human resources could be the investors, employees, vendors, third-party players, or the citizens, could be anyone. All these people need to be taken into account, because the kind of a statistics, what it tried to talk about is the e-governance encompasses the combination of the government, citizens, investors, employees, and vendors. And all these things are obligated to follow certain policies around the political, economic, and also the social and legal environments. These are the critical variables one need to really look at. So when you really look into the human resources element in any kind of e-organizations, you need to see how you will be able to communicate better. How do you able to organize the information which is more reliable and integral to the part of the employee structures? And it should really help in making the decisions more efficient in nature. So for one of the important thing how do you establish the e-governance policies is, first aspect is how do you make the manpower planning? So you need to analyze the overall job functions and descriptions and try to see that how you can get the right talent into the pool, and what kind of a governance policies you establish so that people can be inducted properly. Second is about the recruitment, which recruitment selection, what we call. It's all about how you try to shortlist the people, go through the interview process and selection process. The third is about how do you manage their talent. So once people are coming in, you need to ensure that their talent need to be continuously nurtured to meet the growing demands of the business. So the critical aspects, what you need to look at is you need to move from steady state to the continuous change. So which will drive transformation. Your quality focus is completely improved to drive the process engineering. Your matrix-based organizations are moving to the network-based organizations. Your entire performance appraisals will be a continuous performance management, what you try to bring in. You want to move from the function-based organization to the process-based organizations. You want to move from the control organization to the empowerment organization. You want to move from the employment to the employability. Such kind of entrepreneurship mindsets people get developed. So the focus is in the HR segment, the e-governance plays a very important role in the training and development, performance management, compensations and reward systems, and also notice the new work patterns, which is growingly triggering. In fact, today, one of the norm in the industry is about the gig economy. So people try to play a role where they do a lot of freelance jobs, like 2 to 3 jobs in a day also. So in the gig economy, you need to see how the flexi time patterns can be accommodated, and accordingly they drive the e-governance policies. The third element which I wanted to touch upon is about the financial management. So role of e-governance in financial management is very, very important, because wherever you see, whether it is government organizations or the corporate bodies, financial management plays a very important role. As I mentioned, that it's all about bringing the information, communication, and technology together, and to make that the governance is very, very close, and it is primarily supported by 5 pillars I always say about. The first is about the communication through the computer, connectivity, content, consumer, and confidence building. When you're really driving such kind of things, you ensure that the information is trying to reach to the right people at right point of time. So it will really enable to make the right decisions with notified information. The basic aspects when you deal with the financial management, it encompasses the different elements like budget management, receipt management, expenditure management, payroll management, debt, cash, and account management. These areas need to be clearly driven with support of different processes and policies, and having the right level of information controls and overseeing that governance will play an important role to ensure that you will be strongly making the right frameworks available for the to the benefit of the stakeholders. So it's important that you create a kind of a citizen-friendly image or employee-friendly image from the government or for the corporate angle. From the segment of the small and medium business enterprises, such kind of a governance will really help in making the right services, establish a financial transparency, so there is a right information can be obtained, create a healthy relationship. These are all the benefits which can come with the effective, good e-governance policies defined in the organizations. Further to that, you also empower the people who to make and drive the democratic decisions. And it finally enables you to create a very good business ecosystem or a citizen-friendly ecosystem around the world. So there are enormous benefits when you try to bring in, and it will really eliminate a delay in the processing the information, and it will also create a lot of opportunities to move forward with lower cost of implementation. Having said these things, what I wanted to communicate here is the importance of e-governance in public and private sectors is becoming a very, very crucial element. And when we strongly adopt this and ensure that is strongly followed at all levels, from strategic to the operational level, we can ensure that better ecosystem, better decision support system, and proactive information disclosure systems can be really created. In fact, I would say today many state governments have started bringing in such kind of a financial transparent policies and making e-governance as a kind of a practice and making it a kind of a cultural habit to be followed. With that short note, I close my summarized view of the role of e-governance in the enterprise marketing, financial management, and HR. And I would now like to invite Raju Das to present his paper and take forward his views and perspectives, what he has shown.
Thank you, sir.
Raju. You have the presenter privileges, Raju?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Go ahead, please. Present your
Yes.
paper, and once you have done with the paper presentation, I'll be taking up the questions for you.
So I would like to request to host to enable my screen sharing phenomenon, because I could not.
Yes,
share
sir, it is already enabled. It is all enabled.
This enabled.
Sharing the content is enabled.
We can hear
Raju.
you,
You
Dr.
can do
Das,
that.
no problem. You can move ahead, no problem. We can hear you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Dr. Raju Das, faculty member, State Institute of Panchayat and Rural Development, Assam. So I would like to present my paper today in the e-governance online conference, international conference. My topics entitled growth and functionings of the credit guarantee scheme for micro and small enterprises in India. a trend analysis of e-government program. The scheme is totally based on e-governance, and it is a totally computerized and online programs initiated by the government. So first, I would like to define what is a credit guarantee scheme. So something. Okay.
Your PPT is not yet open.
Okay. Okay. Credit guarantee scheme is designed to operate within formal financial systems where guarantee given to a bank act as an incentive to lend to enter that would otherwise not have been funded. The guarantor underwrites a portion of capital loss by the bank in the event of default by the borrowers. The portion guaranteed generally ranges between 50 and 80%, 50 to 80% of the loan, with the balance being bank's exposures. So this is the guarantee given by the CGTMS. CGTMS is a credit, it is an Indian credit guarantee schemes. Indian credit guarantee scheme initiated in the year 2000 August. So the mechanism of the scheme is like that. The mechanism of the scheme is like that. So the trust gives a guarantee to the bank, when bank lend credit to the MSMEs. The MSMEs, those who could not start their business, say like a startup or existing, say anyone, those who could not start their business due to the financial crisis or the lack of fund. So that enterprises get the loan from the banks, and CGTMC assures guarantees to the banks for the loan amount they given to or lend to the MSMEs. The credit guarantee schemes, credit guarantee programs date back to the 19th century, and the first guarantee schemes were established in Belgium and France in 1840s. It's a very old, this concept is very old one. There were more than 2,250 active guarantee funds in 100 countries by 2003, means 20 years earlier there was. In India, on 30th August 2000, the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for small industries was set up jointly by the Government of India and Small Industries Development Bank of India to provide guarantee on a collateral-free loan up to rupees 25 lakhs. And now these 25 lakhs reached to 2 crore. Now we know who are the micro and small enterprises. So micro and small enterprises was defined as per the MSME Act 2006, and again the new definitions have come.
Raju, your PPT is not getting shared for some reason. Can you please check?
Okay.
Your Explorer window is getting shown.
Is PPT is it partially observing? Or?
No, sir, it's completely not visible. You can see only the folder with the PPT. You can open the PPT, then start sharing the screen.
And then put in the slideshow.
So
Or else you can share the PPT in chat box.
Is it shared? Is it shared now?
No, sir, no. Sir, you can share the PPT in the chat box. We'll present it.
Okay.
You try to share the entire content rather than one particular screen. I think you are sharing only your Explorer screen. Raju, try to share the content, click on the share content and share the entire screen.
Okay.
Fantastic. Now click on that.
Is it visible now?
Your Explorer window is visible. not the PowerPoint.
Not a PowerPoint. Okay, then I'm sending my PPT through chat box. Yes. I send it to chat box.
Yes, sir.
It shows up now. Go ahead.
Next
Whenever you want to move the slide, just indicate that.
Just tell me next, I will move that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Raj.
Next page. Next. Okay. 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 Thank you. So the new definition of the MSA Act, what came into the 1st July 2020. So earlier what is the MSME Act or how it is defined? MSAs that is different from the present. That is different from the present MSMEs definition. My PPT disappear now.
Is it okay, sir? Are you able to see now?
Okay, I'm able to see it now. Okay, so MSME Act define micro and small enterprises into two categories. Those who are from the manufacturing sectors, for that there is a different investment limit in plant and machinery and equipment, and those who from the service sectors, for that there is a different categories of investment limit. Investment limits, say for micro, as per the MSME Act 2008, for micro enterprises, the investment limit is 1 crore, up to rupees 1 crore. Those who from the manufacturing sectors, and those who from the service sectors, those who from 25 lakhs, and those who from the service sectors, their investment limit is 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs. So in that way, from 25 lakhs, and then from 25 lakhs, so there is 5 crore, and from 5 crore, above 5 crore, it is a medium enterprises in manufacturing sector. And for the service sector, the 10 lakhs and more than 10 lakhs, it is small enterprises, and more than 2 crore, it is a medium enterprises, still up to 5 crores. So in the new definitions of MSMEs, and the new definitions which comes effect from 3rd July 2020, so there is no category. There is no category for like a service and investment. It is this the last definition was what just a new one that's come based on the only on the two classification, that is a turnover and investment. That is a turnover and investment for micro enterprises. Those who are invest those who invest rupees 1 crore, rupees 1 crore up to rupees means equal or up to rupees 1 crore in the plant and machineries, and their turnovers up to rupees 5 crore. If they any of the area, if they cross, they will come to the next category like small enterprise. So like that, 1 crore to 10 crore, 10 crore to 50 crore for plant and machinery and investment, and for the turnover from micro to small to mediums, it is respectively 5 crore to 50 crores and the 50 crores to 250 crores. So please next. So on credit guarantee schemes, when I search and review literatures, there are many studies available in international context, but in Indian context there are very few rare studies. There are very few studies. So some of the study I've highlighted here. Please go to previous page. Okay. Some of the studies. Oli, Hasmati and Choi in 2009 evaluated 2 credit guarantee schemes in Korea, namely Korea Technology Credit Guarantee Fund and another one is a Korea Credit Guarantee Fund. The result indicate that for growth in say the schemes, the effect of the schemes, the enterprise those who are using schemes, they have a growth in sales, employment, wages levels, and they are all the positive and significant for the firms guaranteed by either Kotak or KOCG or by both the schemes. And then another study in 2008 done by Isuji and Sakai and Yamashiro empirically examined the effectiveness of the credit guarantee program in Japan on loan availability, assets allocations, and the ex-post performance in terms of business profitability. It was found that there is a significant increase in loan availability for SDG program, special credit guarantee program for financial stability users relative to non-users and minimal positive effect on the firm assets. That means that assures that the credit guarantee scheme assures the availability of fund to the micro and small enterprise. Please next please. By comparing the changes of the firm after and before the guarantee, it was found that there is growth in the employment, payroll, personal tax, sales tax, contributing to economic development of the state. This study is done by Bartshaw in 2002. And Giacchini and Ventro, another study done in 2009, conclude that the Italian guarantee scheme had worked as a powerful instrument to reduce the borrowing cost and increase credit availability to ease the financing constraints to MSEs. And another studies, Madil and Hans in 2007 measured the incrementability of Canadian small business financing program by using logistic regressions and found that incrementality is associated with the guarantee program. Next, please, next. So, please, next. And another study, Thim Kulu and Giacapunu in 2012 made an attempt in their study to know whether Kula Credit Guarantee Scheme addressed the credit market failure for small business enterprise in South Africa by using data pertaining to the period from 1996 to 2012 and found that there was a drastic increase in the credit flow. And Riding and Hans studied the cost and benefit of the Canadian loan guarantee program called the Small Business Loan Act. He concluded that the program was an effective instrument for supporting startup growth and survivals of the new and risky. So from this all international study, it is confirmed that the credit guarantee scheme is working for the benefit of the entrepreneurs. Those are from the micro and small and medium enterprises. And it assures that there is the influence on the economic development. They increase the sales. Many achievements means even the main thing is the availability of loan to this startup or to the existing enterprises. So please next. So from the review of the literature, the research problems, what have been come out that the credit guarantee scheme covered lending in India to MSEs, while expressed as a percentage to total bank lending to MSEs stands only 2.6%. This is the RBI, as per the RBI report 2010. So in India, what are the total lending to the MSEs done by the bank or financial institutions? Out of that total lending, only MSE covered is 2.64%. So minimal coverage. That means the more than 97% covers not done by the guarantee scheme, even after 23 years of the scheme start. In addition, SIDBI annual report unearths the fact that the Northeast states and Jammu Kashmir represent an underserved area in terms of CGTMSE coverage. And divergence in guidelines between CGTMSE, RBI, MLIs is one of the factors responsible for poor performance of the scheme. This is the study done by the Rahman in 2010. As per the report of the committee set up to examine the financial architectures of the MSME sector, 2015, CGTMSE covers only around 7% of the, means it is improved. What are the RBI reporters came in 2010, in 2014. So that coverage comes to 7% of the existing outstanding credit to the MSME sector still March 2014. The report concludes that the poor rate of CGTMSE coverage is attributable to lack of adequate information about the scheme. And in a study conducted by 2019 by RBI, it is found that low awareness of financial market and banking practices are the root cause for delay in loan processing under government scheme. So one of the reasons of the poor performance is that is a poor awareness of the financial markets from both the sides. There's that is the entrepreneurs as well as from banking sectors. Those who are the running the banks, bank managers, and those are the career officers. Please next. Please next. So the research question: how is the scheme performing in India? That is the growth and functionings of the credit guarantee schemes in terms of the number of guarantees and amount of coverage in India. That means since 2000, in my studies, I have gathered the data from the annual reports from 2000 to 2007, so 17 years. So I here in the studies, it is reviewed that how is the performance of the credit guarantee schemes in terms of the coverage, in terms of the coverage of the bank lendings. And this is done with the help of tabulations and simple statistical formula. With that tools, these studies have been done. Please next. The objectives of the study is to review the performance of the credit guarantee scheme from 2000, 2001 to 16, 17. The performance of the credit guarantee scheme is analyzed with the help of the trend lines over the period of 17 years based on the two parameters of the schemes. That is the number of guarantees and amount of guarantees. So here I have written two parameters. So parameters I have increased. The studies have done based on the 5 parameters. These 5 parameters are the number of total number of guarantees. I mean that this done on year wise, but the total number of guarantees, amount of guarantees coverage, cumulative number of guarantees, cumulative amount of coverage, and the average loan size. Please next. So methodology of the study: the accomplishment of the first objective is based on the data collected from the secondary source. Some data earlier obtained through RTIs, and that includes the annual reports of CGTMSE, member lending institutions, the various informations from the member lending institutions. Member lending institution is the financial institutions, those who give guarantees, those who receive guarantees from the CGTMSE, and those name of the financial institution is registered under CGTMSE. Micro and small enterprises and annual reports and RBI reports of RBI. Apart from this, an effort has been made to capture some relevant information from the records of CGTMSE and MLIs. The functionings of the scheme has been captured by studying the trend of its various parameters for a period of 17 years. It is a printing steps. So please next. So parameters already I told that this is the number of guarantees, amount of CGTMSE coverage, cumulative number of guarantees, cumulative amount of coverage, and the average loan size. Please next. So, so the trend of CGTMSE coverage, simple growth rate is calculated as the simple growth rate. So this is the KT is the previous one divided by the difference KT divided by KT minus 1 into 100. That means that is the current amount is the number of increase divided by the last financial year into 100. Please next. So the finding and analysis, the temporal analysis of CGTMSE coverage during these 17 years of service, the number of CGTMSE coverage is increased rapidly from 1951 credit proposals to 5,307,708 credit proposal in 8 years, starting from financial year 2000-2001 to financial year 2000-2008-9. And immediately the number of the credit proposal jumped to 1,51,387 and 2,54,000 in the next two consecutive financial years, that is 2009, 10 and 2010 and 11 respectively, by registering highest growth rate in 2 consecutive years. The growth rate of CGTMSE coverage is 181.87% in 2009 to 10 and 67.78% in the financial year 2010 and 11. Please next. Subsequently, the same pattern of growth rate has also been observed in case of the amount of CGTMSE coverage as well. The growth rate of the amount of CGTMSE coverage is 212.59% in the financial year 2009-10 and 83.11% in the financial year 2010 and 11. So while looking average loan size in 17 years of CGTMSE coverage, it is the lowest 0.64 lakhs, means it is 64,000 less than 1 lakh, and in the financial year 2000-2001, and highest is 5,65,000 in financial year 2011 to 2002. The rapid increase in the average loan size. From this observation, it is understood that the size of the loan guaranteed per credit proposal is increased over the years. Next, please. Now the year-wise number of CGTMSE coverage, the trend of credit facilities started rising from 2000 to 2001 to financial year 2010-11, and thereafter it is declined immediately in the financial year 11 and 12. Again from 2012 to 13 it is started rising till financial year 2015-16. In the last 17 years, the trend of the number of credit guarantees keeps fluctuated 2 times between financial year 2010-11 to 2011-12 and 2015-16 to 16-17. The year-wise trend curve for a number of CGTMSE coverage is a best fitted 6-order polymer trend lines. So it's there's many fluctuations over the last 17 years. The polynomials trend lines deviated from the trend of the credit facilities in the financial year 2007-8 and 8-9, and financial year 10-11 and financial year 15-16. And this year is deviated from their actual growth. And CGTMSE coverage suddenly rises from 2006-7 to 10-11 following the enactment of the MSME Act. And it is found that after MSME Act, the number of member lending institutions have increased rapidly, and due to that, there is a quite increase in the coverage, CGTMSE coverage since 2006-7, because the 2006-7 the MSME, as per the MSME Act, get influence in these sectors. Please next. After enactment of the MSME Act, the number of MLIs increased from 40 in financial year 2006-7 to 106 in the financial year 2010-11, contributing to a rapid increase in the number of credit guarantees. The trend has sharply declined in financial year 2016 and 17 due to the commencement of the Mudra Guarantee Scheme through NCGTC in financial year 15-16. Mudra scheme coverage has suddenly picked up in the year financial year 2016-17, having an adverse impact on CGTMSE coverage. So it is found that since 2015-16, there is a little decrease in the CGTMSE coverage because of the inauguration and because of the presence of the Mudra scheme, with the new schemes which giving also coverage to the entrepreneurs or MSMEs, small micro MSMEs. Please next. Yes. Year-wise amount of CGTMSE coverage. The trend of the amount of coverage approved from 2001 to 2016-17 can be observed in figure 2. Okay, now it is so given in paper figure number 2. The amount of credit guarantees coverage has been rising continuously from 2001 to 2014-15, and thereafter moves downward in the financial year 15-16 and the 16-17. The trend has a positive deviation from the actual observation in the financial year 14-15 due to the introductions of the Mudra loan. In the initial stage, the Mudra loan guarantee is covered by CGTMSE. The trend of the amount of guarantee coverage is the best fitted in the polynomial trend line. Please next. So year-wise average amount of CGTMSE coverage. The amount of CGTMSE, amount of average loan size has fluctuated many times since last 17 years of the CGTMSE coverages. And from 2001 to 2000, the beginning 2 years, it is increased from 60.64 lakhs to 1.29 lakhs, and immediately fall in the next year, next financial year 2002-3 to rupees 1.18 lakhs, due to the fact that 95% of the proposals are below or equal to a loan of rupees 5 lakhs, and 5% proposals are between loans of rupees 5 lakhs to 25 lakhs. The maximum coverage are given for the small loans, and the 5% of the guarantees given in high loan. So again, the average loan size moves upward till 3.43 lakhs in the financial year 2004 and 5, before start falling from financial year 2005-6 to the financial year 2006-7. In comparison to financial year 2004 and 5, above loan size of rupees 5 lakhs, the amount of the credit guarantee decreased from 70% to 67%, and the number of proposals increased from 11% to the 13% in financial year 2005-6 and financial year 2006-7, which mathematically cause a decline in average loan size in next 2 years. CGTMSE takes 3 years to reach almost the same average loan size to rupees 3.41 lakhs in the financial year 2007-8, which was left in 2004-5. Please next. Thereafter, it started rising upwards slowly till financial year 11-12 to rupees 5.65 lakhs, and again it started falling downward slowly till financial year 2014-15 to rupees 5.27 lakhs. In the financial year 2015-16 and 16-17, it's again jumped suddenly at rupees 3.88 lakhs and rupees 4.41 lakhs consecutively, which is the lowest value in the preceding 8 years. In the financial year 15-16, there is again rise of 27.40% in the number of proposals and a decline of 6.23% in the amount of credit guarantees, causing a decrease in risk sharing by MLIs compared to the previous years. Again, with the increase in the number of proposals for a loan above rupees 50 lakhs to rupees 200 lakhs, risk sharings by MLIs has gone up from 3.88 lakhs to rupees 4.41 lakhs in the financial year 16-17. The trend of the average loan size is nearly the best fitted polynomial trend line, as the curve of the trend line keeps fluctuating during the period of 17 years. Please next. The cumulative numbers of the credit facilities approved has gone up sharply from financial year 2006-07 onwards. This is rising upward and may be the effect of the enactment of MSME Act 2006 and may be caused by the engagement of a large number of MLIs in the credit guarantee schemes. Please next. After enactment of the MSME Act 2000, cumulative amount of guarantees rising sharply upwards from 2006, which this is talking about the cumulative figures, which may be the effect of the large number of MLIs involved in the credit guarantee schemes. Please next. So, as a whole, the different parameters and the result findings come that all the categories, means the number of proposals, number of credit guarantees, year-wise number of credit guarantees, showing that trend line is a polynomial 6 trend lines, and amount of proposals, means amount of this coverage, is also showing polynomial 6 trend lines. And please next. And then system is average loans are also polynomials 6 trend lines, and the cumulative number also the has shown the polynomial 6 trend lines, and the amount of cumulative coverage is also showing polynomial trend lines. So all the figures are captured by the polynomial trend line. That means over the last 17 years, the figures keep fluctuating 5 or 6 times, and this is the best fitted lines of the last 17 years coverage of CGTMSE in terms of amounts and in terms of the numbers. Please next. The conclusion is that this is an incline in CGTMSE coverage from 2006-07 to 2010-11 following the enactment of MSME Act, and the line of actual observation has deviated from the trend of the credit facilities in 2007 and 8, 2008, 9, 2010, 11. And this time the figures keep fluctuated, and increase in the number of MLIs from 40 in 2006-07, and suddenly it is down to 106. So the great achievements in registering the number of financial institutions under CGTMSE, and here it is a great contribution. It is contributed to rapid increase, which contributed rapid increase in the number of CGTMSE coverage. The overall trend of year-wise CGTMSE coverage is the best fitted polynomial trend line. So overall, the result is that the growth and the line which captured in the last 17 years, that's all are polynomial trend lines. So here I conclude my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Raju Das, for providing a very insightful insights associated to the credit guarantee scheme. From the very stated objective, I know that Government of India has launched this particular scheme to support the stressed medium and small business enterprises and it's micro, small, medium business enterprises. And it is very, very important that this guarantee coverage is extended to the scheduled commercial banks, either through personal loans, through the banks, or through the promoters, which could really infuse the equity and ensure that the business is eligible to restructure and drive the change. And the initiatives like Swanidhi and many other things really played a very important role in this entire credit guarantee scheme. And significant usage of it is very, very critical and important. I believe defining such kind of a transparent e-governance structures and marketing such kind of a novel initiatives to promote MSMEs to take the advantage of the credit guarantee scheme and improve their business functions, financially well managed and drive is very, very critical for the success of the country also. And I have a couple of questions, Raju. I wanted to understand your perspective you have studied this entire thing, which went into the decline mode, and then again with the enactment, there is a lot of increase in the credit guarantee scheme proposals and the usage of it. What I want to know is if you have really looked at the spread of the usage of the credit guarantee scheme. Some states have utilized it very heavily, some states have underutilized it. What is your recommendation to ensure that adequate usage of the credit guarantee scheme for the SMB segment can be leveraged? And what kind of initiatives you recommend so that people can truly take advantage of it?
Yes,
Any
sir.
thoughts on that?
Yeah, yes, sir. So yeah, actually this is the study which I contributed in while I did my PhD. So that times this is the part of the presentations, the part of the studies what I present today. But my studies are extended to the awareness of the schemes, awareness from the side of the bank, and the financial institutions, and again on the other side of the entrepreneurs also. And the performance in terms of that turnovers, in terms of sales, and two other criteria. Those who have taken the benefit of the schemes and those who have not taken the benefit of the schemes. So in most of the cases, so my recommendation is that though the coverage still is low, as per the report, it is only 7% in the last 2015. So 7% coverage only out of the total. So I recommend that what I found in the studies that the awareness level is very low. The awareness level is very low among the entrepreneurs, and even also in the bank managers. The awareness level is very low. And another point is that those who have aware, the entrepreneurs, those who have aware of the schemes, they wanted to take the advantage. They wanted to take the advantage. Advantage is like that. That means when they come to know, yes, the scheme is guaranteed by CGTMSE, that is the government, central government, that then take the advantage, not paying the loan and not paying the installment. Getting my point, sir? And in that case, the loans go to NPA, and because of the some of these issues, and sometimes the bank give a loan and give guarantees to that, give coverage to that loan from the CGTMSE, and the address proof and the identity was provided by the entrepreneurs. That is fact. So my suggestion is the awareness camp and many programs to be done from the side of the bank, financial institutions, from the side of the CGTMS, and from the side of the government should take they should take the initiative for to create the awareness among the entrepreneurs, and also our entrepreneurs should be the honest, and there should be the deals. Yes, I have to do some things, and the loan should be used, and for that the encouragement should be given in periodically, and how they can develop their business utilizing the amounts, because the general public that not much aware also the how fund can be utilized into the business. They don't have even the marketing knowledge, they don't have even the financial knowledge how to utilize the fund, means many things. So this type of knowledge should be given to the entrepreneurs. The government should create some campaign, give some campaigning setup to provide this kind of knowledge to among the entrepreneurs. And also from the bank side, they have to be aware that when they're giving loan to some entrepreneurs, then they also be aware that the loan is utilizing their best. So government should not keep loose on that. So this type of suggestions I recommend. Then besides that, so from the general publics or from the NGO, there's some type of the training institute should be built up with the support of the government, so that the banks taking the banks and the government can outsource their training for creating knowledge to the entrepreneurs. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. I think very interesting perspectives you drawn out, and making the people more accountable, and making and ensuring that this banks, small finance banks or public sector banks or regional rural banks, or through the Swanidhi or any of the private sector banks or non-banking financial companies or the money lending institutions need to really draw the support and ensure that there's a good amount of promotion which is done. I am of a strong opinion that that if this institution support the growth of Making India and Digital India campaigns and promote micro, small, and medium business enterprises to invest and draw the entrepreneur culture in manufacturing, retail, and education, I believe India can really move forward in the economic growth and make a huge impact to the entire society in driving the change. And bringing such e-governance policies in and enabling those elements into the financial management, enterprise marketing, human resource management can really enable the transparency, enable the trust, and make people believe government is really citizen friendly, and create an ecosystem which is much more friendly to operate and drive the change and operate the business functions. Are there any questions from the participants? We'll be glad to take up with Raju Das also, or if something which I can answer, I can do it. We'll be glad to take 1 or 2 questions from the participants in the context.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Now the presentation is very beautiful. Now the question is to meet the compatibility for the theme of the e-governance, how this kind of observations and studies you made, survey you made to enhance the very effective way of the implementation of these schemes, the e-governance part, how will you correlate it?
Raju?
Kindly, pardon, can you repeat once? Because I'm not, the sound is very low, that's why
Is it audible now? Is it audible?
Yeah, you're audible, yes.
Yeah. Now the point is, your presentation made a lot of differentiation in the way of trends that the credit guarantee schemes or this credit oriented approach is presented very nicely.
Yes,
but
sir.
the only thing is to make it more effective and meaningful and to reach to everyone, what kind of e-governance approach you recommend?
Okay. if I see from the e-governance side, so digitally, almost the things are the operation, the whole 100% operations are doing through e-governance only. But other than that, from the grassroots level, the entrepreneurs are not accessing digital service in that level what the banks and the CGTMSE can access. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I recommend that. So now that we know that now the mobile phone where we can see the videos and YouTube and the many things. In YouTube, there is a number of program, there is a number of videos on CGTMSE. If the publics, maybe among the awareness, among the entrepreneurs, such type of things are available in YouTube and videos. They are not aware of that, and maybe digitally through some devices or through some mechanism, if entrepreneurs can link to digital site, and that which can increase their knowledge on these schemes. Not only these schemes, there are a number of schemes on the MSMEs by the government. So all the knowledge, if you can then access digitally, and digitally there are some sort of mechanism should be set up in such a way so that the public can access.
Now, there are a few things which I wanted to highlight for your question. So e-governance role will be under the 4 dimensions, I am of a belief. One is legal and regulatory framework. Second is on the corporate governance and the citizen governance and risk management. Third dimension is about the operational framework. Fourth is on the monitoring and evaluation. If you typically look at this, we need to ensure that when from the legal and regulatory framework, I believe government is putting up all the required guidelines in this place, but still there should be a kind of an independent legal entity to solve these issues so that it can be supervised independently about the credit guarantee scheme progress independently and ensure that effectiveness is there. Second aspect associated to that, it need to drive a lot of mixed ownership so that you can treat minority shareholders or the participants who are trying to take the beneficiaries fairly. From the governance and risk management angle, you need to ensure that if you really want to promote the usage and increase the usage, we should also say for the entire MSME segment that the CGS need to be mandated. Sometimes when you mandate, people try to leverage it and increase the usage. That also drives entrepreneur culture to adopt to the 3 segments where we are currently supporting: manufacturing, education, and retail. And establishing such kind of a independent governance structure will be of a greater emphasis to drive with the internal frameworks which can improve the operational integrity to the great level. And over and above, when there's the operational framework and the financial transparency gets established, people will have a very, very fair, consistent, and risk-based pricing policies which they can really look at. And there is a transparent claim management process which we can really structure it out. Likewise, there could be many more relief elements which can be brought into the entire operational framework. Nevertheless, to say, from the monitoring element, you need to ensure that there is a rigorous financial reporting requirements are established so that frequent audits can be compiled, so that you are not really putting the things and people take advantage of it, but we keep on monitoring the performance of the entire scheme and disclose publicly so everyone is accountable to the performance of the scheme and right usage of the scheme in a true spirit. Those are a few thoughts.
Okay.
And any other questions before we conclude the panel? One minute, let me check the chat window.
There
Okay,
is a
there's a
question in
question.
the,
There's
yeah,
a question in the chat
chat
window.
box. Yes.
I believe the question was coming in from one of the participants. He says, "My startup is in the sector of smart farming. I want to get support from government. We have 1,000 farmers under us now. Your advice, please." So I'm assuming that under the smart farming, your startup, you want to take the support of credit guarantee scheme, or you want to take the support of some other financial schemes which can really help and benefit. Not sure whether this will directly fall into the credit guarantee scheme, but Raju, you want to take a shot at it? So participant says it's more about the financial scheme. So I believe you are looking into the different options where the government can help in lending the finance. So there are micro lending financial institutions out there which can really support you. Probably this question can be dealt outside this particular talk, and we can help you answer that. What are the different channels under which you can raise the loans, raise the finance, raise the credit guarantee if required, if it is falling into the manufacturing, retail, and education sectors. But farming, something different outside these elements. Probably we can take it outside this particular panel to discuss this further. Thank you, Manohar. I have noted your email ID. I will respond to you separately. Thank you, and I thank ni-msme to invite this particular thought of organizing such a kind of a wonderful conference and inviting papers to be presented. I believe you have enjoyed thoroughly the e-governance in enterprise marketing, HR, and financial management, and also the paper presented by Raju Das, which has given perspectives of credit guarantee scheme performance in the Indian sector, where the right usage of it could really significantly improve the new and budding entrepreneurs to start leveraging this credit guarantee scheme and establish and drive through the Make in India, Digital India campaigns and make India a much powerful player in the economic impact as we move forward. So having the right governance levers and establishing the levers into function to establish a clear and transparent governing policies to drive change and create impact is very, very needed. And I believe you'll be able to take these learnings into the context and move forward with the understanding thought, out of food for thought, the role of e-governance in all those business functions. With that, I'll hand it over to the host to continue further with the proceedings. Thank you. Thank you, Raju Das.
Thank you, session chair. Chandra, please give me access to the
Thank
video.
you, sir. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Give me access to the video, Chandra.
You can start the video, sir.
No, it's not coming.
And now, sir?
No. Oh, start my video. Okay. So, session chair, thank you very much for your presence and also nicely handling the session and for your thoughts and insights. Definitely, we have noted down whatever the recommendations that you made and the suggestions. I'm sure that Raju has noted, and you have also assured the Manohar KV, who is from ISB Hyderabad, that you will be interacting with him separately. So definitely he will be helpful with your valued suggestions. Sincere thanks from ni-msme for your participation, for managing the time on Saturday. Maybe this is a holiday for you, but still you have attended the session. Thank you very much. And also Dr. Raju Das for participating from my neighboring state, West Bengal. You are from Assam, so we are neighbors. I thought initially that you are a Bengali, but maybe you are Bengali but stays in Assam. What is your ethnic identity? You are Bengali or Assam?
Indian.
Sir, I am Bengali.
Bengali. খুব ভালো হয়েছে প্রোগ্রাম, খুব ভালো লেগেছে। এখানে আমাদের অনেক বাঙালি আছেন।
আচ্ছা,
প্রোগ্রাম ডিরেক্টর নিজেই ডক্টর দিব্যেন্দু চৌধুরী, উনি একজন বাঙালি। আপনার পরে যিনি বলবেন ভূদেব চক্রবর্তী স্যার, উনিও একজন বেঙ্গলি, আমিও বেঙ্গলি। So wherever you go, you will find some Bengalis are there if it is any academic program. So thanks to both of you. Now we move forward to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So in the concluding session, the time has come for the concluding session. From morning, we are listening the great Padma Shri recipients. After that, we have heard a great professor and his outstanding presentation. Then we got one corporate honcho who had described from the perspective of the corporate sector about the importance of e-governance. This session actually was supposed to be chaired by Sri Rajendra Nimji, Director General, Center for Good Governance. He had given his consent, but due to some unforeseen incident in the family, he could not come. But nevertheless, nobody will be deprived to hear some outstanding thought or ideas from another person who is actually, as per Dr. Dipendu Chaudhary, that ocean of this field. He is none other but Mr. Bhudev Chakraborty, who has been instrumental in developing this sector in India. He closely worked with Nandan Nilekarni ji and with the other people who had developed e-governance in India for last 30 years. So since he is very close to us, all of us, including this institute, he had helped ni-msme to organize the first e-governance program, probably in 2018. So he did not deny us and agreed to be the chair of this session, which is on e-governance for non-farm enterprises and urban development. And we have one paper presenter also in this session, Mr. Pratham Pathak. So I welcome both of them, session chair, Mr. Bhudev Chakraborty and Mr. Pratham Pathak as a paper presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. It is really my pleasure to be connected with you again, and ni-msme particularly, and chairing a session here, particularly on the non-farm and the urban sector. So, is Mr. Pathak available?
Chandrasekhar, is Mr. Pathak interacted with you?
Otherwise, I'll just
Chandrasekhar?
Okay. The Pathak is not available. I think Hamdo is coming. So maybe if he has paper, let him present, or
okay.
Okay, I will do one thing then. I will just start myself with a small presentation, and by that time we can decide who can join in this.
Then, yes, then yes, fine. Please start.
Fine. Oh, you have to enable my screen sharing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is given.
Yes. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to everybody, whoever is present here, and also a number of participants who are viewing through the YouTube. See, this is very important for us to know about that how e-governance can help in the non-farm and the urban development, non-farm enterprises and urban development. Now, whatever I'm going to talk, though I have taken it in the form of urban development, but all of them are also true and applicable for non-farm enterprises. So let us start with the puzzle. Okay, so whenever we are going to do any project in the non-farm scenario or in the urban development scenario, we have a lot of components and we have your things which actually creates a lot of chaos. And these components are not properly set, placed. The components go from one place, one place to another place, and they don't mix together. And a lot of issues we get in actually getting them together and get the synergy out of it. The next thing is that in the urban development scenario, what are the challenges we are having and what are the issues? I think you have seen a number of them by yourself. For example, huge queue. For example, the traffic jam, congested traffic, transport problems, your problems of the garbages. Okay, put all the places. I think all of you know that there is a hill in New Delhi made of the garbage. So it is such a big problem. Then the water problem. And water both sides. At one place, we don't have water for drinking. Another place, we have abundance of water during the flood. So water is having both side problem. And then positively, the healthcare, which is very close to my heart. So there are so many problems we are having. And we are also doing a lot of things. But problems are not going away so fast as we expected. So let us find it out what challenges we are having while talking about e-governance. Now, if we talk about e-governance, the biggest problem is that the e-governance means it is linked with governance or government. And whenever we are having interaction with government, we find a lot of issues, a lot of challenges. And the primary idea of e-governance is that how to solve them. Now, if you say there are so many ways of solving them, but we need to see actually what are the what are the issues we actually get or which we should attack or we should track. If we see a human being starting from the birth to the old age, a number of places we have to interact with God. So when we are talking about less government, less interactions with government, but if we see that it is not always possible to reduce the interactions with the government. For example, the items has been written here, birth certificate, you have to, healthcare, throughout actually, healthcare is required. Then education and education related interactions with the government, employment, jobs, and again, employment related interaction with the government, properties, whether it's a house or land or apartments. Again, you have to, whether it's a land record or whether it's a registration, whether paying the tax, all this for these requirements, you have to actually connect to the government. And then comes the services provided by the urban development or Ministry of Urban Development. Nowadays, we call it MOHUA. So how this, so again, a lot of services we are getting from them. And when we are getting the services from them, automatically interactions will be there. So we cannot avoid those interactions. So if we want to see that how we can improve the governance through the e-governance or through the applicability of technologies, particularly the internet, then we have to also understand what are the success factors are there. So what we should do or what we should follow so that we positively get success in improving our governance, at the same time the government services, at the same time the feelings of the city. So all these things we want to improve. So the first item is that we have to identify the problem areas and challenges. That is why I started my presentation with challenges. A lot of people tells me that why do you start with a negative slide? Why don't you start with a positive slide? India has come up in a big way in last couple of decades, and we are also one of the, now it is the fifth your financial country in the world, and we are going to become fourth. Now, if those are the cases we start with, and we think that we are doing great and we are the great people, then we can never improve our services or improve our way of life, improve our feelings, improve the way we are providing the services to the citizen. So that is why we start with the challenge. So identifying the challenges and problem areas are the most important. So I always tell the people during my, I was in NISD, National Institute for Smart Government, for 10 years. So during my stay there, and even after that also, I always tell the government departments and the people both that you have to first identify your problem areas. If you don't do that, you will not be able to solve the problems and take it forward. And next thing comes is that what are the processes being followed? Are we still following the processes which was perfect and excellent 50 years back? Things are changing. So we should also change our processes or our practices. For example, till today in some of the government departments, we, after doing everything in, through internet, through mail or through the internet transactions, a printout is taken and put into the file. Now, if you have to take a printout of all the internet transactions, then what is the meaning of doing the internet transactions? So some changes in the process required in this case. And then next comes that, okay, so first we have identified the problem, we have understood that the process is to be changed. Now the next thing required is that what we want to change and how to take it forward. And that requires vision and also a proper implementation roadmap. So next we should go for a vision and roadmap. And once we do that, the vision and roadmap will have too many components. So we have to identify which are the components we can do fast or which can be implemented. So we do a study, and through this study or through this analysis, we identify which are the issues or which are the components we should take forward, which takes less time to implement, and also which is having a huge effect on the total improvement which we are expecting or which is in our vision. So you have to prioritize them. And I always say that when you are prioritize it, you should think big. You should have the complete plan in your hand, but start small. Start small components, complete them, and then go for the next one. If you try something very big and take 10 years to do it, people will not see the improvement which actually you are trying to give it to them. So start small, start giving the improvement, start showing the improvements, and then scale it to the big thing which we are thinking or which we have thought of. Then we should set up the systems, we should provide the leadership, and most important again, we should undertake the capacity. Whatever the ni-msme is doing today, through this workshop or through this conference is nothing but developing the capacity of the people. So this capacity building development of the capacity is one of the most important factors to achieve the total improvement. Now, what are the components of effective governance? There are so many things that they should be transparent, they should be accountable, and there should be a facility to find out who is responsible for the work and how can we make them accountable, process efficient, cost efficient, end-to-end solutions, sustainable, easy to implement. Too many things are there. Participative, public-private partnerships and all those things. Too many things are there for effective governance. But when we are talking about the e-governance, it is actually based on 4 pillars. Now, this concept of the 4 pillars with e-governance, I'm sure you might have seen in so many places, because this is also the main figure of NISG, which was at that time when it was prepared, it was actually led by Mr. J. Satyanarayana. So we found out that the 4 pillars of the successful e-governance are people, process, technology, and resources. First, let us go to the people. People should be service mindset. People should be e-ready. People should have a proper training. Change management should be there. Leadership quality should be there. So leadership training should be there, and also CRM skills. This is one area is missing in e-governance. People are not trained on the CRM because we think that CRM is only required for the corporate. But we are dealing with the customer. Citizens are our customer. We are dealing with customer. So customer relationship, if not done properly, then even after doing good job, also you will not get the benefit out of it. So we should improve our CRM skills. Then come the process. This is my favorite subject because I am also a certified business process management professional, BPM professional, we call them. And a number of projects I have done in Government of India where I have done the change of the process through business process reengineering. I have even written a book also on business process engineering, which is available in Amazon. So when we are talking about process, we have to actually go for a holistic approach. It should be service-oriented. We know all of us are talking about service-oriented architecture, service-oriented approach, and all those things. There should be a transformation. What is transformation? When we improve a process, it is process improvement. When we change a process, it is redesign. Then what is transformation? So transformation is where we change the process in a manner that the way the services was being provided before, it is provided in a completely different manner. And the experiences of citizen or experiences of the people accessing that particular non-farm sector or connecting with the non-farm enterprises, they get a completely different experience. So that is what we call it transformation. Positively, transformation can be extremely high where you totally change the process. It can be also a little bit where you just change a key area of the process. I can give you an example, again, my project only. So if you see that passport, when you are applying for the passport before, you had to wait for 3 weeks, 4 weeks time, sometimes even months to get the police verification done. And after the police verification, only the passport was issued. We changed that process. And it is only a very simple, small process you have changed. We didn't touch the complete passport issuance process. So many things are there. Everything remains same. We only changed a small bit of it, that the police verification should be done within 48 hours. If not, passport will be issued. Police verification can be done post issuance of the passport. So at present, if you apply for the Tatkal passport, you get it within 72 hours because 48 hours for verification, 24 hours for issue. That is 72 hours. And this 72 hours is the maximum time, not minimum. Like, for example, I got my passport is exactly in 8 hours. And it has come also in newspaper, Hyderabad newspaper, I think a week back, that somebody has got it in 11 hours. He has put it into as a report, and it has come in newspaper also. And I know a lot of people who are getting within 24 hours to 36 hours. So this is very much possible. At the same time, if you apply for your ordinary non-tatkal, then also you get it within 15 days. No, because police verification is done. So they only the speed up process is not there. That's all. So whatever the time the passport office takes to issue the passport, so that time only is taken. So this transformation of the process is extremely important. And then when you are going for a transformation, how you will do the transformation? You should know that how you are going to take it forward. Again, I'm taking an example here. I'm the designer of the 108, the ambulance service, which you see in Telangana and in some other states. When I have worked, it was a undivided Andhra Pradesh. So we started in Andhra Pradesh and then we implemented in the other states. Now, when we started designing this ambulance services, it is called ambulance service 108. When we started doing the best practice survey, we found out that it is not an ambulance. And we changed also. Now we don't call it 108 as an ambulance. We call it 108 as emergency response system or ERS. And we have taken the best practices from Japan, from US, from Canada, and from Australia. And we found out what are the things they are doing to create a fast movement of a patient from the place of issues or place of disaster to the hospital or to the place of care. So that was the idea, or you can say that was our goal, or that was our vision. And our idea was that we know that in healthcare, there is a concept called golden hour. That is, if a patient can be reached to the care point within 60 minutes, the chance of surviving is much, much higher. We made it half. So we said it is 30 minutes. So by 30 minutes, the patient has to reach the point of care. And at the same time, we made also that the ambulance should reach the point of disaster or point of distress within 10 to 12 minutes. And everybody got surprised when we implemented the project, and we got 6 Sigma certification that 1 in billion actually the cases the ambulance reached beyond 12 minutes. And everybody who are in Hyderabad, they know it very well how good this service is there in Hyderabad. So this is again, here we have done a total transformation. The ambulance is not at all an ambulance now. It is an emergency response system. The process, the doctors, the way the ambulances are called, everything is changed. The whole process is changed. It's a completely new process. So this is the highest transformation. So I gave you one example of the, only one process is changed and one example of where the complete thing has been changed. You also need to do consultation with the stakeholders. Now, who are the stakeholders? Again, the government thinks that the stakeholders are the people, citizens, and your people who are taking or who are availing the services. But that is not true. The stakeholders are everybody, including the person providing the service. So all the government employees are stakeholders. All the secretaries are stakeholders. All the divisional heads are stakeholders. All the people who are in between the providing services and the government, for example, banks, for example, insurance companies, for example, the delivery people, the supply chain companies, all of them are stakeholders. So you should consider all the peoples who are involved in the process which you are actually taking care now. And every stakeholder is linked with an industry. Even government is an industry. So every stakeholder is linked with that industry. So you have to also take care of that industry the stakeholder belongs. So you have to take care of the stakeholders and you have to take care of the industries which our stakeholders belong. And finally comes the transparency and the speed, which is a part of the procurement process. Now, most of the states in India follows the GEM, which already has been discussed by another speaker in the morning. Okay, so this GEM is the central government, and every state is having also their own e-procurement systems. So this GEM plus e-procurement systems together, we have actually brought a lot of transparencies and speed into the procurement processes of the government. Next comes technology. Now, technology, actually, I will not talk much now except what a technology means. But tomorrow, again, there is another session tomorrow morning. And that sessions, I'm going to talk about the smart city missions and smart cities. That time, I will talk about more about what are the various technologies we can utilize for e-governance. Here, we are talking about that how we are planning to design the technology. Like, for example, should we purchase the components or the apps which is available and just put them together, or we should develop it on our own? Development takes a lot of time. Assembly takes much less. If you see any of the car manufacturers, first they start with the lockdown phase where they just assemble. And then slowly they start learning the development, and then they start the development within India. So like that, a lot of issues are there. If you do it assembly, there are a lot of issues are there if you do the development. But that has to be decided. There are so many architectural points are there, like functional architecture, technology architecture, so many things like data architecture. Now, I'm not going into it. This is not a place to discuss about it, but we should know about it. That we should know that a lot of things you should plan before you take or you start any new project or you start a transformational process. So those are the things we need to see about it. And positively, finally comes the resources. We need a lot of resource. Resource has to be managed. Resource has to be optimized. Again, we have already discussed, we got one session on this, and my previous speaker has already talked about it. So you know about that cost thing, how to get money, how to improve the process, how to reduce the cost, how to control them, all these things, some ideas you have got, but positively, you need to learn more, and you have to create your own revenue model. And that is where a lot of times we don't do it properly. Particularly in the e-governance sector, people think, what is the revenue model? We don't have any revenue, but that is not true. So a lot of places, we really need to think about that revenue model. And that became very clear to the citizen and to the people when we started the public-private partnership model, and people started understanding that revenue model is important because revenue is there. It is hiding when we don't go for PPP, but it is extremely open when we go for the PPP model. So that is the revenue model. Now, I say always one thing, that is, whenever you are doing any project, whether it is in a non-farm enterprise or it is in your government sector, e-governance sector, or urban development sector, whatever you want to do, you first should plan the project properly in place of starting with the requirements. So we call it in some of the people, those who say that we should follow this phase, we call it project development phase. And the next one we call it project implementation. So this project development phase is very important. Like, for example, I was talking about this 108 project or emergency response system project. We have taken 2.5 years only project development, means to understand what is an ERS. Similarly, for passport project also, we have taken more than 1 year to actually identify it. So we need to do this project development. Project development is having 3 phases. We call it conceptualize, architect, and develop. In the conceptualization phase, we create the vision mission. I have already explained, so I'm going fast. And stakeholder consultation and all those things. We try to understand the high-level requirement. We call them use cases. So use case requirements. and the process diagrams of the process maps, and we also create the architectures. Now there are two architectures I'm showing here. One is the functional architecture. Here we put the functional blocks and we try to understand how various components interact among themselves and provide the service which we are providing. At the same time, we are also having a technology architecture where we try to find out whatever technologies we are using, that the servers, the IoTs, the artificial intelligence components, the printers, all those things together, how they work. So we put an architecture into it. And then we need to do the development. So we put all the things together and go for the development phase. And this development phase is nothing but the implementation phase of our standard development process. We have to also think of the delivery modes. When we are talking about e-governance has to reach to the citizen, and for that we need the delivery modes or delivery models. So I think all of you know about this common CSCs, that is the citizen service centers. They are the integrated citizen services centers which can be used for to access various government services. And in Hyderabad or in undivided Andhra Pradesh, it used to be called as e-Seva. So e-Seva is there. Then various states it is called in various manners, but all of them are nothing but CSCs or citizen service centers. Then we have civic service centers, which is actually for the urban development people, the municipality centers. And they are also having a lot of facilities where they help the people to access the service. And then we have the franchise models where we allow the entrepreneurs to actually create a center and provide these services. This is the entrepreneurial models or ELB models we call it. So we can also do that. And finally, through the PCs, through the e-models like ni-msme is there nowadays, mobile Seva. So like that, through the internet also, you can access the services. We also should consider some of the design criteria, we call them design considerations, like what are the technology architectures will be there, what are the delivery channels will be there for my particular service, what are the capacity requirements are there. So like that, we also need to do this design. Coming to now the other challenges other than the whatever I have mentioned, and one of the biggest challenge we find that how to do the digitization of the data. Now, data digitization is one of the important point, and a lot of work is going on this, and we will it is happening, and a lot of issues are there. Whether it is the database will be or data center will be in premises or it will be in the cloud. A lot of discussions are happening, but my point is that we need to discuss it. We need to create the data architecture and define it before we take the project. Change management, I have already informed, I have already discussed to you about the change management, about the capacity building, which is required. And I've also talked about the processes, particularly elimination of the manual processes and how different technologies are you need to deploy or you can integrate them together to get maximum out of it. So that is my brief presentation on this e-governance and how we can actually take it forward. One or two small examples I've given. So now I'm going back to the session and trying to ask that who is available now for this session as a speaker.
I think Dr. Pratham Pathak is there. Chandrasekhar has confirmed.
Excellent.
So
And
also
Pratham,
Ibrahim Hamadao Musa. He is also there.
Okay. So Pratham and Ibrahim, can you please come into the screen and switch on your video? Yeah, I can see Pratham.
Okay.
I can see Pratham. Yes, Pratham.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Hello.
So Pratham, so first you can start your presentation. So
Okay. Thank you, sir, for wonderful information. My presentation, I'll be sharing my presentation. I hope my presentation is visible to you, sir.
Yes, visible.
So, sir, I have chosen a topic. It's a qualitative study. It's a sociological exploration that how big data can help us in governance and public policies, and what are the pros and cons of using big data from the sociological point of view, because sociology is my domain of expertise. So I was interested in understanding how this big data will actually help us, and your presentation has given me lots and lots of insight for this things. With kind request, I will like to begin this presentation. Sir. May I proceed, sir?
Yeah, you can proceed. No problem. You can proceed.
You can proceed, Dr. Pratham. Yeah.
Okay, if we look at the market of big data in India, it is assumed to have 18 to 19 billion dollars, and it is growing at very fast rate. Means we can assume the CAGR of around 28%. Globally, India has the share of data is around 30 to 35%. Okay, and because of this sudden exposure, we are experiencing a different kind of discourses in the country in terms of research, in terms of implementation, in terms of governance. We are talking a lot on big data and IoTs and governance, and it is all evident there. So this study, I took big data as an sociocultural artifact, and I assume that means the qualitative I try to make effort to understand the social power these algorithms have, and how this big data, how this the entire gamut of technology can is applied and can be debated in policy discourse. So for that, we have to take big data as a social phenomena, and it is nowadays it is assumed that the more data we can gather, the more data we can analyze, the more data, more control we can have over organizations, or over or over our public deliveries, or our service deliveries. So there's another which has emerged through this kind of discourse was that a strong beliefs of government, the big data contains a good knowledge source, and if we don't tap this knowledge source, if we don't use this knowledge source, it will be wasted, and if we use it, then it will be it will have empowering effect for our citizens and our public service delivery. Okay, so but on other side, we were all focusing on the delivery side, and we were not focused on the behavior and choices of individuals. Rather, we were looking individuals or citizens as our customers, where we can deliver their best. We were not looking like the corporates are doing. We were not looking at their behavior, and this idea allowed us to take data value, means data as a artifact. Okay, and market is looking at as a gold mine. Okay, so the production and consumption of data is it's iteratively developing a conditions for sustenance of surveillance and capitalist ideas, but the benefits of understanding the behavior and choices of citizens is not leveraged by the agencies which are implementing public service deliveries. Okay. So data production, this is all well known, sir, that it is how we can do a detailed profile of users, and how this data can be used for generating revenues. Okay, there are some aggregators which combines various kind of approaches and elicits the emotional behavior as well as the sentiments or the physical behavior of people, and the profit can be earned from this information which is produced by consumer themselves. So this is very interesting phenomena which I came across, because in nowhere in economy this happens. Okay, where a consumer produce a commodity and consumer pays money for buying that commodity. So you are a producer and you are a consumer and you are paying something to someone for giving you the analytics or giving you that insights which can be determined or which is developed by some kind of algorithms. Okay. In case of government, we have a big data sets. We have, the big data is till date is considered as unnoticed or untraced knowledge base. If we look at open government data, that's data.gov.in. When I started this study, it had more than 11,000 catalogs from 208 government departments. Okay. Still, this data if you look at this data is the outdated data. Either majority of data is the old dated data. Secondly, this data was not collected from the behavior choices of the citizens. Rather, it was like a status kind of reports where you can have the numbers which is collected through the surveys and the project implementation units of this department. The third thing I found in this data was there, but its integration into a different applications was done by some third-party agencies. Okay, so government might have hired some consultants or some agencies which was responsible for aggregating this data and generating analytics of this. So the people, the behavior and citizens, okay, this is all. So this data brokering has made these government agencies dependent on themselves. Okay, and these agencies which are responsible for collecting this aggregates and this data are using this data. We don't know for what purposes they are using, but they are also selling out this data, and since it's a public data, so everyone can use it. But generating profit out of that is a concern which needs to be approached. Okay, many agencies across the world has done this, and this is nowadays a standard practice of using this data for the welfare of humankind. Like we have seen a wonderful implementation during the COVID time, where we used the data for vaccinating a huge number of population. Okay, so their potentials are immense, but the sources of such data, okay, points out a kind of dilemma for the implementing agencies. Okay, the data, on other side can be grounded in the specific context and juxtaposed with administrative data. Okay, for aiming the government schemes and programs. The domain of public administration related to privacy and security. Like we have also observed when we were doing this using UI for different purposes, people are still raising the challenges to this discourse that is it right to use UID or not, and these debates are still going on. Okay, so for government, it's going to be the challenging task. Locating social power I try to understand that who becomes a hero in implementation of data-driven policies. Okay, so this is a grappling scenario for Indian administrators, because one side they have a force which is coming from market. They are consultants, they are companies who are good at computational potentials, while Indian administrators sometimes are not able to understand, like we saw in previous slides, that we have to have RFPs and other things, but we cannot have a standardized mechanisms for every kind of requirements. And for each and every requirement, these people, these consultants or these agencies are not able to grasp the actual reality which the administrator has grasped without the computational potential. Okay, if there is some bureaucrat, he knows the reality very well rather than this computational expert. Either he's a consultant or data scientist or any agencies. But the reality is better known by the people who are implementing the deliveries, okay, service delivery. And because of this, there's a kind of mismatch, okay, in terms of this development of big data based applications, okay. And this is always the load always comes on the administrators because they are managing funds and other things. So it becomes, sometimes it has become headache for them, okay, because they may have to deal with the agencies um, which is not able, who are not able to understand their requirement, or who are bringing their own interest therein, and the interest and you have to stop those people. So it demands more niche kind of administrative things to handle these agencies, okay. So this relationship with things is considered as valuable and produce the values of major digital data represents through the numbers and the product of socio-technical devices. These devices contains a certain level of agencies and power. So this algorithms which is developed, or this data, this processing units which is developed, okay, they are not value neutral. Okay, they have some value, because when you develop an algorithm, or when you develop a program, or when you develop a certain kind of application or technology, you have certain people in your mind. The moment you focus on that part, okay, there are chances which is going to be left out, okay. And again, the second level of burden comes on the administrators, that what is left out has to be included into that algorithm again. So it generates an iterative kind of checkpoints for the bureaucrats or administrators to keep check on this power, means the idea of algorithms, or the dominance of these algorithms, okay, because no analysis happens in isolation. Every analysis happen with specific value system, and the moment you try to be neutral, this algorithms or this agencies or this technology do not allow you to be value neutral, okay. And this algorithms has great influence over other global results, okay. And that's why we had many mismatches. If we remember, there was a debate during COVID time happening that this data is right, this data is wrong, and it keeps on adding the burden to the implementing agencies, or to the administrator who are running this, who are controlling these agencies, and it is still going on, okay. So analytical power, and the study concludes with this few points. The analytical power of big data algorithms had created a kind of illusion that the information about everyone is important and society cannot advance without data. Okay, India is a good example where many decisions have been taken without data, and the good decisions have been implemented without data. Okay, and there are multiple ways of conceptualizing people and behavior through data points. Are enough to content the humans as data slaves selves, okay, configured by data representative or subjective human values, okay. Sometimes when we use this technologies, we lose the subjective human values, or there might be a gray areas which is created because of this kind of objective service delivery models. Not only people are considered to be a data generator, but they are also viewed as in the world of data, big data, they are also viewed as consumers of data. Okay, and at the same time being themselves as a put on themselves, they are considered as commodities. Okay, so government has to craft and curate specialized mechanisms that leverage the benefits of big data for delivering the public services. This leads to an explorations of further avenues in sociology and public policy. Thank you, everyone.
Very nice presentation, Dr. Pratham.
Yes.
I have some questions, but let us first let Ibrahim complete his presentation. Then I will come.
Okay, should I stop sharing, sir?
Yeah, you can stop sharing now. So Ibrahim. Is it possible to switch on video, Ibrahim?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So let me share the document.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, I want to share the document. I want to share it.
So Chandrasekhar, can you help him sharing his presentation?
Yes. So can you try now?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
you can
you
share
try
now.
please?
Yeah, I want to share it. So, okay. Let me see.
Okay, by the time Ibrahim is getting ready, Dr. Pratham.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I have one very peculiar question. I will say that. One thing I liked that your last conclusion remarked that it's a myth that all the decisions are taken because of the data. So that I really liked because I strongly believe that. But still, if you think or if you see from the government of India point of view, everything is going towards the digital movement. And they are also creating a big data platforms where particularly healthcare. I'm also very strongly working in healthcare. So, all the healthcare data they want in a centralized place and then connecting with the people. They created some architecture also for that. My question to you is how do you think about this big data in Indian perspective? What do you think is big data will be a successful? Will it be a success, or it is just one of the government fed? It is going on fad thing they are doing, and after some time it will go away. So, what is your opinion?
Sir, my view depends on the definition of success we define, means we curate. For me, if we look at, I have to look at the schemes in union budget, and the all central sponsored schemes, for example, uses the real time data. Some of the scheme uses the real time data, but they have limited up to themselves up to the MIS level. So someone is entering that data, and that data is being captured on the servers and which is processed. We are not, till date, India has not gone through the level where the behavioral data of person is being captured, because India has many debates going on related to surveillance and privacy and kind of things. But if this debates are kept aside, I feel that behavior can be studied, and instead of having schematic approach, we could have a novel kind of approach where this behavior can be directly curated, means directly addressed. The second thing is, I feel there's a challenge in terms of accessibility of internet, because large population in India is not connected. So it is very difficult to understand their behavior, because you cannot have you cannot capture their behavior if they are not connected. So this population will be left out if we go with big data in present time. But if we ensure the accessibility to everyone,
yeah, that's fine. I understand. But what about the correctness of the data?
Sorry, sir.
Correctness of the data. Who is doing data validation? Nobody is doing validation.
Sir, nobody. Yes, sir. Nobody is doing validation. Nobody is, there are, some state governments has hired consultants and these third parties are doing that. But I don't know whether this third party are neutral in their analysis or not. So every time one administrator has to pip in the process and guide them every time. Means I know many bureaucrats, they have a weekly review meetings, and every review meetings is will have this third party presenting their data. They have to always keep check on their intentions and behaviors.
Fine. Okay, so let us go
Now,
to
one question. One question can I have, sir?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, this big data is a very big concept in my perspective. Now the question is, in the format of the social media, the data is generated in different directions.
Yes.
But what is the focus? Where is the context? Because the social media data is going in different directions for different behaviors. But in the government perspective, and enterprise behavior, for the requirement of enterprise users, what kind of data we can gather, and most importantly, the correctness or the validation or the purification with the required formats. What is the effort that is required? Can the speaker answer this?
Sir, in the world of big data, there are two kinds of data: the data which is structured data, and the second data is the unstructured data. It is very difficult for unstructured data, and actual knowledge lies in the unstructured data. For example, selfies and other things. If we take this thing and if we develop algorithms by ourselves, okay, you can, for example, I'm working on a project where I can have the geographical analysis of the sentiments in the city. Right now, which part of my city is feeling what? Okay, so if we use that kind of algorithm, we can easily, monitor unstructured data in a structured way. Structured data is obviously there, which can be put into the any kind of formats and which can be analyzed. But the unstructured data can be used if we have this idea. Okay, if we align it with a spatial algorithms, geospatial algorithms, we have seen many algorithms which is now able to get the data of yield. For example, in agriculture world, it was difficult to get the data of yield before 5-10 years. But now you can have the satellite imagery and you can use that image processing algorithms and you can have this data, this unstructured data into the structured manner. So yes, I feel that we can do that, sir.
Yes, it can be done. Actually, I am actually from the Muzaffarpur Smart City Limited. I'm the CEO there. So even in our place also, there also we are using a lot of GIS-based solutions to collect the data. Now there is a flood going on there. So we are collecting the data automatically through the GIS systems and, taking care of those data. So in a lot of unstructured data, we are getting a real-time data. But my problem is not the collection of the data. Data can be collected, but the data is also having, along with this, non-structured or the, IoT generated data, I will call it that way. We are also having a lot of manual data getting entered, and that is where the problem comes. Whether the validation, like for example, even for the GIS case, somebody has to define the GIS, and that is done manually. And if you, in place of one location, if you give the coordinate wrong, then the whole data will be wrong. So that is why I asked that question: that what about the validation? Because if we don't do validation, we always say as a data architect, we always say that non-validated data is a no data.
Now the
So
question
if that is the point.
Now the question is in what dimensions and parameters we need the entrepreneur's requirement for the social media data to be analyzed, and what kind of algorithms to be taken place. So anyway, the purification and unstructured, structured, and maintaining the database are in different platforms and with the different tools are one technological aspect. But the things required are what kind of parameters we have to pick up and what kind of algorithms that are more appropriate, and this kind of modeling and analyzing that is important in my perspective. So that's what I feel.
Am I?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Pratham, the question is to you.
Sir, the thing is that modeling is obviously going to be a headache of the administrators or directors or bureaucrats. Okay, because the thing is that the definition itself comes from the government agencies. Okay, based on that definition, these models are created. The second headache now been added to this discourse is that how the algorithm developing agency can align that algorithms to the definitions given by the government agency. Okay, the first problem lies there. Second problem, if we create a model, then we have to also have to look upon the things which is being left out. Okay, second, then we have to look at many legal things and other things also which is incorporated in that modeling and kind of thing. But I feel it's the burden comes on the government agencies for defining the models and aligning models with the definitions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think now we will go to Mr. Ibrahim Hamadou Musa. So, Mr. Ibrahim, you can start your presentation.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity you gave us. So, this is my presentation because I did this because I did the presentation of my country before. Then I come to the topic. So this is my presentation. Yeah, this is the map of Niger, and the area is 1,267,000 square kilometers. Summary is introduction, presentation of Niger, environmental and agriculture policies, agriculture constraints, outlook. The introduction is located in West Africa between the parallels 11 and 37 and 23-33 north latitude on the one and the meridian 16 longitude on 10 west longitude on the other hand. With one of the highest population growth rate in the world, 3.9% year between 2001 and 2012. Niger has more than 17 million inhabitants in 2012 against 11 million in 2001. This rate of increase in population accentuated the weight of the challenges that the country must meet in order to be part of sustainable development process. The natural environment is marked by a climatic regime characterized by low variable in stress and high temperatures, which then to accentuate its aridity. Productivity does not allow the medium and long-term satisfaction of the food needs, constantly increasing of the population. The population of Niger presented a profile dominated by a large proportion of young people due to the very high demographic growth. Countries with such a democratic context and rapid drastic climatic constraints, the Niger has adopted several policies and strategies. Presentation of Niger. This is our flag, coat of arms of Niger, national mother fraternity, work progress. Administration, form of government, semi-presidential republic. President of Niger is Mohamed Bazoum. Prime Minister Uhumudu Mohammadi. Official language French. Around 15 national languages, Captain Niamey. Subdivisions. Niger is divided into 8 regions: Agadez, Difa, Dosso, Maradi, Niamey, Tawa, Tilaberi, Zender. Each region bears the name of the capital, its capital. The region has been divided into 63 departments since 2012, headed by prefects and 266 municipalities. The capital Niamey is separated seat. Niger population is estimated at 17,129,073 in 2013. 83% of whom lies in rural areas. The different ethnicity are the Hausa, established between Dalal Mauri and Zander, who lies in the center and east of the country with a wide cultural area in Niger.
Just a minute, Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, just a minute. This is to inform you that you please complete your presentation in maximum 10 minutes. Come to the major points because it is already almost 5 o'clock in India. So please come to the major points. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me go to the topic. Okay, environmental and agriculture policies. Niger concerned about environmental and agriculture issues adopted. Niger concerned about environmental and agriculture issues adopted. The program to fight against poverty, the restoration of degraded land to improve the productive potential of the affected area, the poverty reduction strategy in Niger, the rural development strategy in Niger, national rural land policies in Niger, the permanent secretariat of the rural court, the national food security and crisis prevention policy in Niger, the national rice development strategy, the 3N program, Nigerians feed Nigerians in April 2012. Niger development strategy. The Nigerian government validated in August 2012 an economic and social development plan for the period 2012-2021. The PDES serves as a reference framework for the government and all the technical and financial partners to whom the document was presented at the Paris Roundtable in November 2012. The PDES presents a global vision of Nigerian development by integrating all the sectoral strategies and programs. It devotes an important place to the initiative, the Nigerian Nourishes the Nigerians, 3N, adopted by the government in April. If the traders Niger want to commit to a development strategy that aims to accelerate inclusive growth, social development, and sustainable management of natural resources in environment of good governance and security. Agriculture. Agriculture is the primary economic activity of rural population. The agriculture sector represents 49% of GDP, with 30.3% of export earnings, employing 90% of the population. Arable land represents only on third of the total area and concentrated in the south of country, which makes approximately 42,233,333. The agricultural production system comes in two main forms. Ranked crops dominated by cereal production, the main crops of which are millet, sorghum, and cowpeas. Irrigated crops carried out of hydro-agriculture facilities, the main crops of which are rice and corn. Cereal production. The main food crops which constitute the traditional basis of the dish, millet, sorghum, to which we must add cowpeas and peanuts, which produce a lot in years of normal rainfall. Right along the Niger River Valley, the corn. This is the evolution of the production of the main crops between 2003 and 2012.
Yes, you can continue.
Yield. Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. The evolution of rice production. Maize production in Niger. Maize in the fourth cereal consumed in Niger as a staple food after millet, rice, and sorghum. Despite its economic importance, its production is very marginal in Niger. It is mainly cultivated in hydro-agriculture facilities alongside rice. It is produced
I'm not able to hear you, Mr. Ibrahim. Can others hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think then he is off.
Moreover, this paper was scheduled to be read at the first session where we had discussed about the agri enterprise, rural livelihood, and food processing. So definitely we wanted to give him a chance.
No, that's correct. That's correct. Anyhow, he's back, I think. Yeah. So Ibrahim, can you finish it off a little fast? Yes, please continue.
I think he got disconnected.
Who?
Hamdu?
No, he's there, no? Already his presentation is going on now. Yeah. But his voice is not coming. Is he? Where is Ibrahim? Ibrahim, unmute yourself. Chandrasekhar, can you unmute Ibrahim?
No, sir, I have sent the request to unmute.
I have already sent request, but he's not doing.
Yes, sir, but it's not unmute from our end.
Okay. Because his presentation is coming and he is also changing the slides, but okay, this is the problem with sometime we get. Anyhow, so as our convener was mentioning, that this presentation was supposed to be in the agriculture side, so it is not my subject. So I'm not, I cannot ask questions on this. Anyhow, he has got long leave.
Yeah, I think he concluded by saying we wish him all the best.
Yeah,
for his
thank you.
endeavor.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for your presentation. And it was a very nice presentation. And we came to know a lot of things about your country through your presentation. And as you know, your presentation was actually put in the morning session. So this is not my subject. So I cannot ask any questions on this. But it is, actually, thank you very much for your presentation. And it was a very nice presentation. Ibrahim. Yeah.
Chandrasekhar, now you, it's a concluding part of day one. In the morning, I said it is a wonderful day. In the evening, I am telling that it was a wonderful day. We had 4 Padma Shri recipients who enlightened us really in all possible ways. In the afternoon, we had outstanding unparalleled presentation by Professor Mani, then the corporate presentation, and finally Bhudebda, we are so much grateful to you. You came out with your nice presentation and you did not save the time. Actually, you enriched us with your wisdom, knowledge and experience. And Dr. Pratham Parekh, it was my mistake or Chandrasekhar's mistake, we had written here Pathak, but he is Dr. Pratham Parekh. So he also highlighted many points which are very useful for the people who are in this field. Very frankly, I am not from this background, so I did not understand all the things, whatever you said. By one thing I understood that it is important to be discussed in many forums so that awareness about this data science and the utility of the data science and the business aspects of data science in ethical way. So in ethical way, that should be known to the common people also. So with this, today I take the permission of program director and conclude with the message that tomorrow we will be joining again at 10 o'clock. Yes, and again, it is our Bhudebda who will take the charge on e-governance for sectorial development. And there is a speaker, Ms. Sadhana Singh, followed by municipal commissioner, very popular in many parts of India, award-winning speaker, GT Venkateshwar Garu, and then Sri Shrikant Srinaji. And we have another speaker, Dr. B. Maleshwar Rao. Then another corporate speaker, Sri Muralidharan Maningal, followed by Mr. Uma Shankar Jadhav. And then again, Bhudevda will chair another session because there are 5 speakers in the concluding session. Then the vote of thanks. So we will start tomorrow sharp at 10 o'clock. And with this message, I conclude this session with the permission of the program director. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.